What if Deku made ODM and exoskeleton? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In an apartment in Japan, the voice of a small child who just have had his entire world destroyed. See, can I become a hero like him? A young Izuku Midoriya asked while staring at an old clip of the debut of a certain hero. When Inko looked at him, she saw a face filled with tears and despair. The only thing she wanted to do was to help him, her son, to achieve his goal. Of course you can become a hero, you will just have to work harder, she responded. After hearing those words, Izuku brightened up a bit, happy to have someone believing in him and supporting him. The next 10 years he worked hard, harder than anyone else. He trained and became incredibly strong for his age. In addition, he was a master in various martial arts. He also studied on the sideline and became the top student of his school. Izuku also worked on making equipment like a multipurpose staff, small bombs with different properties. In addition, he worked on several weapons and fighting equipment. The first times the results of all his training showed was when he confronted his former friend turned bully at the age of 8. Just give up, Deku. You need a quirk to become a hero, everybody knows that. Katsuki Bakugo said while smiling down on his victim. I think it's time to show you W-. Shut up, Kaken. Izuku suddenly shouted, stunning the bully for a moment. I will not be your punching bag anymore. I will become a hero and you can't stop me. Katsuki just stood there shocked until a smile grew on his face as he saw an opportunity to punch some sense into his former friend. I really need to show you your place before you are hurt, he said before attacking Izuku with his quirk. But Izuku was ready for this and dodged his right hook. What the dash was the last words Katsuki uttered before being pushed down into the ground, locked in place. I said I will not be your punching bag, Kaken. Someone needs to teach you a lesson, Izuku calmly said before releasing his old friend and just walked away, leaving a wordless Bakugo in his place. From this point forward the bullying slowed down, but never stopped. They kept on pushing him down even if they couldn't do it physically. Despite all of his hardships, it still looked like he could do it and become the first quirkless hero. That was until one fateful day when he met his idol. It's not possible, kid. All Might stated bluntly, you should look for another profession, like a police officer. Izuku couldn't believe what he was just told. He had asked his idol the most important question in his life, hoping to hear the 5 words he have so desperately wanted to hear, but no. Izuku just fell to his knees staring with an empty expression as his entire life have just been uprooted. I'll leave you here. The people downstairs will probably open the door for you. I have to leave now and deliver this villain to the police. Have a good day. That was the last words All Might told him before jumping away. Damn. I almost revealed my true form to that kid. I don't want any more people knowing about it than necessary, the hero thought to himself as he flew through the air. Meanwhile, Izuku was left there to reconsider his entire life. Izuku made it down later in the day and was walking around in his own thoughts about, well, everything, his life, his decision, and what All Might told him. Why can't I get one person to tell me I can do it? I just want one more voice amongst everyone who says it can't be done. Apparently the sludge villain escaped and had to be defeated again. Why does everything I touch fall apart? My dream, my hopes, and my friendship? Izuku stood there for a moment before turning another way. I know where I need to go. Meanwhile, a worried All Might looked for a green-haired kid so he could apologize for his behavior. Where did that kid go? I swear I saw him going this way. Izuku looked over Dagoba Municipal Beach Park and all the mountains of trash. The ocean currents carried a lot of trash here and the residents abused this to illegally throw their own garbage. Izuku used this place to clear his mind when things became frustrating, because he could recognize himself in this situation. Something once pure and beautiful tainted by years of people throwing their shit at it. Right now, however, he needed to vent some steam. A few birds suddenly flew away as a scream filled with anger and frustration could be heard, soon accompanied by the sound of someone trying to punch a microwave into pieces. Why does everyone always oppose me, push me into the ground, discourage me, tell me I can't be done? I just need one voice, one person to say I can do it. Is that too much to ask for? Is it? Izuku then threw the ruined microwave into the ocean. The currents immediately carried it back to the beach. Izuku sat down as he began to cry and talk with a muffled voice. Why is the world so unfair? Kaken has a great quirk for a hero, so they ignore everything negative about him, just so he can become a hero. While I'm pushed into the earth just because I want to help people, to be a hero. But just because I don't have a quirk? I have worked 10 times harder than anyone to get where I need to be, but nobody gets it. Then there's All Might. I looked up to him, trusted him, and when I ask him the most important question in my life, he just lets me down. I guess it's true that you should never meet your idols, 'cause they can't live up to your expectations. He took a deep breath before shouting at the top of his lung, I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. Right afterwards he went back to punching random garbage so he could let out his frustration. It's not fair. I have worked so hard just to get where I am now, but I keep on being turned down by the system. It needs to change, and if no one else will change it, I will have to do it myself. I will prove them wrong, I will become a hero, and I will make him eat up his words and take them back. Then I will make sure no quirkless people are ever turned down again. That is my promise. You hear me? That is my promise. In the background, a tired Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might, stared on the young boy in front of him, reconsidering his words. I feel bad for telling him that he couldn't be a hero, but he has to realize that it is dangerous without a quirk. Maybe I could have said it in a better way, but he caught me in a bad mood and almost made me use up my time. He will realize that it is impossible eventually. He has to. He felt the familiar feeling of blood in his mouth as he coughed in his hand and saw some blood. I also need a successor, sooner rather than later. I don't know how much time I have left. He definitely won't cut it, not with that grudge and lack of heroic spirit. Yagi then walked away before Izuku saw him. When Izuku got home, he had a glint of determination in his eyes that his mother hadn't seen before. Izuku, have something happened? You seem so different, she asked. He told her what had happened, and when he was finished she told him, Izuku, you know I always will believe in you, and I think that All Might is stupid for turning someone like you down. I know you will live to do great things. Thanks, Mom. I really appreciate it and I will make you proud. He responded. There is something I need to do. When is dinner? I will start making dinner now, and remember I will always be proud of you, she said as Izuku entered his room, taking of the All Might themed sign hanging on it. When Izuku entered his room, there was only way to describe the current state of it was All Might. The only things not All Might themed in the room was his bed, desk, computer, and several school supplies. Everything else All Might. Posters, toys, bedsheets, carpets, lamps, and every collectible ever was All Might themed. Over 10 years of work and collecting was about to be thrown out the window, literally. He set to work calmly taking down posters, packing the toys in bags, along with various collectibles. All of it went straight out the window as soon as it was taken down. This is the start of the new me, Izuku mutters to himself while looking on his now almost barren bedroom. The next day Izuku looked over Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, inspecting the work he had ahead of him. Even if I don't pass the exam, I can help some people by cleaning this beach. It used to look so nice when I was little, he thought to himself before starting on his task that would be daunting to most people, but Izuku was filled with a determination few could match. That would be the start of 10 months of training hell. For the next 10 months Izuku had no free time to spare. At any point of the day he was either sleeping, eating, going to school, studying, cleaning the beach, working out, training in martial arts, or working on his support equipment. It was tiresome and gruesome, but it did show results. He was progressing faster than he used to, and it filled him with hope that he could accomplish his goals. It may be hard, but he would get there, bit by grueling bit. The first bit would be to clean up the beach, which happened after 8 months. At the crack of dawn, on a Sunday morning, after a night of hard work, Izuku stood on top of the last garbage ready to be hauled away. A victorious yell could be heard across the beach, if anyone was there to hear it, which it was. A skinny and skeleton-like man with blonde hair was staring with awe on the feat achieved in front of his eyes. Oh my goodness! That kid has drive, I'll give him that. When I first saw him trying to clean the beach, I never thought he would follow through, but he surpassed my expectations and beyond. If power was given according to will and determination, I would be scared of him, but that is not how the world works. I can't give my quirk to someone who not only holds a grudge, but has not yet shown the heroic spirit I'm looking for. The old man sighed before turning around so he could go back to his apartment. I need to get back so I can pick up my dash. Hey, are you lost? You seem to be thinking about something. The frail man turned back to see Izuku standing there with a curious look. Wait, have you been here before? I think I have seen you around here for the last few months? He asked. Yes, young you? Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya, the young boy responded. All right, young Midoriya. Yes, I've been here and seen your impressive work. It was about time someone cleaned that beach. May I ask why though? Yes, of course. I cleaned this beach as a part of my training to become a hero. By the way, what is your name? I feel like I have heard your voice somewhere before. Suddenly the skeleton of a man coughed up blood before answering the younger boy's question. I'm Toshinori Yagi. I have been on a few radio shows, maybe you remember my voice from that. Also keep working on your dream. If you keep going the way you are now, I'm sure you could achieve something great. Thank Yagi, it means a lot. Well, I have to get home now. It was a hard night with work. Goodbye. Goodbye, young Midoriya. And good luck. With your handicap you will need to work much harder than anyone else, but I still think you should take another career choice. The older man thought to himself before walking to his apartment, ready for another day of work. Due to being finished with clearing the beach, Izuku had more time to work on his equipment and work out. He decided to take upon a project he hadn't had time to work on before, an exoskeleton. It probably would compensate for a low to middle level strength enhancer quirk. The biggest problem he have had is the size, since it was quite bulky and would slow him down, but he would find a way around it. Meanwhile, he looked over his other equipment and what needed to be improved. The multi-purpose staff had most features done. It could extend and retract. It could be split into two rods for different fighting styles. The ends could flatten out and act as in support beams. It could be turned into a spear, but the electricity charge still needed work. Most of the bombs was finished like the regular small explosion, the smoke screen, flashbang, sound grenade, concussion mine and bombs with capture foam that needed to be stronger. There also was a stun gun with not much to it right now. Lastly, he looked over his omnidirectional gear, the one from Attack on Titan without the blades. I need to train more with this. Right now I'm just a flailing mess, he said quietly to himself. Izuku. Dinner is ready, his mother yelled from upstairs, coming. He yelled back before turning off the lights and running to a nice meal. Izuku doesn't like having his face slammed into walls repeatedly. Unfortunately, training with the ODM gear involves a lot of that. After 2 hours of repeated face slamming, he had enough. Okay, I think that's enough practice for today, but the exoskeleton is at least compatible with the ODM gear now. He began to head out of the back alley, but before he got out, two people stopped him at the entrance of the alley. Hey kid, what is someone like you doing in a place like this? One of the men said while slowly walking towards Izuku. Just great, exactly what I needed, he thought to himself before turning around to find another way out of the alley. We can't let you leave just yet, kid. You see, we need something from you, then you can leave, a new man said as he stood in the other end of the alley blocking Izuku. I don't have anything of value on me, he told the new man before turning towards the other two, and this equipment is not for sale. A low growl came from the man who hasn't said anything yet. Wrong choice, kid, he said as he started running towards Izuku, transforming into something similar of a wolf. Izuku immediately activated the ODM gear and flew right beside the attack and knocked him out with a charged hit from his staff. He continued flying towards the other man who started emitting fire, forcing Izuku to stop the assault. What's wrong? Can't hand dash. The man was cut off by a small explosion and a blinding light, making him turn off the quirk. Izuku used his staff and knocked the man out before turning towards the last one. Impressive, you managed to take out my colleges. Unfortunately for you, I'm stronger than them. He put his hands towards the ground, seemingly using his quirk. What the dash? I can't use my quirk. Good for me then, Izuku smirked as he threw a smoke bomb over the man and boosting himself into the air. Just about as he was flying down to knock down the lost man, two streams of a gray scarf-like material grabbed the man and pulled him away. When Izuku landed, he looked confused over to where the man was pulled, and there he was bound by the scarf-like material. Standing over him was a tired-looking man with black clothes, a gray scarf and yellow goggles. Eraserhead? Izuku said to the hero. Someone who recognizes me. That's rare. Most people think I'm a villain or vigilante until I show the license. What's your name, kid? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, he said while walking towards the older man. Okay, Midoriya. Did you fight in self-defense and did you use your quirk? The hero asked as he handcuffed the criminals. They attacked first, so I guess that counts as self-defense. And about the quirk part. I am quirkless, Izuku said while looking down slightly ashamed. Good, I don't have to do any paperwork. By the way, why does a kid like you have so much support equipment? Do you plan on a career in the support business or something? Izuku looked at his equipment for a moment before looking back at the older man. Oh, I know this might sound stupid, but I want to become a hero and attend at UA. Wait, aren't you a teacher there? Eraserhead was shocked by the response, but it didn't show. He thought on the idea of a quirkless hero for a while before giving his response. Yes, I work at UA and I will tell you something, kid, so listen closely. You got potential and trust me, that's a lot coming from me. Also, the idea of a quirkless hero, at least after what I saw, isn't so far-fetched. Yes, you can never reach for the top, but it shouldn't be impossible to just be a smaller hero. Just look at me as an example. I fight essentially quirkless. My quirk only levels the playing field to a certain degree. Sometimes I face quirks I can't erase, like mutation types. They are really inconvenient for me. So I do believe that if you work hard enough. By this point Izuku was down on his knees, clutching his chest as he for the first time in his entire life had someone tell him the words he had always wanted to hear. From a hero working as a teacher on UA no less, you can be a hero, the Eraserhead said to the now crying kid. Come on, there is no such things as a crying hero. When Izuku finally stopped crying, Eraserhead started to move on with his patrol. Well, it was nice talking to you, kid. I need to move on with my patrol. I do expect to see you in UA when the semester starts. Goodbye. The hero then walked away to continue his patrol. Izuku got his feet starting on his way home using his OMD gear, so he got in more practice. He was filled with more hope than he ever have had in his life. Later that night in a small apartment across town, a now tired hero went to bed deep in thought. A quirkless hero, huh? I normally wouldn't even have considered it. But with how determined that kid seemed and how much experience and equipment he had, it may be possible. Maybe if he becomes a hero, UA will finally change that damned entrance exam. It is so biased towards flashy and physical quirks, I couldn't pass it, not even now. But there was something that bothered me with how that kid reacted. He seemed like he expected me to push him away and tell him no. I wouldn't be surprised if he is bullied because of his statues, but that reaction was something else. Maybe another hero told him no, but who? Right then one of his cats jumped into the bed with him, seeking for attention. I don't have time to think about this. There is school tomorrow. I need sleep. With that thought, the sleep-deprived man fell right into sleep so that he could be awakened by the alarm in a couple of hours. This place is huge. How can they afford this? Izuku thought as he saw the several-story tall gates that would soon open in towards a replica city. As he looked at the others, he saw the girl that saved his face from a meeting with the ground earlier, but as he started to walk over to say sorry, someone grabbed his shoulder. That girl is trying to concentrate. Are you trying to ruining her chances at getting into the school? It was the tall boy with blue hair from earlier. This time Izuku also noticed he had exhaust pipes coming out of his leg. I just wanted to thank her for something she did earlier and dash. Before he could finish his response, a loud voice was heard across the arena. Start. Izuku didn't wait and immediately shot himself toward a building and went into the city to hunt for points, and the terrain was just perfect for the ODM gear. The training Izuku had done for most of his life was showing. He was always flying around in the air using his staff to punch the robots at critical points, using the exoskeleton to boost his power. When he wasn't flying around, he was reloading his gas supply and still used small bombs to take out robots. After 7 minutes, he had racked up 33 points and was sure he was going to pass. Then a giant explosion went off and a building collapsed. It was the zero-pointer. It was bigger than most buildings. No way I'm fighting that, Izuku thought as he got ready to shot a line into a building so he could get away. Then he heard someone screaming for help and looked towards the zero-pointer, and there lied Ochako trapped beneath rubble. He immediately turned and went as fast as he could over to her so he could help her. When he got over there, he used his exoskeleton to lift the rocks and pick her up over his shoulder. The zero-pointer was already aiming his fist towards them, and Izuku realized he didn't have time to run away, and he used the loss of the gas to get here. "Hold on, this will hurt a bit," Izuku told the girl. "Wadash," was all she had time to say before Izuku had thrown a mind design to make a powerful shockwave and activated it. The pressure shot the two fast away from the zero-pointer and to a safe distance. There Izuku continued to run while carrying Ochako and changing the gas supply for the ODM gear. Eventually Izuku put her down. "Are you okay?" he asked with clear concern in his voice. "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you," she responded, exhausted after what happened. As they were about to continue their pursuit of points, a voice said, "Time's up." Earlier in the observation room, the teachers were watching the different responses to the release of the zero-pointer. Eraserhead, more commonly known as Shota Aizawa by his colleagues, looked with much interest on a green-haired kid when he ran in to save a girl. When the green-haired boy used a mind to get away from the impending punch from the zero-pointer, he said, "I want him in my class," much to the surprise of his coworkers. Aizawa asking to have someone in his class. "Now that's rare, you must see something in him," one of the teachers responded. "Yes. Yes, I do," Shota said, ending the conversation. In the back of the room, a frail-looking man with blonde hair sat in deep thought. "That is the kid from that sludge villain. Wasn't he quirkless? And yet he has managed to do better than most on the exam. Maybe I was wrong in my assessment? I should really apologize when I get a good opportunity to do so. Also that heroic spirit, maybe, just maybe, he could receive my power? I need to consider this." When the exam, the frail man Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might, was still thinking about what he saw. Later, outside the entrance of UA, Izuku and Ochako was talking with each other. "Hey, we should exchange numbers so that we can stay in touch and tell each other when we pass," Ochako suddenly said. "Why, yes, that's a good idea." They exchanged their numbers and then went in different directions towards their homes to tell about what happened. Izuku Midoriya was extremely worried for her son and what had happened. "Did you do good? Were you hurt? Are you sure about this?" "I think it went well. I got a few bruises, but nothing to worry about, and yes, I have never been more sure about anything in my life. Also, I met a girl." Izuku immediately realized his mistake. "Girl, you say?" "My little boy is becoming a man," Inko said with a big grin on her face. No. It's not like that, we're just friends, that's all," Izuku said, flustered, trying to hide his now red. "If you say so. Now take and shower, we are having katsudon," she said. "All right, Mom." 1 week later, a letter arrived at the door from UA. "Izuku, it's here." Inko opened up the door to her son's bedroom to find him already standing right behind the door. He quickly took the letter and closed the door so that he could see what it contained in peace. He tore the letter open to reveal a small metal disc. The disc turned on and showed a holographic screen. "I am here." As a hologram. The booming voice of All Might came out of the speaker on the disc. The sight of his former idol made Izuku frown with his eyebrows a little. "You are probably wondering what All Might is doing on a letter from UA. It is quite simple. I will be a teacher this year and help shape the heroes of the future." Izuku got slightly more annoyed at the thought of having All Might as a teacher. "Great. I will have to endure this false symbol. Can't wait." He let the thoughts be so he could focus on the results. "You must be excited about the results, are you not? You passed the written part with flying colors, not a single error. As for the practical portion, you got 83 points. You must be thinking, but I only got 33 points. Well, that would be right if that was all. You see, there was a secret score system. Rescue points given out on a basis of heroic actions, which you gained 50 of for saving young Uraraka. With 83 points, you have the second highest score. Congratulations and welcome to your Hero Academia." The hologram then turned off as Izuku sat in front of his desk, filled with excitement. Izuku's mother was just as happy for the news and for her son achieving his lifelong dream. Ochako was also beaming with excitement, being accepted herself. They also found out they would be going to the same class, 1A. 1 week later was standing in front a really tall door marked with 1A, ready to take another step towards being a hero. When Izuku opened the door to his new classroom, he was greeted by an interesting scene. Katsuki was being scolded by the blue-haired boy from the entrance exam. Get your feet of the desk. It is an insult to your upperclassmen and the makers of the desk. The taller boy said with robotic movements pointing towards the feet of Katsuki that laid on the desk. Fu *K off 4 eyes. Which school did you come from that shoved a stick up your ass? The boy with glasses was taken back by the comment before collecting himself. I am Tenya Ida from Sumai High. AFING elitist for me to end. Are you sure you are in the right school? Saying things like that to a fellow classmate, before Katsuki could make a response, Tenya had noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. You are that boy from the exam. You noticed something that I did not with the exam and saved that girl. I admit that you are a better hero than me. Izuku was slightly flustered by the thought of someone saying he was better than them. No. I didn't notice anything, I just saved her because it was the right thing to do. I'm Izuku Midoriya by the way, I am Tenya Ida Fro Dash. Yes I know. I overheard you just now. Before the two boys could continue their conversation, a third person appeared. Midoriya. How are you? A brown-haired girl said cheerfully, startling Izuku Uraraka. I'm fine, and you, looking forward to the first day? Yes, very much, she responded. Tenya walked up to Ochako so he could introduce himself. I am Tenya Ida from Sumai High. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, she replied. Before any more socializing could be done, a yellow caterpillar appeared. If you are here to socialize, then you can just leave. Everyone in the class quickly got to their seats as a tall, tired man, that Izuku recognized as Eraserhead, crawled out of the yellow sleeping bag. It took you 8 seconds to become silent. In a real battle you would all be dead. I am Shota Aizawa and I am your homeroom teacher. Remember, his is the hero course and we are here to make you heroes, not friends. Now take these and meet up at the PE grounds. He pulled out some UA gym uniforms and started to leave, but he had one more thing to say before leaving. Midoriya, you are allowed to use any equipment you have with you. Aizawa then walked out towards the PE grounds and waited for his student. Eventually they all made their way to the PE grounds, where they were greeted by Aizawa lazily holding a ball. You probably had these tests in middle school where you couldn't use your quirks, but this is UA. You will be pushed to your limits and beyond, meaning you will use your quirks in the following tests so that we can find your limits. Bakugo, what was your best throw in middle school? 67 meters, the student answered. Now try to throw the ball using your quirk. Just don't leave the circle. Katsuki gave a small nod before walking into the circle and reading himself for the throw. Die! He yelled as he threw the ball and boosted it with a huge explosion. When the ball landed, Aizawa showed the result on a phone-like device, which read 705, 2 meters, making the whole class shocked. This is going to be fun. A girl with pink-skinned fun, you say? This is the hero course, not a get-together, a restaurant. So if you want fun then you can leave, the teacher said as a devilish grin spread on his face. What about this? The person in last place will be judged to have no potential and be expelled, he said as the whole class erupted. Expelled? They all exclaimed, but it's the first day, you can't expel us. It's unfair, Nochako said. Unfair, you say? Is natural disasters, villain attacks and accidents fair? The world of heroes is unfair and you will have to learn that. Also, I can and will expel you if I believe you have no potential. Now I expect you to do your best and hold true to the school motto, plus ultra. They then proceeded with the tests. On the 50-meter, Izuku got 1:38 seconds using the ODM gear, beating Ida who got 1:53 seconds. In standing long jump he got 17 meters. In height jump he only got 2 meters since the ODM gear had no use. The only other exceptional result was with the grip strength, where he got 675 kilograms thanks to the exoskeleton. Then came the ball throw and he stepped into the ring. Izuku took out his staff and readied it for a swing. He threw the ball and smacked it with full force, sending the ball flying for 436 meters. Afterwards, when everybody was done, Aizawa pulled up a holographic screen. Oh, and about that expulsion. I lied. It was a ruse to get you to do your best, he said right before showing the results with Izuku in 5th place. Now get back to class in time for the rest of the classes and be faster this time, Aizawa said as he was about to leave, but was interrupted by someone asking a question. Why was Midoriya allowed to use his equipment? Wouldn't that give him an unfair advantage? It was Momo Yaoyorozu. She had black hair tied into a ponytail and had come 3rd in the test. Aizawa stopped and turned around to look at the class. The reason he was allowed to use that equipment is because he is quirkless. A gasp came from everyone in the class, except Katsuki. Before Aizawa continued, the fact that he has managed to get into UA should be a testament to his skills. For those who thinks he is a coward for hiding behind his gear should know something. I have seen him train with that equipment and it requires a lot of skill as far as I have seen. In addition, there are many heroes that also is reliant on support gear to be heroes. Me and Snipe are examples of such heroes. So I don't want you treating him differently than any other, since he will be pushed just as hard as any other. Now get to class. Aizawa walked away, leaving Izuku to listen to all the comments. You're quirkless? How did you get in? That's really impressive. That's so manly. Before Izuku could give any form of response, another voice shot in, Deku, you bastard. You're just supposed to be a pebble in my way. Bakugo shouted as he ran towards Izuku, winding up a punch. Izuku saw it coming and dodged under it and made Bakugo trip over and fall face first into the ground. I have told you this before, Kukin. I'm not here to become better than you or to prove something. I'm here to become a hero so that I can inspire and save people. I'm here. Get over it. We need to get to class anyways, Izuku told his childhood friend. As Bakugo got up from the ground, the rest of the class was walking away, asking Izuku questions about his quirklessness and him trying his best to make a response. Stupid Deku. I will make you understand where you belong, the ash blonde-haired boy muttered angrily to himself as he followed after the rest. The rest of the day passed by with normal classes and nothing of interest happening. Eventually the first day of school came to a close and the heroes in training was leaving for their homes. Izuku was walking towards the exit of UA when a few people ran up to him. Midoriya. Izuku looked behind him and saw two people coming towards him, Uraraka, Ida. Are you going the same way? He asked them. Yes, I also want to congratulate you again for being accepted into UA. It is truly inspiring, Ida answered. Relax, it's nothing special. Anyone could have done it, the grin-haired boy answered as he scratched the back of his neck. Nothing special? Uraraka exclaimed. No other quirkless person has ever made it into any hero school and you made it to UA. Stop being so humble all the time. You are allowed to receive some praise from time to time. By the way, why didn't you tell me you were quirkless at all during the weeks after the exam? She asked. Okay, I guess it's a bit impressive. Also, I didn't tell you because it didn't come up after that. They walked together talking about normal stuff, getting to know each other. Eventually they had to part ways and say goodbye for the day. When Izuku got home and had answered a dozen or so questions about how the day had been, he ate katsudon with his mom before starting his workout schedule. After completing the workout and getting a shower, he went to his workshop for some late-night work. He immediately started a muttering storm. I need to improve the speed of the ODM gear as well as the movement speed on the exoskeleton, which I also need to improve the strength of so that I can do more. I need to get started on the net launching gun. I just need the net to be endurable as well as a good way to activate the shock function. The capture tape wrist launch also has a lot of work left and I need a good way to store the capture tape. In addition, I need to reduce a lot of the weight, because if the exoskeleton should stop working I need to still be able to use the other equipment efficiently. I should also send a backup blueprint of all the equipment to the UA support department in case anything is destroyed. Also he continued to mutter to himself as he started to work on the gear. Since nobody were there to stop his muttering storm, he kept going on until he went to sleep. Class 1A was sitting waiting for their teacher to arrive for their first foundational heroics class. Various discussions was taking place about who would be their teacher and what they would be doing. Then a loud booming voice could be heard from the hallway. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. The entire class perked up in surprise as the number one hero entered the classroom. Many of them shared their excitement and commented on him using his Silver Age costume. Among all of the reactions, one stood out. It was Izuku, who only hold resent for the pro hero. There's the man who tried to crush my dreams, he thought as his frown was replaced with a smile of satisfaction. I can prove him wrong. No. I will prove him wrong and make him take back his words. Then I can become a symbol of hope and inspiration for everyone. As Izuku in his thoughts, All Might started his lesson. Your costumes have been designed and are in these suitcases, he told the class as the wall opened up to reveal 20 numbered suitcases. Change into the costumes and meet up at Battleground Beta. Then before anyone could ask him questions, their teacher dashed out the door and ran towards the battleground. After a while, all the students came into Ground Beta dressed in their hero costumes. There was a great variety of costumes complementing the user's quirk or personality. Izuku came behind the rest because he used some time to fit his equipment to his costume. His costume was the result of many years of modification and designing. His first drafts looked was just green costume with white lines and a rabbit-like mask, symbolizing the hair and smile of All Might. As the years moved on, the design changed to fit his support gear as it was made. The former bright green color had also darkened and the white stripes was removed, only the white gloves remaining. Black knee and shoulder pads had been added when Izuku started doing martial arts. The final thing that had changed over the years was the removal of the bunny-like mask. After All Might crushed his dreams, he could no longer bear the thought of having a symbol of the man who almost made him give up. All of you look like fine heroes, but you have no experience yet, All Might said as he looked over the class before continuing. Most of the battles you've seen on TV is in the open. However, most encounters between heroes and villains happen indoors, with secret dealings, hostage situations and that sorts. So we will be training on these situations. You will be divided into teams of 2, and 2 teams will go against each other as villains and heroes. The villains will have to protect a bomb until the time runs out or putting all heroes out of commission by using this capture tape. As he said that he pulled up a roll of white tape and then carried on with his explanation, the hero team will have to either defuse the bomb by touching it or capturing both villains with the capture tape. Now any questions? As he finished his explanations, several questions came forth. Will anyone be expelled? How will the teams be decided? When the questions stopped, All Might came with his answer. There will be no expulsions in my classes and the teams will be decided by lottery. Izuku got teamed up with Uraraka. They would be heroes going up against Ida and Bakugo as the villains. They got 5 minutes to come up with a plan of attack. So do you have any ideas? Uraraka asked. Yes. Kaken will probably not listen to his teammate and will go look for me, forcing his teammate to guard the bomb alone. They also probably have placed it in the upper floors so it would take longer time to reach, since they believe we would enter from the bottom. So Kaken will walk away going to the lower floors looking for me. So Herace what we'll do instead. After 5 minutes they had gone through the plan and was ready when a voice could be heard through the earpiece, start, and they set to work. Hold on. Izuku told his teammate before flying up to the top of the roof using his ODM gear. Once Uraraka had let go of Izuku, they MD their way into the building from the top. They were quietly looking for where the bomb was hidden away when they heard Ida monologuing, probably thinking they were several floors below. Bakugo is definitely playing his part as the villain. They have to become evil. Ha ha ha, tremble in fear heroes because I'm the villain. With how loud Ida spoke, it was no problem for Izuku and Uraraka to find the room with the bomb with Bakugo nowhere to be seen. When they reached the closed door leading to the room containing the bomb, they set their plan into action. Izuku used a small bomb to blast the door open, seeing a shocked Ida caught off guard. Izuku wasted no time and threw several smoke bombs from one of his pouches, covering the entire room in a smoke screen. He then activated some heat vision goggles, which he had requested with the costume, and went for Ida. Ida, unable to see anything, was at a clear disadvantage, not being able to see anything but thick smoke. Izuku immediately gave him an uppercut followed by a powerful kick to his abdomen. Before the assault could continue, Ida used his immense speed to blow away some of the smoke using the gut of wind he could make. Izuku was unfazed by this and just took out his staff and separated it into 2 sticks. Thought you would do that, he said as he threw a couple of his capture foam bombs towards Ida. He barely dodged Tam and ran towards Izuku trying to get a kick in, but Izuku managed to block them using his sticks. This continued with Ida trying to attack Izuku to then be blocked and Izuku unable to hit Ida because of his speed. Meanwhile, the initial smoke had cleared and Uraraka could now see the bomb, and before Ida noticed, she touched it. Hero team wins. All Might exclaimed through the speaker. Meanwhile, a large explosion could be heard downstairs. Later in the observation room, where the class were waiting for the 4 combatants to come, when a loud explosion was heard. Right afterwards, a green-haired boy came running through the door with a hint of fear on his face. I think Kaken wants to end me. As he said that, the mentioned person came barging through the door with explosions coming from his hand. Deku, you bastard. We were supposed to fight so that I could show you where you belong. Come at me. Before the explosive teen could do anything, All Might dashed forward to Bakugo so he could hold him back. I can understand the need to prove yourself, but it was not the point of this exercise to find out who is the strongs. The point of this exercise was to test your strategic skills and adaptiveness. There will be a time to show strength, and when that time comes I believe you will do great. Bakugo seemed to calm down at this and was let free from All Might's grasp. He walked by Izuku and told him, "Don't believe you're better than me. I will beat you and show you where you belong," before going to a corner and standing there for the rest of the lesson. Now, who was the MVP of this match? All Might asked the class. A girl with black hair tied in a ponytail raised her hand up, and giving her answer, it was Midoriya. He came with a plan of action, predicted the opponent's moves, was responsible for most of the execution of the plan, and managed to hold of Izuku so that Eureka could touch the bomb. All Might wasn't expecting such long answer and was slightly dumbfounded. Yes, that is correct, Yairazu. He predicted the moves of his enemies and exploited that, although you don't have to give such an in-depth answer next time. Now on to the next match. All the students who hasn't fought yet cheered as they looked forward to see how good they were. As the tests happened, Izuku was mostly occupied with noting down his classmates' quirks in his notebook and analyzing them. Since he would train with them and fight them for the next couple of years, he looked after weaknesses first and foremost. Many of them he didn't see as a huge challenge, but some seemed more interesting. That red-haired boy, Kirishima I think, would be hard to inflict damage upon bows of the hardening. You probably need to wear him down since he shouldn't be able to keep that form for too long. The bird person, Tokoyami, has a really powerful quirk, but he seems reliant on it and will probably be worse off in close combat or in a situation where his quirk can't be used. Todoroki has an extremely powerful ice quirk which would require either great mobility or power to counteract. There's one part I'm curious is about, the ice melting part. Is that what he has inherited from Endeavor's fire quirk, or is there a whole other aspect to his quirk? At some point he started muttering, freaking out the entire class and All Might with his analytical skills. Eventually All Might came over and gave him a small chop on the neck, making him realize it. After that he was very quiet. When everybody had finished the battles, they met up at the exit to close of the lesson. I'm very impressed with your work here today and have no doubt that with the right training you all can become great heroes. All Might gave a small chuff into his hand and then seemed to stare at it, suddenly seeming to be in a hurry. Now I have to leave you, because I got a lot of work to do, so goodbye. He yelled as he ran through the exit and out of the now confused student's view. Why was All Might in such a hurry all of a sudden? Kaminari asked, a boy with yellow hair that a black streak in it. I have no clue, Izuku said. Ida, Uraraka and Izuku was walking through the halls of UA on their way out of the school when Izuku saw a familiar face he did not expect to see, dressed in a yellow suit that seemed way too big for him. Hey Yagi. Didn't expect to see you here in UA. What are you doing here? The frail man didn't expect to be recognized and took a while to formulate a response. Oh Midoriya, my boy. Good to see that you made it into UA. As for me, I am an assistant in some of the other courses. Yeah, I made it. I came in second place on the exam. Also, why didn't you tell me you worked at UA? Izuku asked. While the two talked, Uraraka and Ida kept going to the gates of UA to meet up with their friend after he had finished talking. After talking for a while, Izuku and Toshinori needed to go where they was supposed to. I should go to my friends now. It was nice seeing you, Yagi. Goodbye. Yes, it was nice seeing you, to Midoriya. Have a nice day. As they walked away, a thought struck Izuku. Wait. Isn't the suit that Yagi is wearing the same as the one All Might wore in the acceptance letter? He stopped to consider it for a moment before throwing it away as a coincidence. Back with his friends, Izuku talked with them and answered their question about the man they just had met. It was a new day of school and Izuku was walking towards the gates of UA, where he saw it being crowded by reporters. By listening to the questions being asked, he could figure out that the news of All Might teaching at UA had come out. All students attempting to get in was interviewed into oblivion. I don't have time for this, Izuku thought to himself. Luckily he had his equipment on him, so he used his ODM gear and flied over the wall and landed on the other side, catching the eye of many reporters. What was that? Was that the quirkless kid in the hero course? That could have been such a good interview. Later in Class 1A they were waiting for their homeroom teacher to arrive and was discussing what he would make them do. I hope it's not another test with our quirks, the pink-skinned girl named Ishido said to no one in particular. Well, for Midoriya it would be more of an equipment test, Kaminari said. Well, I have gotten some upgrades I would like to test out actually, Izuku told him. As they were talking, Aizawa walked in and they all stopped talking. You will be picking class president today. I don't care how you do it, just get it done before the end of class, the teacher said in his usual sleep-deprived voice before climbing into his yellow sleeping bag and slumping down onto the floor. Immediately the classroom erupted in people wanting to become class president and Mineta making a perverted remark which earned a slap to the face from Yaoyorozu. Quiet! Ida yelled, making the room go silent and then going on a long speech. The position of class president is a highly regarded position that should be taken with great respect. The individual should represent the class, and that is why I propose an election for the presidency. When Ida was done, they wrote down their votes on a piece of paper, collected them up and counted them. Most people got one vote, probably voting for themselves. In fact, only 2 people got more votes, Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes and Izuku Midoriya with 7 votes. When the results was shown, their teacher wakened from his sleep and announced them to the class. Midoriya is your president and Yaoyorozu is your vice president. Now homeroom is done, so get to the lunch hall. In the lunch hall, Izuku was trying to figure out who voted for him. I voted for myself, so that's 1 vote, but who else voted for me? Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, Ishido, Kaminari and Hagakure said at the same time. Why? Izuku asked. Well, I can't speak for the rest, but the way you made it into this school without a quirk and managed to win the combat training so easily, it's just so manly. Kirishima told him, and the rest agreed to some parts of it. They kept talking about normal stuff until an alarm was heard. Level 3 security breach. Please exit the building in a calm manner. The entire canteen burst into chaos. Ida grabbed one older student to ask him what the alarm meant. It means that the school perimeters have been breached. It hasn't happened in all of the years I have been here, the older student told them. The hallways was filled with students trying to get out as fast as possible, with many being pinned to the walls and windows. When he looked out, Izuku could see that it was only a bunch of reporters that had breached the perimeter. He tried to tell people, but nobody heard him. Then a plan started to form in his head. Uraraka, use your quirk on Ida so that he can use his to fly over to the door so that he can explain the situation. It is just the media that has breached the perimeter, Uraraka, and Ida heard him and followed his instructions. The plan worked, and the sight of a blue-haired hero course student standing above the door yelling that it was just the media calmed them down. Eventually the students went back to class and the reporters was taken off the school grounds. The rest of the day went by uneventfully and the students went home at the end of the day. The following day, Class 1A was standing in front of UA on their way into a bus that was supposed to take them to a place off campus. Okay, everyone line up and fill the bus from the back and forward, Izuku told them as the class went into the bus. When everyone was on board, the bus started to drive to where they was supposed to be. I say whatever is on my mind, Azui, the girl with green hair and frog-like traits, said before asking Izuku Midoriya, where did you get all of your equipment? Well, most of it I have made myself, since no support company would do it for me. The only things I haven't made myself is the costume and these goggles, he answered as he pointed at SE's set of yellow steampunky goggles on his head. That's really impressive, Kaminari told him. They continued talking until they arrived at a huge dome-like structure. When they entered the building, they was greeted by the Space Hero 13. The class was happy to be taught by another pro hero, especially Izuku, who was fanboying over the hero. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? Aizawa ached his colleague. He did some hero work earlier and used up most of his time, so he can't come. 13 replied while holding up 3 fingers to illustrate their point. Okay then, we'll have to do the lesson without him, Aizawa said. Alright, everyone's 13 said, catching the attention of the class. Today we will be doing rescue practice. I have designed this building myself and I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Many heroes have quirks capable of ending, such as my own black hole quirk. So we'll learn how we can use our quirks to save people and not hurt them. When 13 had said this, a purple mist appeared in the central plaza of the building and villains started walking out of it. Look, they even have fake villains. Kirishima said, those are real villains. 13 take the students and protect them. I'll take care of the villains, Izuku said and leapt towards the villains, starting to fight them. The students looked in awe as their teacher fought 3 or 4 villains at the time. Canceling their quirk, attack them and fling them into each other with his capture gear. They also noticed 3 figures that seemed to be in charge. A skinny and pale man with hands all over his body, a guy MDE of purple mist, and a big muscular person with dark purple skin, exposed brain and a bird-like beak. Everyone get out, 13 said, making the students move, but they were suddenly blocked by the man made of mist. We thought All Might was supposed to be here, but he seems to be elsewhere. I guess we will just have to end some of his students. When he said that, Bakugo and Kirishima charged towards him only to be swallowed by the darkness and disappearing. After that, the mist enveloped the rest of the class and they were teleported to different parts of the building. When Izuku could see again, he had landed in the water of the flood zone. He quickly used the ODM gear to launch himself out of the water and onto a boat in the middle of the area. When he landed, he saw Tsuyu jumping out of the water while taking Mineta with her and landing on the boat next to Izuku. They saw several villains with water-based quirks surrounding the ship. We're all gonna die. Mineta yelled, terrified of the situation that was playing out. Relax, we have an advantage, they don't know our quirks. If they had, they wouldn't put Azui with a frog quirk in the flood zone, Izuku told the terrified teen. But do you have a plan, Midoriya? Also call me Tsu, Tsuyu said. Yeah, I think I have some plan. I just need to know some things. Sorry, Tsu, how long can you jump while carrying me and Mineta? Izuku said. 5 meters maybe, Tsuyu responded. That's perfect. Okay, hey, race the plan. While explaining the plan, one of the villains cut the boat in half, making it start to sink. Mineta immediately went into another panic attack before being calmed down. Okay, are you ready? Izuku said, earning a yes from his 2 classmates. Good. Tsu, jump now. As soon as he said the sentence, she jumped. Halfway through the jump, Izuku took one of his concussion mines and threw it into the water before detonating it. The pressure pushed the trio away even further and the displaced water made a whirlpool, dragging the villains in. When the whirlpool was made, Mineta started popping off the purple balls on his head, making the villains stick to them and each other. After a few more meters, Izuku was in range and could use his ODM gear and drag the trio to dry. When they came to the edge of the central place, they saw Aizawa dealing with the final villains. They also saw one of leaders monologuing. The worst thing about heroes is when they live up to their reputation, the pale man said. Aizawa went for the man seemingly behind the attack, but suddenly was in great pain. The man covered in hands had taken a hold of the hero's elbow and it had started disintegrating. You got it all wrong, hero. I'm not the final boss. Nomu end when the man covered in hands said that the big muscular bird charged at Aizawa, giving him no room to think. Aizawa was punched into the ground and his bones were broken like twigs. His head was repeatedly punched into the ground. Eventually Nomu stopped and just held his bloodied and bruised face for a while. The horrified students was taken out of their trance when the man made out of mist appeared again, next to the pale man. How did it go, Kurogyri? Did you end anyone? The pale man said while violently scratching his neck. One student managed to escape, but I managed to severely injure the other hero. Although we should probably get away before the teachers arrive, Shigaraki, Kurogyri replied. Yes, but first let's just end a few students. So that we can destroy the pride of the so-called symbol of peace, Shigaraki said before looking towards the horrified students at the edge of the plaza. Starting to run towards them with his hand ready to disintegrate their heads. Shigaraki was running towards the horrified students, arm outstretched, ready to disintegrate their heads. However, when he touched the face of Tsuyu, it didn't turn into dust. The villain turned around to see Aizawa using the last of his to cancel the villain's quirk and saving his students. You really are a persistent hero, but that won't save you or your students. Shigaraki was interrupted by something moving behind him. He saw that Izuku had gotten out of his trance and had picked up his fellow classmates and was right now flying away with his ODM gear. He ruined my end. Nomu, "End him," Shigaraki said with a sadistic smile, and Nomu obeyed. Izuku had managed to put Tsuyu and Mineta at the entrance before the Nomu chased him and was now continuously outmaneuvering the massive creature. "Thank God I got these upgrades, or else I wouldn't be able to keep this creature at bay," Izuku thought to himself. The Nomu was catching up to him again, but Izuku turned around quickly and flew by the creature while throwing a couple of bombs with capture foam. The creature got stuck, but the foam was already breaking up. Wasting no time, Izuku dashed towards where Aizawa was lying, picking him up and getting him back to the rest of the group. Shortly after making sure Aizawa would make it, Izuku changed the gas canisters and got ready to be chased again, but he didn't get the chance to. Out of the blue, the Nomu came crashing into him, punching him into a forested area. Damn it, the exoskeleton was damaged. Izuku deactivated the exoskeleton and made it open up so he could get out. The gear is a lot heavier now, he thought to himself, as he no longer had the exoskeleton helping him. It wasn't long before the Nomu came to find him, this time prepared. They once again initiated a game of cat and mouse, the Nomu running after Izuku and him outmaneuvering the Nomu at high speeds. Izuku realized he couldn't keep being chased forever and was about to change up his tactics when the doors of the building was flung open. "Worry not. Because I am here." The booming voice of All Might filled the entire building. But he didn't have a smile as usual, he had a frown. "All Might, finally you came." "Nomu and All Might," Shigaraki said as the two began a fist fight. "All Might, you can't defeat Nomu. He was genetically designed to end you. He has shock absorption so your hits doesn't do anything." All Might just ignored the villain's remarks and kept fighting. He took a hold of the Nomu and tried to suplex him into the ground, but the Nomu never hit the ground. Kurogiri had made a portal that the Nomu went through and out, another beneath All Might, taking a hold of him, drawing blood. They were stuck in that position for a good while until the arms of the Nomu was frozen by Todoroki. "The fodder was weaker than I thought. They have already beaten them," Kurogiri said before going to attack Todoroki. Kurogiri was stopped by Bakugo, who went for a metal collar containing his physical body and pinning him to the ground. With this, All Might managed to get loose by shattering the frozen arms of the Nomu, but they just regenerated. "You can't beat it, All Might. Nomu also has regeneration. The only way to stop that would be to carbonize him. Although you can't do that, so I guess this is you," and Shigaraki said as he was laughing. All Might wasn't fazed by this and charged towards the Nomu again with new strength. The two powerhouses started a fierce fist fight, exchanging blows at blinding speed. The wind pressure from the blows started to blow everyone away, forcing Izuku to bolster himself to the ground with the ODM gear. He saw that due to all the wind, Bakugo had lost the grip on Kurogiri. No time like the present to test this out, Izuku thought as he pulled out a net gun, shooting it at Kurogiri, making him stuck. The edges anchored themselves to the ground, making it impossible for the villain to get up. During all of this, All Might had pushed beyond his limits and had delivered a powerful punch, making the Nomu fly out of the building. Now he stood in place with a lot of smoke around him. "In my prime I would only have needed 5 punches, but I needed over 300, he proclaimed. "Impossible. You cheated, you shouldn't be able to beat the Nomu, you were supposed to have weakened." Shigaraki shouted, "I can just complete the work myself," the villain said as he began running towards the #1 hero. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Izuku said, making the villain stop and turn towards him. "You seem to lack your way out," he told the villain as he pointed towards Kurogiri stuck in the net. Shigaraki realized he needed Kurogiri and went over to disintegrate the net. When Kurogiri was free, Shigaraki turned towards the symbol of peace. "I won't let you get away alive," he shouted as he ran towards the hero with his arm ready. A gunshot was heard and a bullet went through Shigaraki's hand, making him stop. The shot had come from the pro-hero snipe that had arrived with the rest of the teachers. "I have brought reinforcements," Ida exclaimed while standing with the other pro-heroes that immediately started to take care of the remaining villains. Shigaraki was furious about this, but he understood that he needed to leave. "We will be back for you, All Might," he said as he walked into a warp gate before it closed. "Midoriya, you need to leave, get to dash," Samantha said before being interrupted by All Might. "No, it's fine. Let him see it, just put up a wall from the other students." Samantas gave a small nod and did as he was told. Izuku looked confused at this as the wall was put up, but it was nothing compared to what he saw when looking back at All Might. "Yagi! How did you get here? Where's All Might?" he shouted as he looked at the frail man, dressed in the clothes All Might just used, the man he thought he knew. "Relax, kid, I'm All Might. This is just my true form. I think we need to take a proper talk when we get back to school." Izuku just nodded, unable to make any sort of response. Over 90 villains was captured in the incident. Luckily no students were hurt. Aizawa and 13 was severely damaged though, and All Might had weakened even because he pushed past his limits. Izuku was taken straight to UA with All Might. They remained silent, the whole not sure what to say. There had been some questions from his classmates about why he had to leave so soon. He just told them he needed to be somewhere. As Izuku followed his former idol, he thought about what All Might would say. Does he want to apologize? Or does he want me to give up, to crush my dreams again? He probably doesn't believe I can do it, but I will prove him wrong. I will make him take back his words. Eventually they made their way to the teacher's lounge and sat down, still silent. After a long time, All Might broke the silence. "I want to say that I'm sorry for what happened 11 months ago." Izuku looked up at All Might before looking down again, giving out a chuckle. "You sound like you expect me to forgive you so easily. You know you broke my dream that day." Now Izuku looked straight at All Might as he directed his gaze downwards in shame. Meanwhile Izuku continued, "The dreams I had worked my entire life for, the dream that made me a target of bullying. The only question I could ask myself all those years was why? Why did my childhood friend abandon me? Why was I bullied? Why could no one support me? I have knew the answer since I was 4, it's because I'm quirkless. Nobody believes a quirkless individual can accomplish anything, and because I thought I could they shunned me. But I just want to save people, make people feel safe, give them a comforting smile just like my idol did." Izuku gave another chuckle before continuing, "It's true that you should never meet your idols. They will just let you down. You were supposed to be the symbol of peace, of hope. Your job as the #1 hero was to inspire people and make them believe they could do anything. But when it came to it, you failed your job. It was beyond your imagination that someone quirkless could become a hero, so you turned me down. But because I don't have your level of power?" Izuku looked at All Might to see if he could get any response, but the hero remained silent because he knew what the boy said was true. "I never thought or hoped to reach your level. I just wanted to be a hero, not the hero. I just wanted to save some people, make some people safe. Have someone call me a hero. You have probably heard me say that already. Yes, I noticed every time you visited the beach, Yagi, even that day 11 months ago. What's funny is that someone did believe in me, just 8 months after you didn't. 8 months after you destroyed my dreams. Aizawa was the one giving me confidence. He was the first one beside my mom that told me I could become a hero despite my status. It's kind of funny actually, you made me realize a truth about the world I had refused to believe. No one would believe me or give me a chance at becoming a hero. Instead I realized that I needed to take my dreams for myself, because no one would give them to me. But please do tell me what you wanted to. What could you say to regain my trust?" Izuku leaned back into the couch, waiting for All Might's response. "Midoriya, I'm truly sorry about what I said. I had a bad day and was at the end of my limit, so I didn't have time to think through my response. I shouldn't have said what I said. I truly failed at my job as the symbol of peace. You may never forgive me, but I do now believe you can become a hero. Because I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power. My power is like a sacred torch passed down to me. Each user takes the power, refines it and passes it on, making it stronger. I want you to become the 9th holder of One for All. So what do you say?" All Might was standing, offering his hand to Izuku. "No," in immediate response. "That's why." "Wait, no?" All Might sat back down in the couch as Izuku made his answer. "You don't mean what you just said about you failing your job 11 months ago and you being sorry about it. You just said I could become a hero because you want to give me you power. It's funny, if you asked me that day 11 months ago I would have said yes in a heartbeat. But now you only think I can be a hero because you want to give me you power. I don't need it and I don't want it. As I have said, I will prove society wrong. I will become a quirkless hero. I will prove you wrong, but it doesn't seem I have yet. You still don't believe in me." Izuku then stood up and stared All Might straight in the eye. "I will make you take back all your words. Apologize and truly mean it. I will make you believe in me as a quirkless hero. I've had enough, I'm leaving. Izuku walked towards the door and into the hallway. Before closing the door, he made one final remark. If this power was passed on to you, then that means you probably was quirkless. And here I thought you couldn't disgust me further. I guess you still have some surprises left, he said before slamming the door shut and leaving. In the now dead silent teacher's lounge, All Might could only think of one thing: I have truly failed as the symbol of peace. Rumors were going around Class 1A about who would teach them in homeroom since Aizawa was injured during the USJ incident. It is safe to say that nobody expected him to enter the door wrapped up like a mummy. Aizawa, are you all right? The class exclaimed. Yes, I will survive. Now sit down and listen, their teacher responded. Now, something important is happening in 2 weeks. Despite the recent attack on UA, the principal has decided to have the sports festival as a show of his strength. So the next 2 weeks will be dedicated for training towards the sports festival. Remember, many pro heroes attend the sports festival to scout for potential recruits. You will only get this chance 3 times in total while you attend UA, so make them count. One more thing, if you want to use any support gear you need to send in an application. Class dismiss. The entire class erupted as people showed their excitement for the upcoming festival. Some started planning for what they would do in the upcoming weeks. Especially Izuku, who started a muttering storm that continued until Ida gave him a small chop on the neck. Was I muttering again? Izuku asked. Yes, you were. How do you even talk so fast? It's like an art form, Kaminari said. I'm sorry for disturbing, it just happens, said while nervously scraping the back of his neck. Relax, it's fine. We all have different ways to process information, Ida reassured him. Later in the canteen, the trio of Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida were talking when Izuku asked something that had been on this mind. By the way, why do you want to become heroes? Ida got excited at this while Uraraka became slightly shameful. My brother is the pro hero Ingenium and I want to become a hero like him. A hero that inspires and leads people, Ida said proudly. Your brother is Ingenium, Izuku exclaimed, letting out his inner fanboy. Immediately he calmed down so he didn't draw too much attention towards himself. Sorry, I just think he is a cool hero. Anyways, I used to want to become a hero because of All Might. The way he saves people with a smile and does it only out of a desire to do good. But I met him 11 months ago and that meeting changed that ambition. I still want to become a hero so that I can save people and make them feel safe, but also to prove that anyone can become a hero, that everybody has the potential. That's my reason for becoming a hero. So, Uraraka, what's your reason? When Izuku said this, Uraraka looked away, ashamed for her reasons. Money, she. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone need to earn a living, so why not do it by saving people, Ida said, trying to cheer her up. No, it's not for me, she said, it's for my parents. My father has a building company and it's not doing so well because of the competition. That's why I want to earn the money they need by becoming a hero. That's a good reason, Uraraka. To help your parents, anyone would do that, Izuku said, earning a smile from Uraraka. Then Ida realized something. Wait, Midoriya, you said you met All Might 11 months ago. What happened? I have noticed you not being particularly happy when he is around, Ida asked Izuku. Well, he had just saved me from a villain and I had grasped a hold of his leg as he jumped. When we landed at a rooftop, I asked him if I could be a hero even without a quirk. He said no and told me to consider another job before jumping away, leaving me broken. The funny thing is that when he talked with me after the USJ incident, he still didn't really believe in me. So I will give my all at the sports festival so that I can reach the top and prove him wrong, Izuku replied, making the other two shocked that All Might would say something like that to someone who looked up to him. Later at the end of the day, when Class 1A was supposed to exit the classroom, they found a crowd filling up the hallway. Out of Mayway extras, Bakugo yelled, making some people move away from the door. Stop calling people just because you don't know them, Ida said as he moved his arms up and down like a robot. Just because you fought villains doesn't make you better than us, someone in the crowd said as he walked forward. It was one of the students from Class 1B. He had spiky silver hair similar to that of Kirishima. Class 1A is so egotistical just because you fought villains. We from Class 1B will beat you and show you who's better, the boy said before leaving. After this announcement, Bakugo also made his way out, pushing through the crowd. I hope you don't think too badly of us because of him. He has always been angry, Izuku said as he was about to leave the classroom, but was stopped by a boy with messy purple hair. I guess not all in 1A is bad. You know that based on the result of the sports festival they will consider moving students from the other courses into the hero course. Meaning they will also have to move people out. I'm here with a declaration of war from the other courses towards the hero course, he announced before also leaving. The rest of the crowd also walked away after a while so that the students of 1A could go home. Izuku trained hard for the next 2 weeks. He was determined to reach for the very top so he could prove All Might wrong. After 1 week he got the response for his support gear application. It told him to meet the principal about it. Take a seat, Midoriya. Would you like some tea? The small white animal named Nedzu said while pouring himself a cup of tea. Yes, please. So, what did you want to say? Izuku responded and the principal poured him a cup of tea. Straight to the point, I see. We normally only accept support gear that is needed for the use of a person's quirk. In the case of the support course, they can also use self-made equipment. You, however, is an interesting case. You should be quite aware you are the first quirkless person in the hero course anywhere. Reeling, Izuku just gave a small nod and the principal continued. That's why we will allow you to use whatever equipment you have made yourself. However, if you were allowed to use all of your equipment it would be quite unfair. That's why you will only be allowed to pick 4 different equipments, so 4 different pieces of equipment. I should be able to do that. Was that all? Izuku asked. No, you haven't finished your tea, Nedzu said, making Izuku start to drink it up a bit faster, eager to move on with his training. Although there is one more thing I want to say, Nedzu said, making Izuku give a curious look. I heard All Might offered his power to you. When the principal said this, Izuku spat out some tea in surprise. Why, you knew? He stuttered out. Yes, I am the principal of UA. I have to know these things and All Might told me what happened. I just want to make sure you keep this a secret. The other people that know the secret is Recovery Girl, a retired hero named Gran Torino, a detective named Naomasa Tsukachi, and the pro hero Sir Night Eye. You can't talk about this to anyone else, not even the ones closest to you, understand? The principal said, now much more serious. Yes, I will keep it secret, but can I leave now? I need to continue my training, Izuku said, having finished his tea. Of course, Midoriya, have a nice day, Nedzu responded, back to his cheerful and unserious self. With this, Midoriya left so he could continue to prepare for the sports festival. The final days before the sports festival passed and before they knew it, Class 1A was in the preparation rooms getting ready to enter the arena. So they let you use your equipment, Midori? Uraraka said to Izuku. Yes, but I was only allowed to pick 4 things, he responded. What did you pick? She asked. I can't spoil all my tricks. I guess you will have to find out, Izuku said, making a small mischievous grin. Soon the signal for them to enter the arena was made and they made their way out into the enormous stadium. Here, from the hero course, comes the ones who have fought villains. It's Class 1A. Present, Mike said in the commentator booth, his loud voice being heard across the entire stadium. Also from the hero course, they may not have been in the spotlight yet, but they still are a force to be reckoned with. It's Class 1B. We also have Classes C, D, and E from the General Education's department. Classes F, G, and H from the Support Department, and finally I, J, and K from the Department of Management. All the students headed towards the center with the crowds cheering on them. In the center was a podium where the 18-plus hero Midnight stood. She whipped her whip, making everyone go silent. We will now have the first year's player pledge by Bakugo from 1A. When she said that, Bakugo made his way up to the podium and walked to the microphone. I pledge, he began before making a pause, to become number 1, WHE. The final words were uttered, the entire stadium erupted. People shouting at either him being full of himself or the same for 1A. Midnight eventually managed to silence the crowd. Now on to the first event, and it is dash, she yelled and pointed to a screen that showed a spinning wheel with different events. It eventually stopped an obstacle course. You will complete a full lap around the arena. Everything is allowed as long as you stay inside of the track. Now get into position, Midnight yelled, and the students made their way over to the starting line. 3, 2, go. Present, Mike announced in his as usual loud voice. Izuku immediately used his ODM gear and flew through the tunnel, ahead of everyone who got stuck. He slowed down in the open since it was harder to use the ODM gear on flat ground. Behind him, many had been frozen in place by Todoroki, but many had slow made it out and was following behind. Izuku was so distracted by what was happening behind him that he almost crashed face first into a robot. He was quick to use his staff, making a sheet of metal fall off. He picked the piece of metal up and strapped it to his back, just in case he could use it later on. While strapping the sheet of metal to his back, several of the 0-pointers from the entrance exam was frozen. Izuku tried to use the height of the robots to move forward, but they collapsed, forcing him to use the other robot, making him go faster, but not as fast as he could have if the 0-pointers had survived. After having passed the Robo Inferno, the contestants was faced with a chasm with stone pillars that had ropes between them. This is perfect for me, Izuku thought, and looked at Todoroki, who was busy getting over the ropes without falling. Izuku took a leap and jumped into the chasm, making several people gasp since they thought he would fall. After falling a bit, Izuku shot out a tether from his ODM gear and started going between the pillars at high speeds, passing everyone. He noticed someone behind him with pink hair that also jumped down and used similar gear to him, to jump between pillars. Although her equipment seemed weaker. At the end of the course, Izuku reached a minefield. Not wanting to waste time avoiding the mines, he thought of another plan. He started to dig up the mines without triggering them and piling them up. Todoroki ran past him with a confused look, and Bakugo was too busy cathing up to Todoroki to even notice it. When Todoroki and Bakugo was halfway across the field, a huge explosion at the beginning went off. Out of the smoke came Izuku flying on a sheet of metal and over their heads. He dropped the sheet before landing and used his ODM gear to fly over the last part, way ahead of his contestants. Izuku Midoriya has come in first place. He has made a huge splash. Present Mike yelled when Izuku came running into the arena, met with standing applause. The cavalry battle. Not long after Izuku finished the race, Todoroki came in second and Bakugo right behind in third place. One of them was significantly calmer than the other about being beaten by someone quirkless. Deku, you bastard. Why do you have to stand in my way? I'm supposed to be the best. Bakugo shouted and charged at Izuku. When the explosive boy came close enough, Izuku took out his staff and activated the noose at the of it, hooked it around Bakugo's right arm and flung him over using his momentum. Relax, Kaken. If I do well enough, you will get the chance to have a fight, Izuku told the now furious boy and walked away, waiting for his friends to finish. When the first 42 people had finished the race, they started to prepare for the second event. Like last time, Midnight stood by a spinning wheel with different events was spinning. And the next event is? Midnight said and pointed towards the wheel as it stopped. A cavalry battle. You will be allowed to organize in teams from 2 to 4 people. Each team will have a point value based on the points of each member. The points come from the previous event where 42nd place got 5 points, 41st gets 10 points, and so on. The first place, however, gets 1 million points. When Midnight said those final words, all eyes turned towards Izuku. Everyone would want to go after him since the 1 million points would guarantee first place, and everyone wanted to exploit that. You got 15 minutes to make your team and make a plan, Midnight announced, and people started making teams. Izuku was filled with dread as he saw people teaming up without anybody approaching him. Then someone tapped his shoulder and he turned around to see Uraraka with her usual smile. Can I be on your team? She asked. Yes, of course. Everyone will be after us though, Izuku said, dumbfounded that anyone would be on his team. I know that, but as long as they don't catch us, nothing would happen, right? She said, giving Izuku new confidence. Yes, and I think I have a plan for how we can do it. I just need another person on the team. No, I will not join your team, Ida told his 2 friends. Why? Izuku asked. Because ever since school started you have excelled over me. I can't grow to become a better hero while in your shadow. If I want to become better, I need to fight you, Ida answered and walked over to Todoroki's team. Izuku and Ochako walked away, trying to find another teammate when one presented themselves. Hi. I'm Mei Hatsum. Can I join your team? Asked a pink-haired girl with big red goggles and other pieces of support gear. Yeah, sure. Why do you have all off that support gear though? Izuku asked. I'm from the support department, so I can use the equipment I have made. The more important question is, how did you make these babies? Babies? What babies? He said, taken aback by the sudden outburst. I call my inventions for babies. Now, answer my question. Also, why do you have it to begin with? Well, I made them myself over several years, and I use it to compensate for my quirklessness. I could show you the rest of my equipment at a different time if you would like. Izuku responded, so you are that quirkless from the hero course. Interesting. And I would very much to see how you babies work. Maybe I could improve them. The two kept on rambling about each other's equipment until someone else came to talk. So, you are that quirkless kid. Maybe you would let me on your team? Huh. Izuku looked around and saw the boy with messy purple hair that declared war against the hero course. Sure, but didn't you declare war against us a couple weeks ago? Izuku said, I did, but you seem like someone who understands what it means to not be blessed. The name's Hitoshi Shinso, by the way, the purple-haired boy responded. Also, I need to know you quirk so that I can make a strategy. It's brainwashing. If someone responds verbally to me, I can control their actions. After Hitoshi said that, he looked away as he was expecting to be shunned. That is a cool and useful quirk. If the entrance exam had been different, you could probably have gotten into the hero course, Izuku said, making Hitoshi turn his head and look at him again. You don't think it is villainous? He asked. Well, it is villainous, but that's not a bad thing. All quirks can be used for good purposes, Izuku said, making Hitoshi give small smile. That's a first, he said. They then proceeded to make their strategy. I hope you all have made your teams as well as a strategy because the cavalry battle is starting now. Present Mike announced, and all the teams put their plans in action, most of them running straight for Izuku's team and get the 1 million points. They, however, were very much prepared for this. Ochako used her quirk to cancel out their gravity, and Mei used one of her inventions to gain height. When they flew above the other teams, Izuku was able to use his ODM gear to the fullest, outmaneuvering all other teams that could still reach them. When they eventually landed on the other side of the field, they used mice hover boots to soften the landing. Shortly after they had landed, a tongue tried to take the headband, accompanied by purple balls flying past them. Izuku managed to dodge and find the source. Shoji was using his dupli arms to hide Tsuyu and Mineta almost like a tank. Izuku threw a flashbang towards them, blinding Shoji and his teammates. While they were blinded, Izuku and his team ran in to take their headband. They immediately got away from the other teams, who now had caught up to them again. Izuku and his team managed to keep up this strategy for a good amount of time and avoided any confrontation unless it was needed. Eventually, most teams had lost their headbands, and now it was only a few teams that had most of the points. Izuku's team had just flown across the field again when someone came towards them from above. That headband is mine, Deku. Bakugo shouted, coming towards them by propelling himself with explosions. Your pride will be your downfall, Shinso said calmly, trying to make the explosive teen mad. Shut up, you dash, Bakugo growled, but was silenced when the brainwashing quirk set into effect. Bakugo started falling towards the ground, but before he touched it, he was taken back to his team by Zero's tape. With 2 minutes left, Izuku thought he could do it and get another first place. However, the world had a different plan for him. They were about to take another jump across the field when a bunch of ice destroyed their hoverboots, making them incapable of jumping away without damaging themselves. Izuku looked toward the source of the sudden attack and saw Todoroki's team, consisting of Todoroki himself, Ida, Kaminari, and Momo. Todoroki then shoots out a massive wall of ice surrounding the two teams. Ida starts up his special attack, Recipro Burst, making the flames coming out of his exhaust pipes blue. The team starts moving towards the 1 million points at an incredible speed, leaving little time for Izuku to think. Uraraka, make us weightless and cover your eyes, he shouts, getting an immediate response. He then proceeds to throw a flashbang, but it is neglected by a blanket Momo made. Izuku ignores this and just shoots of using his ODM gear, dragging the rest of his now weightless team with him. The two teams kept chasing each other for a minute, even after Ida's Recipro Burst powered down. Kaminari then sent a massive shock of electricity towards the 1 million point team. Izuku decided to use his staff and, by holding onto the non-conducting parts, flipped his entire, still weightless team over the wave of electricity. This move, however, changed their direction, so now they were going towards the other team without enough room to change direction. You are really like your father, aren't you, Todoroki? Blessed with a powerful quirk, Shinsho said, making an angry face appear on the boy with red and white hair. I'm nothing like my dash, Todoroki said, but Shinso's quirk was put into effect, allowing Izuku and his team to run past the other one without any risk of losing their headbands. 0. The cavalry battle is now over. And what a roller coaster that has been. Present Mike shouted, finishing his countdown in the last 10 seconds of the battle. All the students from the cavalry battle gathered around the podium so they could get the results. In first place we have Team Midoriya. In second place, Team Todoroki. In third place, Team Bakugo, and in fourth place, Team Tetsu. Present Mike announced in his loud, obnoxious voice. For the final event we will have a 1v1 battle tournament, and here is the first round of matches, Midnight said, and the students' attention was dragged toward a screen showing the matches. Midoriya vs. Kirishima. Shinso vs. Ishido. Shiro vs. Todoroki. Ida vs. Hatsum. Tokoyami vs. Yaoyorozu. Kaminari vs. Shiozaki. Oyama vs. Bakugo. Uraraka vs. Tetsu. But first we will have a lunch break, and after that recreational games for those who didn't make it through the previous events, Midnight said after people had gotten time to see who they would be fighting. They then headed towards the lunch hall so that they could get some food. Nothing much happened during lunch. Most of the girls used the time during the recreational games to chase after Mineta and Kaminari after they tricked them into using cheerleader uniforms. Meanwhile, the 16 people that made it into the final event used the free time to prepare themselves for the battles to come. Either trying to calm down their nerves, train, or in Izuku's case, memorize the quirks and weaknesses of his potential opponents. Eventually the tome had come for the first battle. From Class 1A of the Hero course. The quirkless kid who has gone beyond any expectations, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted as Izuku entered the arena and walked up the stairs to the concrete platform in the middle. And in the other end, also from Class 1A, he is hard and tough, Eijiro Kirishima. The loud commentator announced as Kirishima walked up on the other side of the platform ready for a fight. If you go out of bounds, is restrained or knocked unconscious, you lose, Midnight said, and the two opponents got ready to fight. Start. She yelled and the two ran at each other. Izuku threw a flashbang, blinding his opponent. He then proceeded to shoot a tether and fly across the ground over to his opponent ready to strike him with his staff. Kirishima hardened his entire body, expecting an attack. He was struck by a staff in his abdomen, but wasn't hurt due to his quirk. So electricity doesn't affect him and my attacks are ineffective. Guess I will have to wear him down, Izuku thought to himself as he dodged a fist heading for his face. For the next few minutes they kept on fighting, Izuku dodging and hit his opponents when possible and Kirishima trying to attack his. Meanwhile, Present Mike kept being excited over the fight and speculating how it would go. Eventually Izuku got in a hit that made Kirishima flinch. Quirks are like muscles, aren't they? That means there is a limit to your hardening, I just need to find it. Izuku shouted, seeing that his strategy worked as well as changing to a much more aggressive fighting style. Midoriya's attacks seems to have had an effect. Kirishima is exhausted. Present Mike announced in excitement. Kirishima, on the other hand, couldn't keep up with Izuku and the speed of his relentless attacks. He then felt his arm being grabbed before being flipped over and out of bounds. Kirishima is out of bounds. Midoriya proceeds to the second round. Midnight announced. Are you okay? Did I go too far? Izuku asked his defeated opponent with a concerned voice. No, not at all, Kirishima said and stood up. You have managed to best the majority of us and you still make sure we are all right. That's so manly. He stated and took his fist over his chest, where his heart was. Kirishima went to Recovery Girl afterwards to make sure he was alright while Izuku went to 1A's booth to watch the rest of the matches. Next match was Shinso vs. Ishido. Ishido ran towards Shinso, using her acid to boost her speed. You really are confident, aren't you? Shinso said, calmly standing in place. Of course Mina tried to say, but was taken over by the brainwashing quirk. Walk out of bounds, Shinso ordered, and she immediately started her walk, and eventually reaching the white line and stepping over it. Ishido is out of bounds. Shinso proceeds to the next round. When Midnight said this, Mina was released from the grasp of Shinso's quirk, looking around confused before it dawned on her what had happened. When she came back to join her class, she wasn't too happy. The fight between Shiro and Todoroki was also a really short one. Before any commentary about the fight could be made, a glacier of ice shot out from Todoroki and covered half the arena. Shiro, being left unable to move, lost the match, making Todoroki the winner. The audience was stunned by his power and was sure he would make it to the final battle. Meanwhile, Izuku had only one thought on his mind: I have to fight that. Ida's fight with Hatsum was, if possible, even more humiliating than Mina's fight with Shinso. At first he was allowed to use some of Mei's gear in their fight, which seemed fair. Then Mei decided to turn the entire battle into a commercial for her support gear. At the end of the 15-minute-long presentation, Ida was completely and utterly humiliated, having been used as a tool the entire time. To top it all, she ended the fight by stepping out of bounds, giving the victory to Ida. He wasn't in his best mood afterwards. The fight between Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu was a one-sided one. He kept using Dark Shadow to push Momo towards the boundary, while she kept on trying to desperately defending herself by making shields. Eventually she was pushed out of bounds without the chance to fight back. The same could be said for the next fight. Kaminari tried an all-out attack, short-circuiting his brain. Shiozaki blocked it all with Wall of Vines and throwing the now significantly dumber Kaminari out of bounds. He had to be carried away while holding his thumbs up with a stupid smile. Aoyama was unfortunate to face Bakugo in the first round, not standing a chance. Bakugo kept using his explosion to dodge the lasers. Eventually he just blew his opponent out of bounds when he got a stomach ache from overuse of his quirk. Many people believed Tetsu would win the next fight with ease. It didn't turn out that way, however. Uraraka managed to dodge the oncoming attacks well enough, just gaining a few bruises. Eventually the steel quirk user made a mistake and Uraraka managed to cancel out his gravity. He was completely unable to fight without gravity, making Uraraka the last person to move into the second round. She was also the next person to fight Bakugo. That was the end of the first round, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen some very interesting candidates for the next fights. We will have a short break before we begin the second round, present mic announced, ending the first round. Izuku and Shinso walked up to the fighting arena to face each other, Shinso getting a slightly more impressive intro than last time. Start! Midnight yelled, but none of the two teens moved. Midoriya shot his tethers down into the ground and pressed a couple buttons. What are you even doing here? Do you really a quirkless loser like you can become a hero? Shinso said, trying to get a response. Nice weather today, isn't it? Izuku said, completely off topic. Shinso became very confused at this response, in addition of his quirk not kicking into effect. Interesting, it seems it has to be a direct response to something he said. Izuku continued, the combination of quirkless and watching every hero fight possible has made me quite good at analyzing quirks, he said, talking to himself while making sure Shinso heard him. Come on. Take this seriously and fight me. Shinso yelled, angered by the fact someone found a weakness he had never considered. Of course, Izuku said, as his eyes turning white when the brainwashing quirk took over. Step out of bounds, the purple-haired teen said with a smile on his face. Izuku started to move, but was stopped by the theaters that was stuck in the ground. He tried to turn and pull them out, but they were stuck. Shinso's smile was now replaced with an angered face, as he realized what Izuku had planned. He ran over to Izuku and mustered all his force into a single punch, trying to knock his opponent out with a single punch. The punch was powerful and made Izuku's nose bleed, but it didn't have the desired effect. Instead, it removed the effects of the brainwashing. Izuku immediately kicked into action, not giving his opponent time to think. He flew across the ground with his ODM gear, and before Shinso could even turn around, he was kicked out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya proceeds to the third round. Midnight announced. You may not have won this time, but you won't get anywhere by giving up, Izuku said, walking over to his defeated opponent and offering his hand. If there's one thing I have learned is that you just have to keep pushing onwards, even if it seems impossible. If can make it into the hero course, then anyone can. Shinso looked up at the hand offered to him and seemed hesitant, but took it and stood up. Thank you. "I will keep trying, I promise," he said and walked towards the exit. Before he went out of the arena, some of his classmates complimented him and cheered on him. The next fight was between Ida and Todoroki. Todoroki started off by shooting off a wall of ice, not as big as the previous one. Ida managed to dodge it by using the engines in his legs and started to head towards his opponent. Todoroki made another wall, limiting the area in which Ida could move and which direction he could attack from. Ida fired up his reciproburst and came at Todoroki with immense speed. Todoroki couldn't react in time and got a powerful kick to his chest. Ida was about to run at Todoroki when he noticed that his exhaust pipes was covered in ice, making his quirk unusable. The white and red-haired teen encased Ida in ice, making him the winner. While Uraraka went to comfort Ida, Izuku decided to have a talk with Todoroki. "What do you want to talk about? Is it about our upcoming fight?" Todoroki asked. "Yes, I want you to go all out. Anything else would be an insult," Izuku said in a serious voice, catching off guard. "I always go all out. You will be all out. I want to see your fire." Todoroki fell silent when he realized what Izuku wanted him to do. "Have you heard of quirk marriages?" Todoroki asked. "Yes, marrying based on quirks. It was a problem common during the second and third generation of quirks," Izuku responded. "My father Endeavor has always wanted to be number one, but I think he realized it wasn't possible. So he wanted to make a perfect hero to take that spot for him. He bought up my mother's family and married her. Let's just say he isn't a family man. He even drove my mother into the mental hospital. That's why I don't want to use his firepower, so that I can climb to the top while completely ignoring him." Todoroki was about to leave when Izuku stopped him. "I may not know how it is to have such a father, but at least you was told you could become a hero. Ever since I was labeled as quirkless, I have been bullied and discouraged. Only my mother ever supported me, but it was like a rock trying to stop a river. If you think having your childhood friend turn on you and being shunned was bad, well, I got news, it gets worse. All Might, my former idol, the one I thought could stop the river, he was the one to almost break me. I asked him 11 months ago if I could become a hero and he said no. 2 weeks ago he wanted to talk to me trying to apologize, but he still didn't believe in me." Todoroki was shocked to hear that the symbol of peace, a hero he also looked up to, had almost broken a quirkless kid trying to do good. "I can't prove him wrong if I fight someone at half their strength. Remember, it is your power that you have been blessed with, and seeing you not use it because of a grudge is slightly infuriating. I will make you use your fire, then I will win," Izuku said before leaving to see how Ida was doing. Ida had apparently left because of family matters and Tokoyami had won his fight with Shiozaki. Now it was time for the fight between Uraraka and Bakugo. Izuku had wanted to give some advice to Uraraka, but his talk with Todoroki had taken more time than he thought. Uraraka ran straight towards Bakugo, trying to touch her opponent with her quirk. Bakugo started with his usual right hook and blowing her away with a huge explosion. The explosion generated a lot of smoke, making it hard to see. An UA gym outfit came out of the smoke and Bakugo got ready to attack it. However, it was just a distraction and Uraraka came behind him, trying once again to make him float. He saw this and managed to dodge her hand and blow her away with another explosion. This continued many times, with Uraraka charging at Bakugo and him blowing her away with an explosion. At some point a spectator thought that Bakugo was toying with her and the audience started to booing. In the commentator booth, Aizawa grabbed the microphone. "If you think he is toying with her, then get out. You have no right to be here." He is acknowledging that his opponent is strong and is playing it carefully. "So shut up," the mummified teacher said, silencing the entire arena and many people in shame. The fighting started up once again and it seemed like it would be long and one-sided. Then Uraraka stopped her endless attacks and just stood there. First, now the audience noticed that all the explosions had made a lot of debris which was now floating above the arena. She released her quirk, making the debris fall down towards Bakugo. She also began running towards Bakugo, trying once again to use her quirk on him. Bakugo then aimed his fist upwards and set of the biggest explosion yet, destroying all the debris and blowing his opponent back. Uraraka tried to get up, but couldn't, and after a short while she lost consciousness, losing the battle. Izuku met up with Uraraka in the preparation room to see if she was doing all right. "Hi, Uraraka, how are you? He stopped when he saw her face. The normally cheerful and happy face that radiated happiness was broken and the eyes were red from crying. Izuku went over and gave her a hug of comfort, perfectly aware of the feeling she felt right now. It's all right, Izuku. I just need a moment, she stuttered, trying to hold back her tears. No, it's not all right. I know because I have been in the same place before, twice actually. Uraraka got out of Izuku's hug and they sat down. Really you? You're always positive and never give up, she said, not thinking that her friend could ever have the feeling she had now. Yes, I have been in the same place as you twice, he responded. First time was when I found out I was quirkless. I felt like my dreams, that had always seemed so attainable, disappear out of my reach. It didn't help that Kaken and the other kids bullied me and told me to give up. Only one voice of comfort got me through that time, my mom. She never stopped believing in me, so I couldn't stop believing in myself either. I got back on track, trained, made my inventions, and bit by grueling bit managed to put my dream back together. Then 11 months ago I met All Might and he broke it again. Izuku's voice was filled with venom on the mention of All Might. I thought if anyone could see my potential it would be him, but I was wrong. It's not possible, Kit, he said, breaking my dream and image of him in 4 words. In the end, Aizawa was the first person after my mom to believe in me. We ran into each other roughly 2 months ago. What I'm trying to say is, no one can give you your dream. Instead, you will have to make it and take it. And if you fall along the way, then you just have to learn from it and push onwards. You do that, nothing is impossible. Uraraka started to tear up again, but it wasn't the sad tears of defeat from earlier. No, she was happy someone told her she still could reach the top and it was her best friend. Thank you, Izuku, she said. You're welcome, Ochako. Anyways, I will stay here since I'm supposed to be here for my fight anyway. The duo sat there, enjoying the silence. Eventually Ochako went to the rest of the class, leaving Izuku to prepare for his fight. With Todoroki. Izuku and Todoroki walked up, facing each other ready to fight. The crowds were cheering and present Mike was ecstatic. Todoroki started the fight by shooting a stream of ice towards the quirkless teen. Izuku dodged it with his ODM gear and used the now added height to increase his maneuvering options. He went towards Todoroki at an incredible speed with his staff split into 2 sticks. Todoroki dodged where the sticks would have gone, but he got a piece of metal to his face instead. Izuku had added yet another function and turned his 2 sticks into 2 nunchucks, catching his opponent off guard. Todoroki made another stream of ice, forcing Izuku to back off. It didn't hold him back long though. He used the 2 walls of ice to launch himself into the air. He then deck-ended down onto his opponent like a tornado of death, getting in several hits. Izuku immediately turned back and made another assault, not giving Todoroki time to think. Use your power. Fight me at your full strength. Izuku shouted, going in for another attack, but was met with a wall of ice. He flew over it and went full speed towards Todoroki with a powerful kick to his chest, kicking him into the ground. You can't keep using your ice forever, it's already taking its toll on you. Wouldn't your flames counteract the frostbite? Izuku said, lowering his guard. Todoroki noticed this and grabbed one of the nunchucks and covering it in the ice. By the time Izuku noticed this, and threw the weapon away, the ice had covered most of his left arm. Damn it, he said, retreating away from another barrage of ice. The speed of the fight started to slow down. The ice on Izuku's arm slowed him down and the effects of frostbite slowed down Todoroki. After another flurry of attacks from Izuku, Todoroki was almost at the boundary. Come on. Fight me at your full potential. It's your power, isn't it? Izuku yelled, and when he said that, something clicked in Todoroki's brain and for a moment he forgot about his father. Todoroki's left side erupted in flames and his frostbite melted away along with all the ice from the fight. Somewhere among the audience the number 2 hero could be heard, but it was ignored by the 2 fighting. Don't blame me for what comes next, Todoroki said, going towards Izuku with both his ice and fire activated. Izuku shot his tethers into the ground, preparing for the incoming attack, readying his weapon. Thank you, Midoriya, Todoroki said, and made contact. A massive explosion engulfed the entire arena, blowing people out of their seats. All the cold air from the fight had suddenly been heated up and expanded, resulting in the explosion. Nobody could see what had happened to the Teo contestants, due to all the smoke. When the smoke cleared, both of them could be seen within the boundaries. Todoroki barely standing and Izuku behind a shield that had emerged from a device on his forearm. The shield was a shiny metallic color and was made of many foldable plates. In the edges the metal had been bent and distorted by the explosion. Behind the protective shield was Izuku crouching down to fit behind the shield. Eventually he stood up and folded the shield back. Without a word he flew across the ground, attacked his opponent for a last time, this time knocking him out of bounds. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya proceeds to the final battle. Midnight announced, ending the battle. Izuku was walking towards Recovery Girl's temporary office with a slight limp. He was passing a staircase when an angered Endeavor walked into the same hallway. "How could you, a quirkless kid, beat my creation at full power?" The flaming hero said with clear anger in his voice. "Hard work, craftsmanship, strategic thinking and dedication, as well as a desire to release him of the shackles you put on him," Izuku said. "Pathetic. You need power to become a hero, you were just lucky. He will learn to master my fire one day, and when that day comes he will defeat All Might. I won't let someone quirkless hero wannabe get in his way. All Might probably has told you that you can become a hero if I know him right, but I have some advice. Leave before you get hurt," Endeavor said as his flames flared up a bit. Izuku gave out a chuckle. "All Might, believing in me? He almost broke me and my dream 11 months ago and still don't believe in me. Although I hate you more. Only in it for the fame and money, abusing your family, sending your wife to the mental wards and making your son afraid of his own power. I will prove to you, as I will to All Might, that I can become a hero." Izuku walked past the number 2 hero saying one final thing. "Remember, it is his power, not yours." When Izuku arrived at Recovery Girl's office he was scolded for taking too many risks and beating Todoroki thoughtlessly. By the time he was done, the fight between Bakugo and Tokoyami was already done. Bakugo had won by exploiting Dark Shadow's weakness to light. Izuku went to his preparation room and went through different strategies for the fight when someone came through the door. "What are you doing here, Deku?" "This is my dash," Bakugo said while quickly checking if he was at the right room. "Guess it is your room, you useless bastard," Bakugo said, walking out again, but stopped at the doorway. "You stole my fight with that half-and-half bastard Deku. So you better go all out and give me a damn challenge," the angry teen said before slamming the door shut. After a few minutes the time had come, the final battle. Present Mike sounded like he was about to literally explode, but Bakugo exploded before him. Bakugo came charging at Izuku with full force, his red eyes almost having an ender's intent. Izuku raised his arm and activated his shield to block the incoming attack, sending the force of the explosion sideways. With his other hand he smacked Bakugo across the face with his staff and discharging electricity at the same time. Izuku tried to gain some distance, but got the end of an explosion in his back, making him lose balance and tumble. He pushed through the pain and charged at his childhood friend, throwing a flashbang and blinding him. Exploiting this weakness, Izuku barraged Bakugo with attacks, combining his shield and staff for maximum damage. When Bakugo could see again he released a massive explosion. Hadn't it been for his ODM gear, Izuku would have flown out of bounds. "I won't be beaten by a useless loser like you," the ash-blonde kid yelled and came charging at Izuku with even more power, since he had generated more WE during the fight. Izuku responded by using his ODM gear to keep his distance, blocking explosions when needed. Eventually Bakugo made a mistake and Izuku used it to his fullest, spinning around and in the blink of an eye passing by his opponent and knocking him into the ground with a kick. Although, Izuku also made a mistake when he was about to start another barrage of attacks. Bakugo got a moment to release another explosion, giving him time to attack Izuku. The latter counteracted this by making the shield on his left arm turn into a circle and throwing it at Bakugo. It flew past him, making him give out a laugh. "You missed," he yelled, releasing another explosion that was blocked by Izuku's remaining shield. "Oh, did I?" he said as he raised his arm and activated a set of magnets, making the shield come flying back and hitting Bakugo in the head. Bakugo was now angrier than anyone had seen him before and started to release a massive amount of explosions. He propelled himself into the air and started to shoot off towards Izuku as a tornado of explosions. Howitzer impact. He yelled at the top of his lungs as the attack made contact. An explosion bigger than any so far during the festival filled the entire arena. When the smoke cleared, 2 people could be seen in the arena. Bakugo stood panting after his attack. Many meters away from him, almost at the boundary, Izuku laid on his back. The shield used to block the attack had been completely deformed and the left part of his ODM gear had fallen off and broken in 2. "You won't win, Deku," Bakugo said between breaths, walking towards his downed opponent. A smile appeared on Izuku's face. "Was that all you got, Kaken?" he said, suddenly getting on his feet and charging once again at his childhood friend. Even with only half of his gear now working, he came at immense speed and made a powerful blow to Bakugo's abdomen. Izuku turned around and came back, delivering another blow to his opponent. He repeated this many times at great speed, not giving his now exhausted opponent time to think or counteract. Eventually, Bakugo was hit and fell down to the ground, not moving. Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya wins the sports festival. Midnight announced as the entire stadium exploded into standing applause. The time for handing out the medals came. Todoroki and Tokoyami stood on the 3rd place podium. Bakugo stood on the podium for 2nd place, but had to be tied to a pole with a muffler. Because he constantly tried to attack Izuku, who stood proudly in 1st place. And for the handout of the first-year medals, well, he needs no introduction, Midnight said, and a loud booming voice could be heard from above, "I am here." With the medals, All Might announced from the top of the stadium and jumped down in a superhero landing. The audience got exited as the number 1 hero and symbol of peace showed up, but Izuku got a sour taste in his mouth. All Might walked over to the 2 third-place holders with his trademark smile. "You both have powerful and versatile quirks, but you get too reliant on them. Tokoyami, you need a way to counteract your weaknesses. And Todoroki, you need to get a better control of your fire, and also work on close combat." The 2 boys gave a small nod and All Might put a bronze medal over each of their heads. He then walked over to the chained-up Bakugo, struggling to keep in a laughter. He decided to remove the muffler so he could talk with Bakugo. "I demand a rematch. That quirkless bastard stole my fight with that half bastard. Damned, you shouldn't even be here. I'm the one who is supposed to be the best." Bakugo shouted and going into a constant growl as All Might talked to him. "I can understand your need to reach the top. To always strive to do better is an essential part of being a hero. Use this defeat as a lesson that you still have a way to go. I'm also sure you and Todoroki will get many chances to test each other's strength over the coming years. But for now, take this as a reminder of how far you have come and how far you still need to go," the pro hero said and tried to put the silver medal over Bakugo's head. It proved to be a challenge and eventually he was forced to just put the strap into the explosive teen's mouth. When All Might walked over to Izuku, a tense atmosphere developed between the 2. All Might's gaze looked away a bit in shape before he looked back. "Is there anything I can do to make you forgive me?" the number 1 hero said with an unusually low voice, not wanting the cameras or microphones to hear the conversation. Although, Bakugo managed to hear what was said and simply stood silent as he listened to what came next. "No. Not now at least," Izuku said as they both fell silent, "but you can start by apologizing for what you said and actually mean it. And actually believe that I can become a hero is a start," he said with a small smile on his face. "Yes, I can do that. I truly, with the whole of my being and what I should stand for, am sorry and apologize for what I said and did to you. You can without a quirk, become a hero. And I do believe you can be one of the greatest," All Might said with profound feelings in his voice. "Thank you," Izuku said as his eyes started to tear up, but his face had a big profound smile. All Might then put the golden medal over Izuku's head. That was it for this year's sports festival. What a ride this has been. I expect to see a lot from them the next year. Present Mike announced as people started to head home. "Now shut up, we got some important things to go over today," Aizawa said in his normal monotone voice as he walked into the classroom. "Many heroes have seen your performance in the sports festival and have extended offers for your internships. Sai shows how many offers each of you got," he said and activated a projection showing TH results. In first was Todoroki with nearly 2,500, Bakugo came in second with almost 2,000 and Midoriya in third with 893 offers. Several others from the class also got offers, but the number of offers quickly decreased. Wait, Todoroki and Midoriya's places are switched from what it was during the sports festival. Doesn't the heroes want a quirkless student? No offense, Kaminari said. None taken, Izuku responded. Those of you that didn't get any offers will still participate in the internships. You will get a list of 40 hero agencies you can choose from. Now over to something else. You will be picking your hero aliases, Aizawa said, and the class erupted into cheers. I will have another teacher assist with the names, since picking a wrong one can have effects on your entire career. When he said that, Midnight came walking into the class announcing her presence. Remember, your hero names is something that should show what you stand for and give an image of who you are, like All Might. You have 15 minutes to come up with something and then present it to the class, she said, and handed out whiteboards for people to write on. After the first few names had been presented, the students had gotten into the rhythm. Most of the names was approved by Midnight immediately, some she modified and a few was rejected. The rejection of Lord Explosion Murder and King Explosion Murder was probably for the better. Ida and Todoroki decided to just use their first names. Eventually it was Izuku's turn to show his hero name. He walked up to the front of the classroom and faced the class. I have been turned down my entire life for my quirklessness and ambitions. Through all of that I have kept on trying, never giving up, pushing onwards to achieve my dream. I have been called useless, a Deku. That's why this is my hero name, Izuku said, and flipped his whiteboards so the class could see what stood there. Hikaru, the hero that never gives up. Oh, I love the youth. Midnight squealed and nodded for Izuku to go back to his seat. Afterwards, Bakugo finally came with a name that was approved, Ground Zero. When the class ended, they got free for the rest of the day so that people could choose who they would intern with. Izuku was going through his list, arranging the agencies in different orders based on many criteria. While putting them in order of highest ranking, he noticed some of them standing out. Endeavor's agency? Why would he send me an offer? Is it because I won over Todoroki, or is it something else? It would certainly be a good chance to gain experience, not to mention, Izuku muttering to himself, starting one of his famous muttering storms. Hey Deku, Bakugo said in a voice with unusually little anger. Izuku realized he was muttering and looked up at his childhood friend. Follow me. We need to talk, she said, and started walking out. Izuku followed him, curious over this odd behavior. The two made their way outside of the building and walked to a place with a couple of trees where no one could see or hear them. Kaken, what do you want to talk about? Is it about the sports festival? Izuku asked. No. Fine. I heard All Might apologizing to you about something when he gave you your medal. I have noticed how you look at him. It's not the fanboy you were in middle school. It's almost like you resent him? So I'm wondering what happened 11 months ago that made you resent him. Bakugo responded in a calm voice, far away from his usually explosive attitude. 11 months ago I met All Might and asked him if I could be a hero, even if I'm quirkless. He said no, which almost made me give up. Afterwards I came to resent him because he didn't do what he stood for. We also had a talk after what happened at USJ, where I learned he still didn't believe in me. That what was he apologized for at the sports festival. I haven't forgiven him yet, but has started to redeem himself. Was that all you wanted to know? Izuku said. Bakugo had not expected this from All Might, just stood there silent for a while. No, that was all. Get back to whatever you were doing, he said, and walked away. Izuku was about to go back into his classroom when he once again was interrupted. This time it was by the number one hero, All Might. Young Midoriya. Could we have a talk? It is about your internship, he said with his trademark smile. Sure, what is it? Izuku responded, well, USC. There was another offer that just got sent, All Might said as his legs started to shake. Stop shaking, he said, and tried to hold them in place. It is from my former mentor. He worked at UA for a short while. I thought he had retired, but it seems he has taken interest in you. I just wanted to inform you of this in case you want to intern with him. He is a good and hard teacher that will not go easy on you. I have to go now, All Might said, continuously shaking before running away. Interning with someone who can make All Might afraid. That would definitely give me a lot of experience, Izuku thought to himself. I expect that you all behave and use this time to its fullest, Aizawa said to his students was about to take their trains to wherever they were interning. Of course, Aizawa, the students shouted in unison. Good. If there are no more questions, I will be taking my leave, Aizawa said and left the station. Izuku walked over to Ida, who had chosen to intern with Manuel in Hosu City. Hey Ida, I know that you may be angry for what happened to your brother, but remember that you have friends that support you, Izuku said in an attempt to stop Ida from whatever revenge he was planning. Thank you, Midoriya. I'm fine and will not do anything stupid. You can focus on your internship, Ida responded and boarded his train. Izuku was walking down a street, looking for the house of Gran Torino. He eventually stood in front of a building that didn't seem very well kept. When he walked in, he noticed that the lights weren't turned on. When he turned on the lights, he saw something that horrified him. On the floor was an old man dressed in a white and yellow hero costume, laying in a pool of red liquid. He's dead. Izuku shouted. I'm alive, the old man announced as he lifted his head up from the red pool. He's alive. Izuku responded, shocked from the event. I was carrying some sausages and I tripped and spilled ketchup all over the floor, the old man said as he stood up on his feet. Who are you? He asked. Izuku Midoriya, sir. I'm here to intern with the hero Gran Torino. Do you know where he is? Izuku responded. I'm Gran Torino. Who are you again? The man asked again. Of course. All Might sent me to intern with his senile old teacher. Maybe there still is a chance to intern at Endevier's office, Izuku said with a sigh and started to walk out. The door. Before he could leave, a blur of white and yellow went past him and stopped over the door, revealing Gran Torino with a much more serious face. So you are the quirkless kid that have managed to go above and beyond any expectation. The first quirkless individual to get into any hero school, not to mention UA. How will you deal with a situation you didn't prepare for? Put on your equipment and let's see what you are made of, he said in a voice just as serious as his face. Izuku got on his hero suit along with all his support gear and waited for what would come next. Try to survive for 5 minutes and we will take it from there, Gran Torino said. The old hero turned into a blur and went past Izuku before turning around and hitting him in the back. He then flew around in the room at blinding speeds, charging at Izuku every now and then. Izuku started to block the incoming attack with his shields, not having the chance to hit with his staff. He also started to fly around the room himself, using the ODM gear. The small room limited his speed, so he couldn't match the old hero's speed, but he managed to make it more difficult for him. Gran Torino tried once again to attack Izuku and was once again met with a shield. However, this time the old man went to the side of the shield and went around it. Izuku noticed this and used the backup plan he had. As the old man closed in, he suddenly had gotten a noose over his head and was slammed into the floor. Izuku had gotten the noose at the end of his staff around the old man and now stood over him. The old man had speed, but not strength and couldn't get up once Izuku pressed him down with his foot. Okay, that's enough, Gran Torino said, and Izuku took his foot of him. I gotta say, kid, you keep on surprising me. Now, I want to talk about something that have been puzzling me. I got a call from Netsu a few weeks ago saying that a certain Izuku Midoriya now knows about One for All. Tell me, did Toshinori offer you his quirks? Gran Torino asked. Yes, Izuku said, but was interrupted. Then I guess the reason you didn't use it at the festival was because you can't control it yet. So we will be the old man said, but he too was interrupted. Stop. Let me finish. He offered me his quirk, but I refused. The reason why is because I want to show the world that anyone can become a hero. And if I want to do that, I have to do it without any power. Also, me and All Might hasn't exactly been on speaking terms for the past 11 months. Although, that has improved since the sports festival, Izuku said. Okay, I see. I guess we will have to work on your weaknesses then, but first I need a new microwave, Gran Torino said and left the building. Once Izuku was alone in the building, he started to descend into a muttering storm. My weaknesses? Wonder what he will work on. Is it strength? I can't make as powerful attacks like someone with a strength enhancer quirk. Maybe the support department could help me with improving the strength of my exoskeleton without slowing me down. I should also work on more effective ways against speed quirks. It was just barely that I beat Gran Torino and I can't rely on that trick forever. If I could find a way to increase my speed then that would certainly help. My smoke screen and thermal vision combo is certainly a good move, I just need to find more like it. While Izuku muttered without taking a breath, Gran Torino stood outside and listened to what was said. Does this kid ever breathe? His analytical skills are great though. What did you do, Toshinori, to make this kid refuse your power? He seems like he could have been a great successor, but I guess we will have to keep waiting. What was the name of that other kid again? The one Sir Night Eye has talked about. Doesn't matter, I need a new microwave. The old one broke during my test, he thought to himself as he walked to the shop. Meanwhile, in a secluded bar, Shigaraki grunted as he turned a glass into dust. Kurogiri stood behind the bar counter and made a mental note to only give Shigaraki plastic cups when he was in a bad mood. I don't get it. Why does that kid piss me off? He's just some quirkless nobody and he still manages to piss me off. Shigaraki said angrily and started to scratch his neck violently. He is quirkless, but he could keep his distance from one of Sensei's nomis and he managed to win the sports festival. He must be cheating. No, that's not it. There is something familiar about how he acts that makes me angry, but I can't find out what. Come with me, Kurogiri. We need to talk with someone. Who may that be? Kurogiri asked as he finished cleaning a glass. The hero entered. Shigaraki responded with a sadistic smile showing behind the hand covering his face. Okay then, Kurogiri said and opened up a portal. In a skyscraper which housed the agency of the number 2 hero Endeavor, Todoroki was starting his internship. It is a shame really that the quirkless brat didn't show up. I wanted to find out exactly why he managed to beat you. For now I'll just have to put it on your poor control over my fire. We will dash, Endeavor said before being interrupted by his son. He has a name, you know. It's Izuku Midoriya and being defeated by him is one of the best things that could have happened to me. Also it's my fire, not yours. Now, what did you want to say? Endeavor's flames flared up a bit when he was interrupted, but they calmed down. Fine, whatever. We will be traveling to Hosu and try to catch the hero Enderstain, Endeavor said and walked out with Todoroki following after him. Later in the day, Gran Torino came back to his home and found an exhausted Izuku laying on the floor, covered in sweat. Jesus Christ, kid. You are more similar to Toshinori than I thought. Overexerting yourself like that's, the old man exclaimed. Similar? What do you mean? I just used the time to its fullest, Izuku responded between breaths. Exactly. When I trained Toshinori, he would always overexert himself, sometimes causing more harm than good. I guess we will take a break, but next time don't do anything on your own without my permission, Gran Torino explained. Yes, sir. Izuku responded. Change into your normal clothes and I'll prepare some lunch. The rest of the day was used for examining the weaknesses and strengths of Izuku's abilities. Gran Torino also formulated a schedule and a list of things he wanted Izuku to do during and after the internship. Eventually, night came and Izuku went to bed, ready for the day to come. While Izuku was falling asleep, his mother was having an important phone call. So, he made it into Yun, the male voice on the other end of the call said. Yes. Yes, he did, Inko responded. I haven't seen him so happy in many years. He has real friends now and isn't treated differently because of his quirklessness, she said with tears starting to form on her eyes. Does he know the truth about what actually happened between us yet? The other voice asked. No, I didn't have the heart to tell him and ruin his image of you, she answered. I see. I will come visit you when the summer vacation begins. I think it is time for me to apologize for my reaction back then. Tell him about the visit if you want to, the voice on the phone said, filled with some regret. Yes, it is about time that you clear this up, Hisashi. It has been hard to keep it secret all these years, Inko replied with anger coming through. I know, and I also know I failed him and you all those years ago. Is there a way for you and him to forgive me? Hisashi asked with sadness in his voice. You can apologize by admitting you choose wrongly and being there as a father for him. He will probably forgive you anyways. There was a long pause when she said that. I have to go to bed now. Goodbye, Hisashi. Goodbye, Inko. I will try to redeem myself. Where are we going, Gran Torino? Izuku asked as the two walked down the street. If you keep fighting with me, then you would get used to it. You need to face different opponents so that you can adapt to different situations. That is especially important when it comes to you, unlike All Might and people who can just use sheer power, the old man said as they entered a taxi, so that's why are going on a patrol in Tokyo. There we are much more likely to meet villains and criminals. The taxi started driving towards the train station and the two sat silently. The train was passing by Hosu City when Izuku started to get worried about Ida. He hasn't responded to my texts yet. Usually he responds within 5 minutes. What are you doing, Itza? Izuku thought to himself. He then noticed fire in the city. When he noticed that the train stopped as a hero suddenly flew into the train. Outside of the train was a winged Nomo flying in the air. Do what you can, kid, to save people, but don't do anything stupid. Gran Torino shouted before shooting off after the Nomu. Meanwhile, Izuku started to head towards the fire so he could see what was happening. When Izuku arrived at his location, he saw 2 more Nomus attacking heroes and civilians. A couple was about to be punched by a muscular Nomu similar to that from the USJ. Before the creature could hit them, Izuku had taken them far enough away to be safe. Before the couple could react, he had already left so he could evacuate more citizens. When he came back to the fire, he noticed that Endeavor had burnt the big Nomu's head into crisp. Izuku was about to continue his job when he heard Manuel shouting for Ida. He immediately left the area so he could look for his friend. All the victims of Stain has been found in back alleys, meaning that if he is here, he must be in some secluded area, Izuku thought to himself as he flew over the buildings looking for his friend. What have you gotten yourself into now, Ida? He asked himself. Then he heard voices and immediately went over to the source of the voices. One of the voices was familiar and made Izuku go even faster. He finally was over the alley where the conversation was held, and he arrived not a moment too soon. Just as Stain was about to end Ida, he heard something shoot past him from above and hit the ground. He looked up and could see the face of Izuku for a brief second before he was hit in the face with a metal pole. The hero Ender hadn't time to recover and experienced a barrage of attacks from his front, pushing him backwards. He tried to stab forwards with one of his swords, but the attack was stopped with a metal rod. Izuku quickly went back to Ida, not wanting to take any more risks with Stain. I have to say, I was impressed when I saw a quirkless kid win the sports. You must well know about the injustices of this society. You must know why the society must be purged, Stain told Izuku with much conviction. It is true that society can be unjust at times. I learned early that no man is born equal. But purging away what you don't like is not the way of a hero. A hero should always strive to do what's right, save everyone they can reach, and show the difference between what's wrong and what's right. I also believe that anyone can change, for better or worse. So if you believe that no one can change, then you are no better than the ones you purge. Izuku exclaimed. What Stain didn't notice was that while Izuku was talking, he had managed to send out his location information to all his contacts. You seem like someone worthy of the title of hero. But the only way to change people is by purging the scum of this society. So if you stand in the way of me, then I will have to take you too. The hero Ender shouted and charged at Izuku. Izuku tried using his net, but the vigilante just cut it in two. Izuku then had to parry the strikes delivered by Stain. When the hero Ender started to gain the upper hand, Izuku threw a flashbang, giving him time to switch to his shields for a better defense. Stain recovered quickly and immediately attacked Izuku once again. Eventually, Izuku used 2 spikes at the edge of his shield to snap one of Stain's swords in two. One of the shards managed to cut Izuku's cheek without him noticing in the heat of battle. Stain, however, noticed the small trickle of blood. He faked an attack and used the opening to lick the blood of Izuku's cheek. Izuku's limbs locked up immediately, making him unable to move. You are someone worth keeping, hero. But I have a job to do, and that job involves purging the world of fake heroes like these 2-inch. Stain said and started walking towards Ida and Native, with his sword ready to make the end. Before he could stab the sword through Native's heart, however, a stream of fire came towards him and forced him to back up. As the hero Ender backed away, a slope of ice lifted the paralyzed heroes and made them slide towards the new arrival. Todoroki, leave, I don't want you or Midoriya involved in this. I need to avenge my brother, Ida shouted. If you want us to leave, then get up and do something about it. Todoroki yelled back while trying to keep the hero Ender at bay with a wall of ice. Blocking your own sight over your opponent. Not a good move. Stain exclaimed and slashed his way through the wall of ice. Just go. This has nothing to do with you. I don't want you two to get hurt. Ida growled as Stain was pushed back by another wave of fire. Unfortunately, Stain managed to throw two knives that grazed Todoroki's left cheek. The hero Ender tried to lick of the blood, but couldn't since Todoroki just covered his left side in fire. We can't leave you, Ida, you are our friend. Someone told me that to get involved in other people's business is the essence of a hero. That is why we have to do this. Izuku told Ida. That made Ida have a realization. You're right, he said with regret. I have only destroyed my brother's reputation by doing this. So I will do anything to repair it. I will help you with taking the hero Ender. Not out of revenge, but because that is what a hero would do. After Ida said that, Izuku started to regain the control over his body. How did you regain control? You were the last person to be paralyzed, Native asked. Well, his quirk is definitely blood paralysis, but there has to be some other limits to it. It could be the amount of blood ingested, how many people there are, or a person's blood type, Izuku replied. You're correct. It's based on the blood type, but it won't help you, Stain said and threw two knives into Todoroki's left arm. While Todoroki was getting over the pain, Izuku threw a concussion mine to the side of the hero Ender. You missed, he exclaimed. Oh, did I? Izuku responded and activated it right beside Stain, making him fly into the wall. Izuku repeatedly attacked Stain by charging at him with his ODM gear and delivering several blows with his staff. He then stopped and just looked at the vigilante. He tried to get up and attack Izuku, but found himself restricted. What is this? I can't move, he yelled. A new invention, Izuku replied. While I was attacking you, I fastened several tethers to the wall, bound you up. I also put these on you, he said and pressed a button. Suddenly, the hero Ender started to shake violently as his body was shocked. When the electricity stopped, Stain was sitting tied to the wall, unconscious. While Izuku had finished of the hero Ender, Ida had regained control over his body. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you and put you all in danger, he said. You don't have to be sorry. Everybody makes mistakes. The important thing is that you learn from them. Now, we need to deliver him to the police, Izuku said and pointed towards the unconscious vigilante. He was now properly tied up with Izuku's capture tape and all his weapons had been taken away. When they carried Stain out of the alley, many other heroes appeared, including Gran Torino, Manuel and Endeavor. What did I tell you, kid, about doing something stupid, kid? Gran Torino asked in an angry voice. I'm sorry, Gran Torino, but I couldn't leave my friend alone with the hero Ender, Izuku replied. Before the two could continue their conversation, a winged Nomo came flying towards Izuku, ready to grab him. Izuku just threw a bomb with capture foam that restricted the creature and made it unable to move, and it fell to the ground. While the heroes was busy with the Nomu, a couple of hands grabbed Izuku and took him away from the group. Stain had managed to use a hidden knife to free himself and had now taken Izuku away from the others. You all are fakes. The only one of you that is a true hero is this kid right here. This society needs to be purged of the fake heroes that are only after fame and money, Stain exclaimed as he started slowly walking towards the group of heroes. His voice had so much conviction that it made everyone freeze on the spot. I will only be ended by one hero. All Might. So calm. At that moment the hero Ender stopped moving and just stood there silent. A broken rib had pierced his lung. Stain was taken to a secure hospital, where he underwent surgery for his damages. He was then sent to a high-security prison after a short trial kept away from the public. Meanwhile, Ida, Izuku and Todoroki was taken to a hospital. Izuku was the only one who didn't undergo surgery, because he wasn't hurt too bad by the fight. Itza had nerve damage in his left arm and Todoroki needs stitches for the knives that was thrown into his arm. The trio was sitting in their beds when Manuel, Gran Torino and Chief of the Hosu police force came into the room. Hello, I'm Kenji Tsuragame, the Chief of the Hosu police force. On behalf of the police force, I want to thank you for capturing the hero Ender. But both you Ida and you Todoroki used your quirks to attack someone else. Neither of you two have a hero license or had permission from the ones you interned with. As for you Midoriya, you fall into a loophole since you don't have a quirk. And Gran Torino said he told you to save people, which you technically did. Therefore you can't be charged with any crimes, the tall dogman said. As I see it, we have three options, he continued. We can tell the entire story as it happened. You three will be praised by the public, but Ida and Todoroki would have been faced with charges and punished. The second option is that we modify the story. We can say that Midoriya and Endeavor was the ones who captured Stain. Midoriya would be praised by the public, but the reaction to him doing stuff that is usually against the law could lead to heavier regulations on heroes. The third and final option is the safest option. We simply say that Endeavor captured Stain. No one would know what really happened and none of you three could be faced with charges. It was silent for a moment as the three considered their options. They eventually decided on the last option, so that they could avoid any possible consequences. Izuku was released from the hospital the day after and continued his internship. Gran Torino continued to train Izuku and pointed out his weaknesses and how they could be fixed. Todoroki was released 2 days after Izuku. He was unable to do all the training and patrolling Endeavor wanted due to his injuries. Ida was released at the last day of the internship. He had refused surgery to fix the nerve damage so he could keep it as a reminder until he had become worthy of his brother's name. Izuku had just said goodbye to Gran Torino and started to walk away when the old man asked him something. And by the way, who are you again? He said in his silly. Izuku thought that the old man had just lost it. I'm Izuku he tried to say but was interrupted. No kid. Who are you? Gran Torino asked in his usual voice. Izuku was confused for a moment before he understood the question. Deku, sir, he proclaimed proudly. The old man gave a nod of approval and Izuku walked away. If that kid continues with the same drive as he does now, I'm sure he could become a great hero, Gran Torino thought to himself and walked back into his house. Now, I think you got some explaining to do, Toshinori, he said to himself and called a number he hadn't called in a while. Welcome back from the internships. I hope you learned from your time there, Aizawa told his class in his usual bored voice. Now, the final exams are coming up in a few weeks. There will be a written and practical part. Those of you that doesn't pass will have to spend the summer here taking extra classes while the rest goes to the summer camp. I expect that you all do your best. Anyways, take on your hero costumes and meet up at Field Gamma. We are going to have a test, he explained to the class before leaving the classroom. As soon as he left, many of the students started complaining about the written part, especially the ones who was ranked the lowest like Mina and Kaminari. Luckily for them, Yaoyorozu offered to help them study. When the class met up at Field Gamma, they were met with all might. Today we will be doing rescue training. I will be standing her and you will be having a race to reach me first. Each race will have 5 contestants. And for the first race we will have Midoriya, Mina, Ojiro, Ida and Siro. He explained and the 5 contestants got over to their starting positions. So who do you think is gonna win? Kaminari asked. I think it's gonna be Siro. His quirk is perfect for this situation, Kirishima said. Ida may be injured, but he still has speed in his side, Todoroki said, surprising everyone because he participated in a conversation. I think it's gonna be Izuku. I'm just unsure how he can maneuver in such an environment, Ochako commented. Ready, set, go. All Might announced and the contestants set off towards their goal. Mina was gliding along the pipes using her acid. Ojiro used his tail to boost his speed and jump between gaps. Ida ran across the pipes with his engine quirk. Siro thought he had the victory secure as he used his tape to move across the area like Spider-Man, but he suddenly got a huge surprise. Up from behind him came Izuku and flew past him at an incredible speed. He took a salto before flying back down into the maze of pipes. He dodged every pipe before he ever was at risk of hitting them. Sometimes the layout would force him to come up to the top and find another path. Holy shit! Midoriya is fast! Kirishima exclaimed in surprise. It didn't take long before Izuku had made it to his goal in a clear first place. Well done, Midoriya. I would expect no less of you, All Might told Izuku proudly. Thank you, All Might. Izuku responded, smiling back to his former idol. After Izuku came Shiro, completely exhausted in his attempt to catch up to Izuku. Seriously, Midoriya. How fast can you go with that thing? Shiro asked, and pointed towards the ODM gear. Well, I'm not sure since I haven't been in any situation where I have used it to its fullest since the last upgrade. Although, May thought I could match All Might at 60 to 70% of his speed under the ideal conditions, Izuku responded. No way in hell I can compete with that, Shiro complained. After Shiro came Ida, then Ojiro, and lastly Mina. When the class was done with their exercise, it was time for lunch. So what do you think we will do in the practical exam? Shiro asked. I've heard from some of the seniors that it is basically just a repeat of the entrance exam, Kirishima replied. So we will only be fighting robots? This will be super easy, Mina exclaimed and punched her fist into the air. But we still need to worry about the written exam, she said and slouched into her chair. I think you will be just fine, Izuku said. Remember you dash, he continued but was stopped when a tray crashed into his head. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't enough room for me to move my tray around your quirkless head, Monoma said with a smirk. Wasn't winning the sports festival enough for you, quirkless loser? You had to meet the hero ender too. You are just some ignorant quirkless hero wannabe that couldn't do anything right, he said and started laughing, almost like a villain. Izuku had heard enough of these comments for a lifetime and became furious. He gripped around his cutlery so hard that the metal started to bend. You got 30 seconds to apologize, before I make you regret being born, Izuku said in a low voice filled with more anger than anyone had heard from him. Bakugo gulped and whispered over to the others with a hint of fear in his voice. Last time he said that to somebody was 5 years ago. That poor bastard wasn't seen before a few months had passed. And when he came back he would start shivering like crazy whenever Deku looked at him. It apparently took him 2 years of therapy to get over it. All the members of Class 1A now wished they would never be on the receiving end of Izuku's rage. And what would you do? You're just some shitty queer dash. Monoma's rant was stopped by a quick chop to the neck by Itsuka. I'm sorry for my classmate's rudeness. I apologize for his behavior and I hope we still can treat each other as equals, she said. Izuku looked on the unconscious and back at Itsuka. Good, he simply said and returned to his meal. Everyone at the table sighed in relief, even Bakugo, relieved that they didn't have to witness the slaughter of a fellow student. 2 weeks later, May and Izuku was discussing upgrades to his equipment. Since we have increased the size of the power supply, I think we should improve the protective plating, she said as she was fiddling with said power supply. You're right. It may be strong, but a well-aimed attack could immobilize the entire thing. Some protective plating around other parts could also help, Izuku responded as he worked on several triggering mechanisms for his various gadgets. Izuku then received a message. It was Ochako. She asked for help studying for the written exam. I have to go now. Don't make any modifications that I haven't approved yet, Izuku said as he walked towards the exit of the workshop. And don't blow anything up, again he said with a strict voice pointing towards May. Relax, I won't do anything stupid. It has been 3 days since I last blew up something, she responded. I guess that's as good as a promise I'll get, Izuku said and left. Izuku walked up to the door of Ochako's house and knocked on the door. The house was in one of the poorer parts of the city. It wasn't very big, but it was well kept. It didn't take long before someone could be heard coming towards the door. When the door was opened, Izuku was met with Ochako's father. He was pretty tall and seemed well built. He also had light brown hair. Hi, Mr. Uraraka. I'm here to help Ochako with her homework, Izuku said. I was suspicious when she told me a boy would come, but you seem all right. Come on in, she is in the living room, the father responded. When Izuku towards the living room, he felt like the older man was looking at him with a suspicious look. Before Izuku entered the living room, Mr. Uraraka said something. I hope you two behave. Me and my wife will be gone on shopping. Don't do anything stupid, he said and left the house. Hi, Ochako, Izuku said when he entered the living room. Hi, Izuku. I hope my dad wasn't too harsh on you, she said. No, not at all. I understand them, they are just protective. You should have seen my mom whenever she is worried about anything really, he responded. Anyways, what did you want help with? I need some help with my math and English, she said, and the two started to study. After a while they started to get hungry and made some food. Wow, Izuku! I didn't know you were this good at cooking, Ochako said before taking another bite of the katsudon Izuku had made. My mom learned me how to cook and katsudon is my favorite, so I learned how to make it, he replied. Your mother seems like a really nice person, Ochako commented. Yes, she does, Izuku said. By the way, how is your father? As a person, I mean, she asked. Well, I don't know him. He left when I was 4 and is working somewhere overseas. He sends us money regularly so that my mother doesn't have to work. My mom doesn't talk about him, so I know very little about him, he answered. I'm sorry I asked that, Ochako said. It's fine. I never knew him anyways. We should probably continue studying, Izuku replied. It was getting late when Izuku had to leave. Before he walked out, he was stopped by Ochako. Izuku, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being so nice to me, she said, holding his shoulder. Izuku turned around and looked back at Ochako. It's nothing. It's just the right thing to do. And you are one of the nicest and most kind-hearted people I have met. You're also the first friend I have had since I was 4, she told her. You're also the first real friend I have had in a while, Izuku. I was always bullied at school for being poor and being weak and that I should give up on being she said, starting to tear up. Izuku then stopped her by embracing her in a hug. Relax. Don't get caught up in the past. Learn from it, learn from your mistakes and move on. No one has the right to say who can and can't become a hero. Remember, I will always be here for you as a friend, he said, still embracing her. Thank you, Izuku. And I will always be your friend too, she said. After a moment of comfortable silence, the two let go of each other and Izuku left. One thought was on both of their minds as they parted ways: I wish we could be more. The day for the practical exam had finally arrived. Many of the students looked forward to it after the written exam a few days ago. To the surprise of the students, they were greeted by all the teachers. They were about to ask the teachers why almost all of them were there, but stopped when Nezu popped out of Aizawa's capturing gear. It is I, the principal, the small white-furred animal said with excitement. You probably have heard about the practical exam from the older students. Haven't you? He asked. Yes, it's just like the entrance exam. Smashing robots, right? Kirishima said with an excited voice. It's true that it used to just be a fight with the faux villains. But due to the recent rise of the League of Villains, we have decided to change the exam. You will be paired up and fight us, teachers, the small animal announced. We'll fight you? The entire class shouted. Yes, you will be fighting us, Aizawa said. Aizawa started listing up the pairs and who they would be fighting. Eventually only Izuku and Bakugo remained. They then saw the figure of All Might coming down from above and making a superhero landing. Young Bakugo and Midoriya, you will be fighting me, All Might announced and looked down on his two students. Izuku was having an internal muttering rant. How can I defeat him? Even with my equipment, I'm slower, weaker, and he has years of experience. There is only one thing I can do better than him, but how do I use that? He thought to himself. We teacher will be using these compressed weights made by the support department that will serve as a handicap, Aizawa said as the teachers started putting on the weights on their arms and legs. When All Might took on his weights, his arms dropped a bit because of the unexpected weight. Now get to your assigned areas. You will get the time to prepare and make a plan, Aizawa said, and the students and teachers started to head towards their areas. Izuku's and Bakugo's walk was filled with an uncomfortable silence that lasted all the way to the place of their exam. Kaken, we need a plan if we dash, Izuku tried saying carefully. Shut up, Deku. Bakugo snarled back. No, you shut up. Izuku snapped back at Bakugo with anger that surprised the explosive teen. I am so tired of the way you treat me. The way you treat everyone. Why you like this? Izuku shouted at Bakugo, who just stood there silent. Come on, answer me. It's the least you can do after all those years, Izuku said again. You never give up. Bakugo snapped at Izuku. That's why. You never give up. You keep standing in my way and look down on me. Then I push you away and you just keep climbing back up. It pisses me off. Bakugo yelled and aimed an explosion towards a tree. And at the sports festival, lost. I lost to the one I have always looked at as pebble in my path. Why can't you just leave me alone? I'm supposed to be number one. I have the quirk. Izuku stood silent, trying to formulate a response. "Kakanti," he said carefully. "What?" Bakugo yelled and turned away from the knocked-over tree and back to Izuku. "I never looked down on you," Izuku said to his childhood friend. Bakugo stood with a confused look when Izuku continued with his response, "I never looked down on you. You can't move forward if you keep looking down on people. If you want to rise higher, then you have to look up at people, which is what I did. I'm quirkless, so I couldn't be born powerful. I had to make my own path if I wanted to do anything. I idolized All Might, of course, but you were the one that was the closest and you had power. I looked up to you as the thing I could never have, but always wanted. Just take the #1 spot. I can't have it anyways. I'll be lucky if I ever get into the top 50, not to mention the top 10, but the #1 spot is something I could never reach. The only reason I keep trying to reach it is so that I will always do my best. I'm sorry if you thought I stood in your way or looked down on you. I just hope we can get past that and do our best to make each other go all out. What do you say?" Izuku said and extended his hand for a handshake with a big smile on his face. Bakugo was thinking about what he just heard. "You never looked down on me?" he muttered to himself. "Okay," Bakugo said and took Izuku's hand. "Let's keep pushing each other forwards. Now, do you have a plan?" Bakugo said with a small smile himself. "Well, we have one advantage over All Might. He can't maneuver in the air as well as we can. And I also think he has a weak spot," Izuku responded with a small smirk. "The exam has begun," a robotic announcer said over the speakers. Izuku and Bakugo walked down the main street. Izuku was using his goggles to enhance his vision. They walked for a short while before Izuku saw a whirlwind of destruction heading towards them in the distance. "Get behind me," he yelled and put up his shield. Bakugo got behind his childhood friend just in time. The wind pressure caused a lot of damage to the surrounding buildings, but Izuku and Bakugo remained unharmed. "I'm a villain. Why would I care about this city?" All Might said as he emerged from the chaos, facing the two students. Izuku and Bakugo immediately started their plan and launched forwards towards the symbol of peace. All Might jumped towards them at an even faster speed, but they dodged him midair. When All Might turned around, he saw Izuku coming towards him from the right. "To slow young Midori dash," he said as he grabbed Izuku, but his hand went straight through him. "A projection?" All Might said confused. "Wrong target, old man." Bakugo yelled as he aimed his gauntlet right at All Might's injury and fired. Bakugo didn't have time to stop and turned around heading towards his teammate that was heading towards the exit. Meanwhile, All Might was clutching the left side of his abdomen, coughing up some blood. Did Midoriya tell Bakugo of the injury? He thought to himself before standing back up. He then went full speed towards his students. When he reached them, they started out maneuver him midair. All Might got tired of it and jumped towards Bakugo at an immense speed. He managed to grab him and destroy his gauntlet. Where did the other go? All Might wondered. He quickly got his answer when a massive explosion hit his back, making him loose Bakugo. "You have learned to cooperate, haven't you?" All Might said to the two as they ran away. Izuku and Bakugo didn't have a long break since All Might reached them in a few seconds. This time the pro hero destroyed the other gauntlet before it could be used against him again. "Not this time," he said and punched Bakugo star-eyed into a wall. He then changed his attention towards Izuku and attacked him. Izuku desperately tried using his shields to block the punches. For each punch the shield got more and more deformed. Eventually Izuku had to throw one away than the other. The next punch Izuku was forced to grab with his exoskeleton. A second punch came towards him which he blocked with his other arm. Izuku was now being pushed backwards, away from the exit. After several meters, Izuku managed to dig into the ground and stopping All Might. A small wave of air was released when the two stopped. All Might kept increasing his power, making the concrete crack up under their feet and pushing Izuku's feet into the ground. The exoskeleton could no longer hold up against the pressure and started to bend. The part of the exoskeleton covering the hands broke, making Izuku let out a yell of pain. "What will you do, Midoriya, when you face a power you can't overcome?" All Might asked as he destroyed the exoskeleton. "I will keep on smiling, so that I can make people feel safe, no matter what." Izuku responded and he looked up at All Might with a smile mirroring the one the hero used himself. The exoskeleton was just about to completely fall apart when Bakugo came out of the blue and made an explosion stare right in the face of All Might. "Run, Deku! Get to the exit," he yelled and kept barraging the hero with explosions. Izuku released himself from the exoskeleton and went towards the exit as fast as he could. Meanwhile, Bakugo was also trying to move towards the exit, but HD to keep All Might at bay. He kept using explosions so powerful that they hurt him. Eventually, All Might got the upper hand and punched Bakugo straight into the ground and knocking him unconscious at the same time. Izuku was about to leave through the exit when he saw All Might holding his unconscious childhood friend. He immediately turned and headed towards All Might, not wanting to leave Bakugo behind. "Never leave someone behind," he said and punched All Might across the face with his staff. All Might tried grabbing him, but he had already disappeared. All Might then got a powerful blow to the back of his head and once again Izuku had disappeared out of sight before the number 1 hero could do anything. Izuku kept going in and out, attacking faster than his opponent could react. He used all of his equipment to gain an even greater advantage. Eventually, All Might was kicked into the ground, and before he could get up he was pinned down with a net and covered in capture foam. Then he felt electricity going through his body. It took him a few seconds to get out of it. When he got out, he immediately went for Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku was traveling at a speed rivaling Gran Torino. All Might tried casing them, but they changed direction at an inhuman speed. He also noticed something else. Whenever Izuku shot out a tether, it wouldn't do anything to the environment. Too late did All Might realize it was a projection and looked back just in time to see the duo go through the exit. "Team Midoriya and Bakugo has passed," the robot voice announced. "You got me good, Midoriya. You got me good," All Might said to himself as he saw Izuku pass out on the other side of the exit. Later in Recovery Girl's office, All Might got scolded. "What did you do to these two? Bakugo has broken ribs and Midoriya has a broken wrist and severe damage in his hands. You are lucky that Midoriya will only get away with some light scarring on his hands and wrists," Recovery said angrily to the symbol of peace. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't make it too easy for them," she said, trying to defend his actions. "One thing is giving a challenge. It's a completely different thing to destroy them in the process. Although, it seems they have put aside their disagreements and changed whatever relationship they had before for something better," she replied. "They apparently were friends when they were young, so it's good to see them treat each other with respect," All Might said looking at the two heroes in training. Later in the day, Izuku and Bakugo was released from the infirmary and left the school along with the rest of the class. "So you managed to win against All Might. That's impressive," Ida said to Izuku. "We didn't win, we just managed to get past him and I couldn't have done it without Kaken," Izuku replied. "So you managed to work with him?" Ochako asked. "Yes. Needed to talk with him for a bit, but I think we can become friends again. Although, I think he would prefer friendly rivals," Izuku replied. "That's good to hear, Midoriya. By the way, would you like to go out and get something to eat?" As a celebration for passing the exam, Ida asked. "Yes, of course," Izuku and Ochako replied. "Hey, Kaken, do you want to go get a bite with me, Ida and Ochako?" Izuku suddenly asked Bakugo, who was walking a few meters behind them. "Sure," he replied, making Ida and Ochako stand still in shock over their classmates' unusual behavior. Bakugo walked up to Izuku, walking by the still shocked Ida and Ochako. "Hey, are you gonna stand there all day? I'm hungry." The two got out of their trance and walked up to Izuku and Bakugo, who was having a fierce debate over who would win between Todoroki and Bakugo. Ida and Ochako shared a confused look over how the two now treated each other. Izuku was walking to UA, and for the first time in over a decade, he walked with his childhood friend Bakugo. "Deku, what happened at the end of our fight with All Might? I was knocked out before I saw you go through the exit," Bakugo asked. "Well, I saw you being knocked unconscious. I then attacked All Might and used my devices to hold him down for long enough to pick you up and make a projection. All Might chased after the projection long enough for us to get to the exit. That's pretty much it. Also, it's nice having you behave more like you used to," Izuku responded. "What do you mean with used to?" Bakugo asked. "I mean like you used to back in the day. Before I was diagnosed as quirkless. Explosive, angry, and impulsive, but with good intentions," Izuku replied. "I'm not impulsive," Bakugo snapped back. literally blowing up with anger. Proved my point, Izuku said calmly, making the explosive teen's eye twitch. Most of Class 1A was waiting for Aizawa to arrive. Ashido, Kaminari, Sato and Kirishima was especially nervous since they failed the practical exam. Shiro wasn't sure if he had passed either, since he didn't do anything. It is safe to say that the class was surprised when Izuku and Bakugo entered the classroom, together, talking without Bakugo attacking Izuku. There's no way Hawks could beat Endeavor. There's a reason he is number 2. Bakugo said with only slightly high volume by his standards. The only reason Endeavor is number 2 is because he tries so hard to become number 1. Meanwhile Hawks isn't as occupied with the ranks, Izuku replied with equal intensity for the last time. Endeavor would just burn all the feathers. And once again, the feathers would be moving way too fast for Endeavor to burn them before they could do damage. Let's just agree to disagree. Teach is gonna be here any moment, Bakugo said, and the two sat down in their seats. Tell me I was the only one who saw that, Kaminari said, still looking at Bakugo with a shocked expression. No you weren't. Bakubro and Midoriya actually talked, without one wanting and the other, Kirishima replied. I would always say that Bakugo was acting nice, Shiro remarked, a bit too loud. What the F did you say about me? Bakugo shouted while releasing small explosions from his palms. Never mind. He's back to normal, Shiro said. Sit down and be quiet. I have some announcements to make, Aizawa said as he kicked the door open. When everyone had found their seats, Aizawa began with his announcements. All of you passed the written exam. As for the practical exam, Shiro, Kirishima, Sato, Kaminari and Ashido, none of you passed the practical exam. Luckily, you will all be going summer camp. The students that had failed the practical exam released a massive cheer at the final announcement. But the ones who failed the practical exam will have to take extra lessons. And I can promise you that those are worse than any summer school, Aizawa said, making the cheering come to an abrupt stop. And one more thing. We will have a new guest that will be joining us for the summer camp, Aizawa announced before crawling into his yellow sleeping bag. The class was provided with a list over the things they needed to bring. Since everyone missed at least one thing from the list, they decided to go shopping. When they arrived at the mall, the group quickly dispersed to buy the things they needed. Izuku stood in the middle of the mall besides a fountain. He was considering where he could buy what he needed and how to do so most efficiently, starting a muttering storm in the process. Izuku didn't notice when a hunched-over figure in a black hoodie walked up to him. Hey, you are that kid from UA, the quirkless one. I'm impressed over what you have done, the figure said. Oh, thank you. Who are you? Izuku asked, curious over who this staranger was. The man then wrapped his hand around Izuku's neck while, holding with all of his fingers except his pinky. I was very impressed when you managed to match the Nomu-sensei made, the staranger said with a much more malicious. But I would be careful if I were you. I could probably end 20 or 30 people before a hero shows up. So why don't we have a chat? Izuku Midoriya, the man said and took Izuku with him to a bench by the fountain. What do you want, Shigaraki? Izuku asked the villain in a deadly serious voice. Relax, I only want to talk. This time at least. You see, I have a problem that I can't wrap my head around. The media keeps talking about Stain, not even mentioning what all the Nomus did. It pisses me off. Why do people want to talk so much about the hero Ender and not me? What's the difference? In the end, we both want to destroy what we don't like, right? Shigaraki asked while tightening his grip around Izuku's neck when he mentioned Stain. I think the difference is why you destroy what you don't like. Stain ended heroes because he wanted to make his version of an ideal society without the ones he considered as fake heroes. While you seem to destroy just so that you can destroy. Nobody knows what you stand for, except that you want to end All Might. People know what Stain stands for and therefore he gains supporters. It's like All Might, he stands for something that people can believe in and follow, Izuku replied. Is that so? Shigaraki said and tightened his hand even more around Izuku's neck to the point where it got hard to breathe. I see. It's all about All Might, everything goes back to him. Stain was inspired by All Might and All Might give people that stupid sense of false hope. He makes people believe everything can be all right. Yes, it's all about Dash. Izuku, who is that? Ochako asked, stopping the villain's ramble. She then noticed the hand around Izuku's neck and the face of Shigaraki. "Wait, you aren't his friend," she said with a much more serious voice and got into a fighting stance. Shigaraki quickly let go of Izuku, who started chuffing after almost being choked. Shigaraki put his hands up in the air and made an attempt of a friendly. "Okay, I see that I'm not welcome here. I'll take my leave," he said, and got up and started to walk into the crowd. "Who is your leader?" Izuku asked. Shigaraki stopped walking. "You're too clever for your own good. I think Sensei would have liked you. Be careful, the next time we meet will be when I have decided if I want to end you or not," he replied before walking into the crowd and disappeared. The police arrived after the incident and the mall was closed, but Shigaraki couldn't be found. Izuku was taken in for interrogation by Tsukachi. "Now, is there any information you could get out of him during your encounter?" Tsukachi asked. "Yes. I think that the League OG villains is controlled by someone in the background. I had my suspicions, so I asked him. He said that I was too clever for my own good and that someone he called Sensei would have liked me," Izuku replied. "This only confirms our suspicions about him," the detective said quietly to himself. "Who?" Izuku asked. "I'm in no position to tell you about it, but maybe Toshinori will. I'll ask him about it and I'm pretty sure he will tell you about it. All I can say is that it has to do with Toshinori's injury. Anyways, that was all. You can go now," Tsukachi said and followed Izuku the way out into an alley. In the alley, Izuku was greeted by his worried mother and All Might in his true form. "Izuku, I was so worried about you. Are you all right?" she said and ran over to her son, almost crushing him in the following hug. "I'm all right, Mom, but I won't be if you keep hugging me like this," Izuku managed to say, and Inko let go of him. "Also, what are you doing here, Iyagi?" Izuku asked the skinny blonde man. "I just wanted to see if you were all right, that's all." I was also interested in what Tsukachi had to say. "You and your mom should probably getting home now. It's getting dark," she said. "I think you're right. Goodbye, Yagi," Izuku said. "Goodbye, young Midoriya," Toshinori said as Inko and Izuku left. Inko was currently alone in her apartment. Izuku had just gone with some friends to the pool. There was a knock on the door and Inko went over to see who it was. When she opened the door and saw who it was, her expression quickly soured. The man had black hair, blue eyes and small beard stumps. "Hello, Hisashi," she greeted in a cold voice. "Hi, Inko. I guess we have a lot to talk about," the man replied. "Yes, we do. I'll make some tea. Izuku will be gone for a couple hours, so just come inside," Inko said and walked towards the kitchen so she could make the tea. Hisashi walked in, closing the door behind him. The apartment hadn't changed much since the last time he had been here. While walking towards the living room, he noticed Izuku's room with the door slightly open. The first difference he noticed was that the All Might themed sign was gone, replaced with a regular one. He remembered buying it when Izuku got his own room when he was 3.5 years old. The smile that Hisashi got that day was something he would remember for years. So it hurt him slightly to see the sign had disappeared. Hisashi opened the door completely to see the rest of the room. He was shocked to see the dramatic change that had happened. Even when Izuku was 4, the room still had a decent amount of All Might posters and figures, but now there was none. Not a single piece of All Might merchandise remained. Hisashi thought back to the happiest day he ever had with Izuku. It was Izuku's 4th birthday and Hisashi wanted to give him something special. When Izuku opened his present and saw the latest All Might action figure, with built-in voice lines, he radiated so much happiness that Hisashi was afraid his heart would literally melt. That figure had gotten a place of honor at Izuku's desk. It was also the figure Izuku would bring to the quirk specialist 3 months later. Hisashi regretted what he did on that day more than anything else. He had planned on giving Izuku a framed selfie that he had by pure luck managed to take with All Might. When Izuku and Inko came home, Izuku just went to his room and turned on the computer without a word. When Inko told him the news, Hisashi did something he should never have done. He yelled, he punched, he used his quirk, he packed up his things and left. Outside, he had thrown the picture and started to use his quirk on it, but decided to stop. Hisashi got tears in his eyes when he thought about that day and pulled out the picture he had managed to take with All Might. It was old, had burnt edges and had been folded and crumpled several times. "I don't know what happened to him, but one day he just removed everything that had anything to do with All Might and threw it away, Inko said as she stood in the doorway and saw Hisashi looking around. What are you holding? She asked and pointed towards the picture in Hisashi's hand. It's a reminder of what I did wrong. I was supposed to give it to Izuku when we found out what his quirk was, but you know, he said with shame. Is the tea done? He asked. Yes, it is. Come, we need to talk, Inko answered, and the two walked over to the living room. When Izuku first saw Kaminari and Mineta asking him if he wanted to come with them to the pool, he knew they were up to something. So he made all the other boys come to the pool as well, ruining all perverted plans the two had. They did some exercises and eventually had a swimming contest. Izuku didn't do well without his equipment. The final round was supposed to be with Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida. But Aizawa came and stopped them since their time at the pool was over. Izuku talked with his friends for a while before going home. I'm home, Izuku said when he entered the apartment. Did you have a good time with your friends? His mother asked. Yes, we had fun. We had a swimming competition, but I lost pretty badly since I didn't bring my equipments, he responded. Can you come to the living room? We have a guest that wants to talk with you, Inko asked. I'm coming, Izuku said and walked towards the living room. So who is this Q-, he asked, but stopped when he saw who it was. Dad? Dad? It's been so long. Where have you been? What have you done? How long will you stay? It's good to see you, Izuku exclaimed and ran over to the man and hugged him. Calm down, son. Sit down, I have something I need to tell you, Hisashi said, and Izuku sat down. He was happy to see his father after all those years. Hisashi took a deep breath and let it out in a sigh, with small flames coming out of his mouth. Son, I truly am sorry. I'm sorry for leaving you and your mother, he said, his voice filled with regret. What do you mean? Izuku asked, completely oblivious to what happened all those years ago. I guess it's time to tell you about what I did back then, when you were 4. Back then I wanted my son to become a hero. Back then I also thought you needed a quirk to become a hero, Hisashi said. Izuku's face was turning into one of disbelief as he started to put the teacher. So when I found out you was quirkless, I couldn't see past that fact, forgetting that you still were my sons, Hisashi said while holding back tears. I got obsessed over that one small insignificant detail and forgot you were my son. Me and your mom got into a fight and I hurt her. I even used my quirk. Hisashi was now crying, but he continued to talk. I packed up my things and left. I left like a coward because I was ashamed and I didn't want to deal with the consequences. I left you and your mother alone. I left you when I should have been there and encouraged you, said that you could become a hero. I left your mother alone when she needed me the most. I can't imagine what you two have gone through, he said through the tears and walked over to Izuku and embracing him in a hug and crying into his shoulder. Please. Please forgive me. I want to be with my son again. I'm not the man I used to be, I hate that man. I hate him and what he did. I want to make things right, I want to help you become a hero. I wasn't there for the beginning of your journey, but I want to be here for the rest of it, he yelled out. Izuku got out of his father's embrace and stood up. I need some time, he calmly said and walked into his room. He picked up some things and walked out of the apartment. Please, Izuku. Don't leave me. I'm sorry. I have changed. Hisashi yelled after him and tried to run after his son. He was stopped by Inko. Let him be, he needs some time. After all, it was a lot he just learned. I'm sure he'll forgive you. Just give it time, she told him with tears in her eyes. The two fell down on their knees and embraced each other. I'm a terrible father. I let both of you down, Hisashi said. You can't change what has happened. You'll just have to do your best in the future. Remember that I forgive you, Inko replied, and the two wept quietly in each other's presence. Bakugo was currently jogging along the Dagoba beach. It had become a very nice place after someone had cleaned up all the garbage that used to be here. He then heard someone he knew very well, but talking with more anger and rage than he thought they ever could. Traitorous bastard. I can become a hero without a quirk. I don't need you. You think you can just come now? After everything me and went through. You really think you can come when the hardest part has passed? Why did you come? Was it because I won the sports festival? Was that it? You needed to have my potential smacked into your face before your stupid brain could see the truth. Izuku yelled with more anger and rage than Bakugo had ever used. Bakugo quickly got over to where his childhood friend was. There he saw Izuku attacking a metal training dummy. It was clear that he used anger since his technique was very sloppy. The training dummy must have been used for a long time, as it was querently bent and deformed. Bakugo yelled out to Izuku. "What?" he replied with venom in his voice. "I don't know what has happened to you, but we need to talk about it right now. Because this isn't like you at all." Bakugo shouted and walked over to Izuku. "I'm perfectly fine, Izuku said before being punched into the ground by Bakugo. "You're not fine, Deku," Bakugo said. Izuku got back up and looked at Bakugo. "Thanks, I needed that. Let's sit down and I'll tell you," he said, and the two sat down at a bench. "Dad came home," Izuku said. "Hisashi? That was a long time ago," Bakugo said. "Shut up and let me finish." Izuku snapped. "Okay, I'll let you finish," Bakugo replied, still not used to the anger Izuku was giving off. "As I said, Dad came home," Izuku said. "He wanted to be with me and Mom again after what he did. You see, the reason that he left was because of me. Well, because I am quirkless. He wanted a son who he thought could become a hero. So when I was diagnosed as quirkless, he had a fight with Mom and left. He left me and Mom alone to handle the consequences. And now he thinks he can just come back after all these years and say sorry. Like that will make us forgive him just because he said sorry," Izuku said, and started to get angry again. The two sat silent for a long while as Bakugo processed the information. "I don't know exactly what happened or what he said, but if I remember Hisashi right, then he probably said more than sorry. Remember that time I scratched my knee while he watched over us? He insisted on washing our house for a month as an apology," Bakugo said, making a small smile appear on Izuku. "Yeah, I remember," he said calmly. "It seems like he really wants to apologize for what he did and wants to move on. The only thing left now is for you to forgive him," Bakugo said. "But I don't know if I can forgive him after all this," Izuku replied. "Okay then, guess I have to do this." "I'm sorry," Bakugo said. "Sorry for what?" "The cup of milk I spilled on you lap back in kindergarten." "Wait, really?" Izuku asked. "No, you idiot." Bakugo snapped back at him. "For everything I did against you. All those years of bullying and discouragement I put you through. All those years of hell you had to go through because of me," Bakugo said. "You don't have to apologize. I have already forgiven you," Izuku replied with a smile. "Then why can't you apologize to your dad?" Bakugo asked. This question made Izuku think about the situation in a completely new way. "You can forgive me," Bakugo continued, "but you can't forgive your own father? You can't forgive the one who left you in a living hell, but you can forgive the one who made that hell? If you really can forgive me, then you can forgive your dad too. He is family, and as much as I hate saying this, but family matters and you can always forgive them," Bakugo said with a something he rarely has, a genuine smile. "You're right. I should forgive him and move on." "Look on the stars," Izuku said as he noticed how beautiful the night sky currently was. "Do you remember when we used to look up at the stars all night when we were young?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I do. It was nice. But really, you only noticed it now? When did you come here?" Bakugo asked. "Wait, if it's night now. I need to go home right now. Bye, Kaken," Izuku said as he packed up his things and started to leave. "Bye, Izuku," Bakugo said, making Izuku stop. "Why, you didn't use..." "You used..." Izuku started stuttering. "Yes, I used your old nickname. You're not useless anymore, so I can't use Deku, and it wouldn't be fair if only I got called by my nicknames," Bakugo said. "So we are friend again?" Izuku asked carefully. "Yes, we are friends." "Bye, Izuku." "Bye, Kaken," Izuku said and left. Inko was starting to get really worried about Izuku when she heard him come home. She went over to greet him. "Hi, Izuku, your dad is in the kitchen," she said. "If you don't want to talk to him, No, I want to talk with him," Izuku said and walked towards the kitchen. When Izuku entered the kitchen, he saw his dad in a chair looking at a picture he had in his hand. "Izuku?" the man asked and looked up at his son. "I understand that you hate me for what I did. If you can't forgive me now, then he was cut off when Izuku embraced him in a hug. "We all do mistakes and it's in the past. What matters is that you realize that you made a mistake and is here now. I forgive you, Izuku said with tears starting to form in his eyes. I have missed you so much, Hisashi said as he had tears of his own starting to form. Oh, that reminds me of something, Hisashi said and reached for the picture he had looked at. I was supposed to give it to you after you had visited the quirk specialist, but you know. Anyways, it may be several years late, but I managed to take this picture with all might once and I think you should have it, he said and gave the slightly burnt picture to Izuku. When Izuku saw the picture he started to cry, letting all the bottled-up emotions he had be released. Are you okay? His father asked. Yes, I'm okay. I just remembered someone I need to talk to when I get the chance, Izuku replied as father and son once again embraced each other. In the doorway stood Inko looking at the two. Guess it's not just from me, he has inherited his crying habits, she thought to herself. It will take time for me and Hisashi to get back together, but I think we're getting there. I'm just happy that my little Izuku has gotten his father back. She quietly walked away so the two could be alone. It didn't take long before father and son started talking about many things to each other. All the time Inko could do nothing but smile. Goodbye, Izuku. Have a good time at the summer camp, Hisashi said while waving goodbye. Bye, Dad. Bye, Mom. See you in a week, Izuku said and walked towards UA ready for the summer camp. When he arrived at the gates of UA, he saw the rest of his classmates. Hey, Izuku. Looking forward to summer camp? Ochako asked with excitement. Izuku suddenly realized how close Ochako's face was and started to blush and get flustered. Yes, it will be great. Izuku stuttered out. Then Ochako realized how close their faces was and was reminded of what Aoyama told her during the exam. This turned her into a blushing mess as well, and she quickly stepped away from Izuku. So as I said, we will have a special guest joining us for the camp. He will also be joining our class when the summer vacation is over, Aizawa announced, making everyone look towards the new member of Class 1A. Hello, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. I will do my best to become a hero and do not have any intentions of making friends, the purple-haired teen introduced himself. Reminds me of how Todoroki was before the sports festival, Izuku muttered quietly. I heard that Class A had 5 people that failed the practical. Isn't Class A supposed to be better than Class B? But they still had more people that failed. Monoma said in his crazy voice. Kendo quickly made him go quiet by giving a quick chop to his neck. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you don't think we are all like him, she said. Izuku's expression soured when he remembered what Monoma had said in the cafeteria, but it quickly passed. Don't worry. It's okay, she responded. After that, both of the classes got into their own buses and started driving towards the training camp. Izuku sat next to Shinso in an attempt to talk with him. I said I'm not interested in making friends, Shinso said before Izuku could say anything. But everyone in the class is nice and would love to make a new friend. Even Kaken can make friends, he just has his own idea of friendship, Izuku asked. You don't get, Shinso responded with his anger growing. People only see me as a villain due to my quirk. People have always said I should become a villain and that I couldn't be a hero. It's better to not get involved. You don't understand anyways. Izuku let out a small chuckle. What's so funny? Shinso asked with an annoyed tone. You really think I don't know where you have come from? Izuku responded. I went through 10 years of hell before I got here. Once people found out I was quirkless, I was thrown to the side like trash. It got even worse because I still wanted to become a hero. So I can promise you that everyone in this class will accept you and see past your quirk and its villainous nature. Even Kaken has apologized for the years of bullying, but don't tell him that I said this. Hitoshi was silent, having a new respect for Izuku, knowing that they both had been pushed down by society. Fine. I'll give it a shot, he said. That's good to hear. You won't regret it. Izuku responded with a bright smile. Izuku and Shinso didn't talk much for the rest of the tour. Mostly because Shinso quickly fell asleep. So Izuku ended up talking with Ida and Ochako, who sat close by. They eventually stopped so that they could have a break. Izuku noticed that Class B's bus didn't stop with them and that there was no bathroom outside. So while the others stretched their leg and looked for a bathroom, he quietly picked some of his equipment. When Izuku had picked up his equipment, 2 members of the Wild Pussycats had appeared, Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Your lodge is by the foot of that mountain over there, Mandalay said, confirming Izuku's suspicions. It's around 9:30 a.m. right now, so I would say around noon. By now the other classmates understood what was going on and headed towards the bus. Those who doesn't arrive by that time won't get any lunch. Mandalay announced. Sorry kids, Izawa said as Pixie Bob blocked their way to the bus. Training camp has begun, he said, and all the students was pushed off the cliff by a wave of earth and fell into the forest. You have 3 hours to reach the camp. We own the forest so you can use your quirks, Mandalay shouted to them when they landed. Izuku was prepared for this and managed to land better than most. Mineta ran quickly into the forest, looking for a place he could take a piss. He quickly came back out, chased by an earth beast. Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida and Izuku dashed towards the beast and attacked it. Their combined efforts made the beast blow up and fall to the ground as pieces of earth. While the rest of the class started fighting the earth beasts, Izuku dashed towards Shinso. Your quirk will have no use in this situation. Take this, he said and threw his staff over to Shinso. Won't you need it? Shinso asked. Right now you need it more than me. And I still have these, Izuku replied and showed off his shield, and I have a second staff, he said and grabbed his second staff from his back. He then quickly went through how it worked before jumping back into the fighting. Kaminari had just gone above his limit and had been turned into a dumb Saitame with yellow hair. Just before a beast was about to strike him, Izuku came in and rammed into the head of the beast with his shield. The beast fell to the ground and Izuku picked up his stupefied classmate and carried him to another group of people. Watch over him, Izuku told them before leaving so he could fight more beasts. That quirkless kid is something else. He has taken down 8 of my earth beasts in less than 15 seconds. What have you been hiding, Izawa? Maybe he should get a challenge? Pixie Bob commented with amazement as the trio of heroes saw fighting in the forest beneath. I don't know if there is many things you can do to give him a proper challenge, Izawa responded. We will see about that, she said with a devilish grin. Izuku was searching for more beasts to attack when he suddenly spotted one. It was much bigger than any of the others. Just one of its legs was as big as the trees. Izuku was unfazed by this and started attacking it. He charged at one of the legs, spinning like a tornado. They exploded into many pieces on impact. This made the beast lose balance and fall on the ground. Izuku then came from behind the beast and went up its back like a tornado, causing great damage. He then jumped over the beast's head and down towards the ground. He quickly turned around and charged at the head with full speed, using his shield as a battering ram. The head was completely destroyed and what remained of it fell into a pile of dirt. Around 5 o'clock Class 1A came out of the forest. They were completely exhausted and covered in sweat and dirt as well as their clothes being a complete mess. Seems like you didn't make it in time for lunch, Mandalay said. But you used less time than we thought, Pixie Bob commented, and you were great at dealing with my earth beasts. Especially you 4-inch, she said and pointed towards Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida and Izuku. Izuku then noticed a young boy who had been looking at them. I've been wondering, whose kid is that? He asked. Oh, he is actually my nephew, Mandalay responded. Koda, come and say hi. Izuku went over to the young boy and extended his hand for a handshake. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Izuku greeted. Koda then punched Izuku's crotch, making him almost fall over in pain. Ida quickly came to comfort Izuku. Why would you punch Midoriya in his scrotum? Ida exclaimed. I can't abide jerks who want to be heroes. Koda yelled back as he walked away. Enough messing around. Go grab your luggage from the bus and take it to your rooms. We will soon have dinner and after that you will have a bath. Use this day to relax since training begins tomorrow, Izawa announced, and the students started to pick up their luggage, eager for dinner. After having eaten everything they had been offered, the students took a bath in the hot springs. While most of the guys wanted to relax in the war water, Mineta had different plans. He walked Yuo to the wall separating the girls and boys, and despite Ida's protests, he began climbing. Before he reached the top, he was stopped by Koda. If you want to be a hero, you should learn to be a decent human being first. Koda scolded him before pushing him off the wall. Thanks, Koda, Ashido said happily from the other side of the wall. Koda looked towards stage girls, but forgot they were naked. He tumbled down from the wall due to the shock. While Ida was busy catching Mineta with his face, Izuku managed to catch Koda just in time. Koda had fallen unconscious, so Izuku took him to Mandalay. He must have passed out due to the fear of falling. Mandalay said, "We made him watch over the wall since Aizawa told us that one of the boys was the definition of a pervert." "That's true, but he does have potential." "I'm just glad nobody got hurt," Izuku replied. "There is one thing that has been bothering me though. Why does he hate heroes so much? I grew up around people who admired heroes. So I ended up admiring them myself. Even if I have had a few bad experiences with them, I still wanted to become one," she asked. "We don't know the exact reason why, but we can make a pretty good guess," Pixie Bob said as she entered the room. His parents were both pro-heroes. They died while defending civilians 2 years ago. It was an honorable death, but to him it was like they had left him. While society praised their actions, he couldn't understand them and therefore hated them for that. He then associated this hatred with both heroes and villains, she explained. "I don't think he likes us that much either, but he cooperates with us since we are his only remaining family," Mandalay commented. "Anyways, you should get some proper clothes on and join the rest of your class," she said. "Yes, of course," Izuku said and walked out. It was 5:30 a.m. when Aizawa started instructing his class. "Morning, kids," Aizawa greeted them. "Today the training camp will begin for real. By the end of this you will all come out stronger than when you came. Strong enough to get your provisional licenses. Bakugo, throw this to begin with," he said and threw a ball over to Bakugo. "When school started your record was 7:05 meters. Let's see how much that has improved." As Bakugo readied his throw, people began wondering how far he would throw. Some speculated that he would get over a kilometer. "Go to hell!" Bakugo yelled and propelled the ball forward with a massive explosion. "Go to hell?" So Kaken hasn't changed that much, Izuku thought to himself. Eventually the ball landed deep into the forest and the result was shown. 7:09 meter, Aizawa said and showed the display. "You have all been through a lot these past months and have grown. But you have only improved your techniques and mind, and you bowed us a little bit. However, your quirks haven't gone through the same growth. So that is what we will be doing at this camp, improving your quirks. This will be so hard that you would wish you were dead, so try to stay alive," Aizawa said with a grin which promised pain to the students. When Class B arrived, everyone in Class A was already going through some sort of hellish training that involved their quirks. They were surprised when Izuku came flying over their heads, moving so fast he seemed like a blur. He then crashed straight into a tree and stopped for a moment. "Did I tell you to stop?" Tiger said, sounding more like a threat than a question. "No." Izuku responded and started moving through the forest again, as fast as his equipment would allow him, and hitting a tree trunk or a branch every now and again. It was a welcome change when the training was over and they could make their own dinner. Especially after Ida made a speech about the importance of making your own food. Todoroki walked around and made fire to the ovens while Bakugo tried making fire with his explosions. They then began preparing the ingredients. "I didn't expect you to be so good at using a knife," Bakugo Ochako said. "What do you mean you didn't expect it? How can you be bad at using a knife?" Bakugo snapped back. "What about the first-year cooking competition, Kaken?" Izuku asked. "We don't talk about the first-year cooking competition. I'm better than you now," Bakugo responded. "Is that a challenge?" Izuku asked, and the two started having a fierce cooking competition along with some colorful language. Ida tried to calm the two down, but was told to back off by the usual anger of Bakugo and unusual anger of Izuku. In record time, all the food was ready, with most of it being made by Izuku and Bakugo. "This is some of the best curry I have had, even if it's a bit spicy," Kirishima said. "It's supposed to be spicy." Bakugo snapped back. "Your curry is also quite spicy, Midoriya. Didn't know you also liked spicy food," Ida commented. "I have always liked spicy food," Izuku responded and swallowed some of the food. "Not hot enough," he said to himself and pulled out a dried Carolina Reaper and crunched it up and put it in the curry. "You still have those with you?" Bakugo asked. "I have to. The food is never spicy enough," Izuku responded. "How are you even able to eat that?" Ochako asked. "My father breathes fire, so I guess I got some of those genes," Izuku replied and kept eating without burning his mouth, despite consuming the world's strongest chili. While Izuku went to get another portion, he noticed Koda walking away from everyone else and decided to follow him. Koda walked to a cliff with a view over the entire camp. So this is your calm place, Izuku said, making Koda turn around in surprise. How did you find this place? Koda asked angrily. Sorry, I followed you. I thought you might be hungry, so I brought some food, Izuku responded. Don't want it. I don't want to be with a bunch of idiots trying to improve and show off their quirks. Your parents, were they the water hoses by any chance? Izuku asked. Did Mandalay tell you? Koda responded. No, we just had a conversation and I assumed that they were your parents. I remember what happened. It was tragic, Izuku replied. Shut up. You're all idiots. Calling yourself heroes and villain and ending each other so that you can show off your quirks? Koda asked. It isn't just heroes you dislike. You got a problem with quirks and superpowered society as a whole. I get that, Izuku said, making Koda visibly confused. I never got a quirk, Izuku continued. Both my parents has quirks, but I never got any. It's quite rare, but it does happen. I don't resent the quirk society, but I'm not quite fond of how it treats people like me, the powerless. Despite that, I grew to admire heroes because of what they do. Of course you have heroes like Mr. Flamey Trashbag, but they save people as well. They also fight villains so that they can save more people. That's an idea of a hero and part of the reason I want to become one. I also want to become a hero so that I can help those without a voice, to show that nobody is helpless, anyone can become someone's hero. If you keep pushing everything away, then you will end up getting yourself hurt. Before Izuku could say anything else, he was stopped by Koda. Shut up. You know nothing. Just go away, he yelled. Alright, I'll just leave the curry here in case you want it. Be careful though, it's a bit spicy, Izuku said, and walked back to join the others. They are all stupid, Koda said to himself as Izuku left before sitting back down. The following day was very similar to the previous one. Wake up early, go through hell, keep going and then continue for a bit longer. It was especially worse for the ones who failed the practical exam plus Shinso. They needed extra lessons and Shinso had a lot of catching up to do. Tonight the classes will be going against each other in a test of courage, Pixie Bob announced before they began making dinner. Bakugo and Izuku ended up having another cooking count with equal intensity as the last one. Well then, you have had dinner and the dishes are cleaned, Pixie Bob said. It's time for the test of courage. Ashido exclaimed. Sorry to disappoint you, but you have extra lessons with me now, Aizawa said and started dragging them away, except Shinso, who didn't really seem to care. No way. Give us a break. Ashido yelled as she was dragged away. So Class B will be on the offensive first. Class A will go into the forest in teams of 2 every 3 minutes. At the halfway point you will find cards with your names on them. Grab your name and then come back, Pixie Bob explained. As Class B prepared themselves in the forest, Class A drew lots. Izuku then realized something. We are 20 plus Shinso. Minus him and 5 ethers, that makes 15 divided over 8 teams of 2. That means, I'm alone, he said to himself. We drew lots, so it was inevitable that one of us would end up alone, Ojiro said, trying to calm Izuku down. Shortly after Group 5 entered the forest, they noticed a part of the forest was on fire. And in the R where Class B was, they could see a purple fog covering the forest. What's that smoke? Mandalay wondered. She quickly got her answer when 2 villains appeared and knocked out Pixie Bob. Izuku quickly grabbed his equipment he had prepared for the test of courage. Mandalay, I know where Koda is, he yelled to her. She gave a small nod and he set off at full speed towards the cliff. Izuku came in the nick of time. He managed to take Koda away just before he was punched by the villain. Ute, the villain, said, you were on the list. Boss wants you alive for some reason. Doesn't mean I can't have some fun with you first, he said with a menacing smile and tore off his cloak. Once Izuku got a proper look on the villain's face, he realized who it was. He recognized him as the villain that ended Koda's parents, Muscular. Muscular expanded the muscles in his arms and charged at Izuku with impressive speed. Izuku narrowly dodged the blow and went behind Muscular to deliver a blow to his head. You're fast, but not very strong, Muscular taunted, not affected by the blow. He then increased the size of his muscles even further and charged towards Izuku at even greater speed. This time Izuku couldn't dodge the attack and had to block it with his shield. The force of the impact broke the shield and blew the pieces away. Muscular grabbed Izuku's arm with such force that it broke his bones and the exoskeleton. He then threw Izuku into the cliffside. Muscular then felt a stream of water, coming from Kota, hitting him. "Did you toy with them too? Did you do this to them before you ended them?" Kota asked with a trembling voice. "Wait, I know who you are. You are the son of those heroes who made me lose my eye," Muscular said and slowly walked over to Kota. "I didn't have to end them, but they forced me. I just wanted to end some people, but they had to act as hero and try to save everyone," Muscular said and let out a small chuckle. "Relax, I will make it quick," he said with a malicious smile and got ready to end. Muscular stopped when he felt something hit him in the back. "You're alive?" he asked. His response was something hitting him across the face. The villain tried to grab Izuku again, but he moved so fast it was difficult to even know where he was. "Stay still," Muscular yelled and tried to punch Izuku, but he only punched air. Izuku repeatedly attacked Muscular at blinding speeds, making the villain unable to react. "Maybe I can't hurt you, you most certainly can't hurt me with Odash," Muscular taunted, but stopped when he felt something digging into his muscles and let out a small grunt of pain. "What was that?" he asked with anger. "It won't work," he yelled and continued to try and hit Izuku. "I won't let you hurt him. I won't let you hurt anyone ever, Aegon." Izuku yelled and dug something into Muscular's muscles again. They continued their fight for a bit more while Izuku kept digging small rods into Muscular's muscles. Eventually the villain decided to try a different strategy. "If I can't take you, then I'll have to take someone else," he yelled and lunged towards Kota. He then was pulled straight into the cliff side, unable to move. "What did you do?" he yelled. "I attached tethers to your body," Izuku responded as he landed in front of the villain. "They are relatively easy to cut in two, but quite difficult to pull apart. You won't be going anywhere for hours, but just to be sure," he said and pulled out his stun gun. "Let's give you a little nap time," he said and sent electricity through Muscular, making him go unconscious. Once the villain was unconscious, Izuku almost stumbled over in exhaustion, having gone so far on mostly adrenaline. He then started feeling the pain in his broken and let out a yell of pain. Meanwhile, Kota looked at him in amazement as his hero. "Let's get back to Mandalay, shall we?" Izuku eventually reached Aizawa and dropped of Kota. "Watch over him. I need to tell Mandalay that he's safe," Izuku explained. "Midoriya, give this message to Mandalay. You students are the targets. Tell her to use her telepathy and inform everyone that they are allowed to fight back," Aizawa ordered. "Yes, sir," Izuku replied and left. When Izuku came to Mandalay, he saw a lizard-looking villain dressed as Stain that was attacking Mandalay with a giant amalgamation of sword. He threw a few bombs at the sword and made it shatter into pieces. "Mandalay, Kota is safe," Izuku told her. "And Aizawa wanted you to send this message with your telepathy. They are targeting the students. Tell them that they are allowed to fight back," Izuku said. "All right," Mandalay responded and sent out the message. Izuku quickly left to look for the others. One of the villains tried to attack Izuku, but was stopped by the lizard villain. "Why did you do that, Spinner?" "He is on the list," the villain asked. "That hero was judged by Stain to be a real hero magna." "I don't care if he is on the list or not," Spinner replied. They were both knocked out when Tiger exploited their bickering. Izuku was going through the forest at a regular speed when he was suddenly knocked back by Dark Shadow. He was then picked up by Shoju. "Be quiet," he whispered. "What happened?" Izuku asked. "We were going through the track as normal when a villain attacked us and hurt one of my dupli arms. Tokoyami became angry and lost control over Dark Shadow," Shoji explained. Izuku then looked towards Dark Shadow and saw Tokoyami almost being consumed by his quirk. "Shoji, can your dupli arms make more dupli arms by any chance?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, they can." "What about it?" Shoji responded. "I might have plan on how we can calm down Dark Shadow and defeat a villain." After Izuku had explained his plan, they put it into action. Shoji began running through the forest while extending his dupli arms to the side and attracting the attention of Dark Shadow without putting them in any danger. They then saw Bakugo and Todoroki defending themselves from a villain which seemed to have razor teeth that he could extend. "Kaken, Todoroki! Watch out! Izuku yelled at them. The villain quickly changed his focus towards Dark Shadow. I won't let you take their flesh. I want it, the villain said with a sickening moaning and attacked Dark Shadow. Don't test me, vermin! Dark Shadow yelled. He then grabbed the villain and threw him through the entire forest. As soon as the villain was defeated, Izuku started throwing flashbangs at Dark Shadow while Bakugo and Todoroki used their quirks. All the generated light weakened Dark Shadow and allowed Tokoyami to regain control. Thank you for saving me. I'm sorry, Midoriya and Shoji, for causing you harm. I gave into my anger and lost control over Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said. It's alright, we all do mistakes. For now we have to get back to Aizawa and Vlad, King Izuku said. The group made their way through the forest and to where Aizawa was. Along the way they ran into Ochako and Tsuyu fighting a villain that looked like a crazy high school girl. Ochako was currently holding the villain down to the ground when the villain noticed Izuku. It's you, the boy from the sports festival. You look so cute with all that blood, she said. I'm Himiko Toga, by the way. And I think you would look a lot cuter with more blood, she said in a psychotic voice. She broke free from Ochako's hold and charged towards Izuku, but was stopped by a wall of flames from Todoroki. You guys are no fun, she pouted. I think I'll take my leave now. I know when I'm outnumbered. And we seem to have already gotten your explosive friend. Say you later, Izuku-an, Toga said and ran away from them. Explosive friend? Izuku asked himself before he realized what he meant. Kaken! He yelled and looked towards where Bakugo had just stood. They saw that both Bakugo and Tokoyami had disappeared. Looking for anyone? A villain asked. He was standing on a branch dressed as a magician with a mask and a top hat. In his hand he held 2 small blue marbles. Give them back! Izuku yelled. Give them back? I can't do that, they are people with their own free will. Nobody owns them. Goodbye, heroes, the villain said and started to jump from tree to tree away from them. Get back here! Izuku yelled as he pursued the villain. Izuku was slowly gaining in on the villain. He couldn't go full speed since he had used most of the gas in his ODM gear during the fight with Muscular. Out of nowhere came Ochako, Todoroki and Shoji flying through the air. They crashed into the villain and made him drop the 2 marbles. Izuku quickly grabbed them as they all landed in a small clearing in the forest where all the other villains that hadn't been defeated was. I know who they are. Who are they? The villain dressed in a black costume with gray stripes said. Mr. Compress, stay back, a villain with scar tissue all over his body ordered. He then released blue flames against the students. Todoroki blocked them with his ice. Did you get them? The scarred villain asked. Yes, Dabi, the explosive one and the bird person, Mr. Compress answered. Izuku showed the 2 marbles he had caught. I don't think so, he said. Oh really? Mr. Compress asked as the 2 marbles turned into ice cubes. You see, it's all a part of the trick, he said and took off his mask to show him hiding the marbles in his mouth. A portal then appeared and the villains started to enter it. And this is where I leave you, Mr. Compress said and started slowly going backwards into the portal. A laser from Aoyama then hit the villain in his face and knocked the marbles out of the mouth. Shoji quickly grabbed one of them and Todoroki went for the other. Before Todoroki could grab his, an arm covered in scar tissue emerged from the portal and grabbed it. Bad luck, Shoto Todoroki, Dabi said. You can release them now. I have the right 1-inch, he told Mr. Compress. Sure. That laser ruined the act Iways, the other villain responded and the 2 marbles turned into Bakugo and Tokoyami. Bakugo was held by the neck and was dragged into the portal. Kaken, Izuku said. Izuku, please don't, Bakugo responded when he saw Izuku's expression. Izuku then charged forwards with the last of his gas supply and pushed Bakugo away, but flew into the portal himself in the process. The portal closed right after Izuku entered it, leaving the rest alone in the forest. Izuku's Bakugo said quietly to himself in disbelief. Izuku Chako said to herself just as quietly as small tears started forming in her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, Izuku had just begun his few days of hell. The first thing he did while he still had control was to get out of his equipment and activating the self-destruct function. He didn't want his inventions to get into the wrong hands. You seem to be someone who's prepared for most occasions, Izuku Midoriya Shigaraki said as he stared Izuku down. I said that next we would meet was when I have decided what I want to do with you. Luckily for you, Sensei seems to have something he wants you for. Although, if I know him right, you would wish I got it my way, Shigaraki said with a sickening smile. Restrain him and open the portal, Kurogiri, he ordered, and the villains got to work. Izuku was restrained and then pushed through one of Kurogiri's portals and into a dark room. The only thing Izuku could see in the room was a table with 2 chairs. In one of the chairs sat a shadowed figure connected to wires and tubes. Just by sitting, he gave of an intimidation and sense of death that Izuku had never felt before. Please sit, the man said with a chilling voice that made Izuku's blood freeze. It sounded more like an order than a suggestion, so Izuku quickly obliged. Izuku sat down and remained quiet, too afraid to say anything. As his eyes got used to the darkness, he noticed that the man had scar tissue covering almost all of his face. Despite the lack of eyes, Izuku felt like the man stared deep into his soul. Don't be so afraid. I have no intention of harming you, yet the man said, not making Izuku any more calmer. Let me introduce myself. I am All for One and I have an offer for you, All for One said in a somewhat cheerful voice. But first, he said in a much darker and serious tone, there has been something that has bothered me as of late. Why haven't All Might offered one for all to you yet? Izuku flinched at the mention of All Might's quirk, giving away the fact he knew about it. Oh, so you know about it. That means he did offer it to you, yet I haven't been seeing you using it and I can't feel any quirk inside of you. Why did you refuse? Don't be afraid to answer, All for One asked. Izuku mustered the courage to speak and gave his response, I don't need a quirk. I want to show people that anyone can be a hero. Even if I am quirkless, he stuttered out. That's interesting. You almost remind me of my brother. So it hasn't anything to do with when he dejected you at the roof? All for One asked, making Izuku look at him in surprise. Don't be so surprised. I have eyes and ears everywhere. So when All Might told a quirkless kid he couldn't be hero, well, I heard about it, All for One said. Is that how you now about One for All? Izuku asked. I knew about One for All before All Might was born. After all, I made the quirk, All for One responded. Izuku looked at the villain in disbelief as he continued his explanation. My quirk is the power to take power, use that power and give that power, All for One. I was there when quirks first emerged. It was a chaotic time, but I united people and brought order. My younger brother was quirkless and he had his own sense of justice and ideals. I tried to convince him to join me, but he wouldn't. I eventually thought that if I gave him a quirk he would finally join me. I gave him a stockpiling quirk. What I didn't know was that he did in fact have a quirk that could be passed down. Useless by itself of course, but merge it with a stockpiling quirk and then you get something far more powerful. The power to grow power and pass it down, one for all. Now, back to my offer, All for One said, you must know about the injustices of this society better than anyone. And you want to be heard so that you can make a change. You believe that if you can become a hero then you can make a change. I'm sorry to inform you that this is not how the world works. People only listen to those with power. The more power you have, the more influence you have. I can offer you this power and help you change the world and make sure no one has to suffer what you went through. You just have to shake my hand, All for One said and extended his hand as his palm started to glow with a crimson-red hue. You may be right. Maybe people won't listen to me since I'm quirkless. But if accept you offer I would go back on all my dreams and ideals. So no, I won't accept your offer, Izuku responded. Very well, All for One said as his voice turned dark and sinister, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. I will have to make Shigaraki convince you. He won't be as gentle as me, he said with a malicious smile promising pain. Izuku was then dragged back into the villain's bar through a portal. Izuku was dragged through a hallway and down a stair. They reached a door and opened it, showing something looking like a surgery room. However, it was dirty and blood stains covered some of the walls. In the middle of the room was a chair with a table besides having all sorts of surgery equipment. Izuku was strapped into the chair, completely unable to get out. I'm so happy Sensei lets us borrow his doctor for this. After all, we wouldn't want you dying too fast, would we? Shigaraki said as he picked up a plier. Let's begin, shall we? he said and pulled out a nail. Izuku was trapped with the villains for a week. Hell didn't even begin to describe what he went through. He would get 2 meager meals each day and 3 hours of sleep. Everything else was torture. Pulling out nails and teeth, brutal beatings, whipping, breaking bones, cuts, suffocation, waterboarding and electrocution. Whenever his body couldn't handle it anymore, All for One's doctor would come and patch him up so they could continue. By the end of the 2nd day he had lost his voice, and during the 3rd day he lost the track of time. Every time there was a small break in the torture, Shigaraki would ask the same question, "Will you join us now?" Izuku would always say no, and when he lost his voice he would just shake his head. Shigaraki would always respond the same way, "You just don't learn, don't you?" he would say before continuing the endless torturing. Sometime a week after being captured, he was sitting in the cell they had provided him. He had just gotten one of his daily meals and the doctor had just patched him up, meaning he had 15 minutes or so before they started torturing him again. He then heard the faint sound of something happening up in the bar. Are they fighting again? Izuku thought to himself and then ignored it. Izuku tried to get some rest before he would go through a few more hours of torture he had between his 2nd meal and his sleep. He was awakened when the metal door to his cell was slammed open. He quickly got up and started walking towards the torturing chamber. He learned quickly that resisting would only result in more pain. Izuku didn't notice who was standing in the door opening since his eyes hadn't adjusted to the bright light coming from the hallway. That's why he suddenly stumbled over the surprisingly small figure who stood in the doorframe. Izuku didn't know who it could be since none of the villains he had met so far was this short. His eyes started adjusting to the light and he could begin to see a short old man wearing a white and yellow hero costume. "Gran Torino?" Izuku managed to ask with a weak and hoarse voice. "Yes, kid, it's me. Come now, we need to get you to a hospital, the old man said as he began escorting Izuku up the stairs. "What did they do to?" Gran Torino said to himself as they reached the bar where Izuku could see what had happened. One of the walls had been punched down and most of the furniture had been destroyed. There were nomus lying all over the place. While Izuku was being taken to a hospital, another fight was happening in Kamino Ward. A fight between All Might and All for One, a fight between good and evil. All Might had rushed over as soon as the nomus appeared at the League of Villains hideout. The fight between All Might and his nemesis had remained evenly matched for a long time until All Might managed to deliver a blow. The blow had broken All for One's mask, but it hadn't ended the fight. The villain had gotten out of All Might's grip and fired 2 air cannon shots towards the hero. All Might was forced to block both of the attacks so he could protect a civilian. This had pushed the hero to his limits, and he had begun the process of turning to his true form. "You are reaching your limit, All Might," All for One taunted. "Although, I have to admit that I thought your power would decline faster than this. Though I suppose it's only natural considering you haven't passed your power down yet. I won't be defeated by the likes of you, All for One." All Might yelled and attacked the villain. "This seems familiar, but something is missing," All for One commented as he caught the incoming fist. "Oh, I know. Your guts flying around," All for One said with a sadistic glee. All Might released what the villain was about to do and retreated before he experienced the effects of shock inversion again. "I think this game has gone on for long enough," All for One said as his arms started transforming into an amalgamation of metal and flesh. "Let me show you the ultimate combination of quirks," the villain said and charged at All Might. All Might managed to stop the attack and even push the villain back, but it pushed him over the limit. When the smoke settled, the cameras showed a frail and deflated blonde man where the symbol of peace had just stood. All Might's true form had been shown to everyone. "You can't understand how much joy it brings me to see you standing alone with the last flames of One for All dissipates. Maybe you powers could have survived until the next generation if you hadn't rejected Midoriya on that roof. Although, I have to admit that he is quite reluctant in accepting a quirk. We have tortured him for a week and he still refuses. He truly is like my brother," All for One said with a twisted form of hat pines. All Might lowered his fists at the mention of Midoriya and the fact All for One knew about what happened between them. "Not only did you fail in finding a successor, but your mentor failed at helping those she left behind. Her grandson Tamura Shigaraki became a villain," All for One said with even more glee. The revelation that Shigaraki was Nana Shimura's grandson made All Might scream out in agony. "Help me, All Might," a woman begged from a ruined building behind the hero, and at the same time everyone in Japan cheered on for their hero. They didn't do it because they thought he would win, but because they were afraid for what would happen if he didn't. And in a lonely hospital room, an exhausted Izuku looked at the fight unfolding. "Do it, All Might. You can defeat him," he said quietly with his hoarse voice. Back in Kamino Ward, All for One was interrupted in his final attack against All Might by Endeavor, Edge Shot, and Gran Torino. All of them cheering for the #1 hero, and Gran Torino delivering the news of Izuku's liberation. This news made All Might happy that Midoriya had been saved, but it also made him angry, thinking about what he had to go through. All Might started thinking back to when he first met Izuku after he had rescued him from the sludge villain and the way he had dejected Izuku on the roof. He also thought about when he failed Izuku as the symbol of peace after the USJ incident, trying to force him to becoming the next holder of One for All. However, All Might also thought about how determined Izuku had been through it all and how far he had come. One line in particular stood out. Izuku's response to when All Might had asked what he would do when facing someone he couldn't defeat. "I will keep on smiling, so that I can make people feel safe no matter what." And right now that was what All Might had to do. All Might changed into his buff form and charged at All for One. Just as the villain tried to counter the blow with his amalgamation of quirks, All Might went around him and struck him to the side of the head. "Attacks like that aren't your style. Someone has been influencing. It's weak." All for One commented and started powering up his other arm. "That is because I didn't put my back into it." All Might responded and reeled his fist backwards. A brief look of shock and fear appeared on All for One's face as All Might lunged forwards. United States of Smaeas. All for One was punched into the ground so hard that a giant crater appeared along with a tornado that lifted buildings. All Might stood over the unconscious body of his nemesis and raised his left arm up in victory. Cheers erupted all across Japan as they saw a hero, bigger than life, standing victorious over the most dangerous and powerful villain of all time. The following day, both of Izuku's parents and all of Class A visited him in the hospital. Both Izuku and Inko cried a lot when they saw each other again, and Hisashi also shed a few tears himself. Class A immediately saw the family trait of crying and decided they could use it to tease him in the future. Izuku also found out that Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu and Ochako had gone to Kamino Ward in an attempt to find him, but they had to leave when an old man appeared and chased them away. Izuku had an idea of who that might have been. All the members of the class talked with Izuku, even Shinso had a pleasant conversation. Eventually people started to leave one by one. Izuku's parents, Bakugo and Ochako stayed for the longest. Bakugo had to leave when his mother called and said he had to come back for dinner. Hisashi had to leave because of work, and Inko decided she needed to prepare the house for when Izuku came back, leaving Izuku and Ochako alone. "Don't you have anything to do other than being here?" "It has been 4 hours," Izuku asked. "I don't have anything I need to do today. There is also something I need to tell you, and it isn't something I want other people to hear about," Ochako responded. "What is it?" he asked. "Well, you see, she said as her face started to turn into a tomato. "Is it about what happened at the training camp?" "You don't have to be sorry about what happened. It was me who got caught myself," Izuku said, completely unaware of what she was trying to say. "No, it's not about that. I like you," Ochako exclaimed, making Izuku completely shocked. "Ever since the entrance exam I have developed these feelings for you. Whenever I think of a hero, I think about you saving me from the zero-pointer at the entrance exam. You are just so brave and nice and compassionate and kind and caring that it's not possible for me to not like you. And at the sports festival you helped me recover from the fight with Bakugo. And the fact you have kept trying to become a hero all this time and how far you have come despite being quirkless, it inspires me every day and pushes me forwards. I didn't want to tell you in case it would ruin our friendship, but after what happened at the training camp I realized that I had to tell you. I hope you can understand," she said and looked away, waiting for an answer. "I like you too, not just as a friend. I really, really like you, Izuku said, making Ochako look at him with a hint of surprise. You were the first person besides my mom to be nice to me and not discourage me, but encourage me to become a hero, despite being quirkless. And you're so kind and cute and loving and cheerful. You never give up and that inspires me as well. And I can only admire you for your goal of helping you parents because they are poor. I can't describe how happy it makes me to know that you feel the same way. I was so afraid you would reject me once you found out, Izuku said and started to tear up. I could never reject you, Ochako said and embraced Izuku. And don't be such a crybaby, she said with a small giggle. I know, he replied. Oh, and Izuku, yes, Izuku said, but Ws interrupted when Ochako gave him a kiss on the lips. I love you, she said as she pulled back. Izuku quickly leaned in and gave another kiss, but a bit longer and deeper. I love you too. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Inko had been seen and heard what had happened and was filled with joy. My baby boy is getting a girlfriend. The next night after Izuku had been released from hospital, he received a message from none other than All Might himself. It said to meet him at Dagoba Beach. Izuku made his way over to the beach and saw All Might's true form staring at the ocean. Hey All Might, why did you want me here? Izuku asked in a cheerful tone. Young Midoriya. Good to see that you are recovering. I wanted to talk about things regarding my hero career, All Might responded. Let me guess. It has something to do with One for All, Izuku said. Yes. I never told you about how One for All came to be or about All for One, did I? You don't have to. All for One told me himself right after I was kidnapped. He wanted to offer me a quirk in exchange for my loyalty, Izuku said. That sounds like him, All Might commented. Anyways, what I did want to say is that I will announce my retirement as All Might tomorrow, All Might said. What? Izuku exclaimed in disbelief. I can only use my power for 15 minutes a day now after my fight. I can't risk using the last of my powers before I can find a successor, All Might explained. There's also another thing I want to do, he said before taking a deep breath. I know I'm not in any position to ask you this. I discouraged you when I should have encouraged you, because you have more heroic spirit than New York hero I know of, including myself. Where I gave up on becoming a hero, you kept pushing onwards. Where I got lucky, you had to work even harder. I feel like I can't apologize enough for how I failed as the symbol of peace, and I hope you can forgive me and accept my request. Could you please train me into becoming a quirkless hero? All Might asked. You want me to help you become a quirkless hero? Izuku asked in disbelief. I know, it's a bit hypocritical coming from me. I always thought that when the day comes that I could no longer use One for All would be the day I would retire. But seeing how you have managed to come so far and how great you can be despite of being quirkless, it has given me hope. Not hope that I can continue being the symbol of peace, but hope that I can continue helping and saving people. So, will you accept my request? All Might explained. First of all, I do accept it. I will help you become a quirkless hero, but I will warn you that it will be though as hell, Izuku said. I know, All Might replied. And secondly, I forgive you, Izuku said and embraced All Might in a hug. I forgive you for what you said to me. You made a mistake, learned from it and moved on. That's all I can ask for, Izuku said. He then heard All Might giving out small sobs. Are you crying? And they call me the crybaby, Izuku asked. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. This has been bothering me for such a long time, All Might responded. It's okay, All Might, Izuku said. Don't call me that. I'm not All Might anymore. Right now I'm just Toshinori Yagi. Izuku was in his house waiting for the teachers to arrive. They were going around to get the approval for moving the students into the newly built dorms. He knew from the various conversations he had had with Toshinori that he would be the one visiting them. Eventually there came a knock on the door and both Izuku and his parents opened the door and was greeted by Toshinori still wearing bandages. Please come in, Hisashi said, and they began to walk into the apartment. All Might is in our house, Inko and Hisashi said as soon as they turned away from the former hero. See, calm down you two, Izuku said. As Toshinori walked into the apartment, he noticed a door with Izuku's name on it was slightly open, so he decided to look inside. After Izuku had accepted his request to train him, they have had several conversations and met each other a few times at the beach. Tashinori had learned about how Izuku used to have his entire room covered in All Might merchandise until Tashinori had said no to him at the roof. However, Tashinori noticed a single All Might action figure with his Silver Age costume standing on Izuku's desk. Beside the action figure was a picture he and Izuku had taken a few days back. Izuku had made a set of ODM gear for Tashinori and was showing him how to use it so he could begin training one he recovered. Another picture Tashinori recognized was a photo with him and Hisashi. I knew he looked familiar. He was that dad who wouldn't stop talking about how his son wanted to become a hero. But why are the edges burnt though? Tashinori thought to himself as he noticed the burnt edges on the photo. He decided to ignore it and closed the door and continued walking. Once they had all gotten seated, Tashinori began talking about why he was there. As you probably know, UA wants to introduce a dormitory system for the protection of the students. And for this we need the approval of the parents or guardians, Tashinori explained. Yes, and my answer is, no, Inko replied. What? Hisashi and Izuku exclaimed. But you said it was fine yesterday? Izuku exclaimed. I know, but I've been thinking. Ever since Izuku joined UA, they have been constantly targeted by villains. And when Izuku was captured by them, I became terrified for what they did to him. He may not talk about it much, but I can hear him during the night when he has nightmares. I no longer feel my son is safe with your school. That is why I have to say no, Inko explained. No? Hisashi asked with disbelief. Now of all times you say no? After all this time supporting him and believing in his dream, you say no? He said as smoke was starting to come out with each breath, showing that he was getting upset. I have failed him once as a father and I can't do it again. I made a promise to Izuku that from now on I would support him, no matter what. I can't let you take his dream away, Hisashi stated. You lost your right to decide when you left him. Inko suddenly exclaimed and stood up. I know. Hisashi yelled back and stood up as well, with fire coming out of his mouth. I know I have no right, but I can't let his dream be broken again, he said as he calmed down and sat back down. As I said, Inko said and sat back down. With the state the UA is in, I can't as mother entrust my son to the school. I don't want my son to go to a school that keeps getting attacked by a villain, Inko said. But Inko Hisashi tried to say, but was interrupted when Izuku stood up and ran into his room. Izuku! Inko screamed after him, but quickly got silent when he came back out. It's fine, Dad. If Mom thinks it's not safe at UA, I will go to another school. Look, he said and held up a letter. I received this while I was in hospital. It's from a kid I saved at the training camp. He hated quirks, heroes and villains, but he wrote to me just to say thank you. In that moment I felt like a hero. So it doesn't matter if I go to UA or any other hero school, because I'll become a hero no matter what, Izuku said. Izuku, Hisashi and Inko said and walked over to their son. They were about to say something when they all noticed Tashinori transforming into his buff form. He then went down on his knees and put his forehead down to the floor. I understand why you say no, Mrs. Midoriya, and you have good reason too. I have failed your son on several occasions. When he looked to me for hope, he found disappointment. When I tried to make things right, I made them worse. I took his admiration, determination, dedication and potential for granted. As the former symbol of peace and as a teacher, I want to apologize for how your son has been treated. Because he can become one of the greatest heroes to ever live. A symbol of hope. And on behalf of UA, I promise you that we will do anything to make sure he is safe until he has reached his full potential. I will devote my life to him to make sure he becomes a symbol of hope. He proclaimed passionately. Inko fell on her knees. Please don't do that, she said. Don't give up your life. Despite what you may think, Izuku is very fond of you. And recently he has talked about you a lot. Live and make sure he is safe. And that he can achieve his dream. If you can do that, I give you my consent, you have my word. Tashinori exclaimed. And Izuku? Inko asked. Yes, Mom, Izuku said. Stay safe, I promise. You won't regret it? Izuku proclaimed. Shortly after, Tashinori left while Izuku followed him outside. You have good parents, Tashinori said. Yes, Izuku replied. I met your father a long time ago. He wouldn't stop talking about how his son looked up to me and wanted to become a hero. And your mother reminds me of my mentor, Toshinori stated. How so? Izuku asked. She has the same hairstyle. And she's strong, the former hero explained. She can be. By the way, how is your arm doing? Izuku asked and pointed towards Toshinori's broken arm. It's healing. Can take of these bandages in a few days, he responded. That's good to hear. Means we can begin with your equipment training very soon. Goodbye, Izuku said and walked back into his apartment. Goodbye, young Midoriya, Toshinori said and started to head towards the next house. A few weeks later, it was time for Izuku to move into the dorms. Remember to reply to our texts and call us every now and again, Inko said. Yes, Mom, Izuku replied. And remember to eat well, Hisashi said. I will. Don't worry, Izuku replied. And Izuku, Inko called out before he went out the door. We love you, she said. Love you too, he said and left for UA. When all the members of Class 1A had made their way to the UA dorms, they were greeted by their teacher Aizawa. I'm glad to see that you're all here, he said with his usual monotone voice. I'm supposed to show you how the dorms operate, but first, he said and suddenly became very serious. Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, Aizawa called out, making the mentioned students tense up. You went on a mission by yourself in an attempt to rescue Midoriya. Not only was this stupid, but it could have put the entire operation in danger, he explained before releasing a sigh. Luckily, none of you got involved, and considering everything that happened, I won't give out any punishment. But I won't tolerate another stunt like this, and that goes for everyone who knew about it and didn't do anything as well, he announced with a harsh tone. Everyone just gave a small nod of agreement. With that out of the way, it's time to show you the dorms, Aizawa said and walked into the dorm with the class. After Aizawa had showed them the dorm and where their rooms were, they used the rest of the day to furnish their rooms. Eventually, the students started to gather in the common room and had casual conversations. Then the girls decided that they should have a room contest with Izuku's room first in line. Despite his protests, the girls barged in anyways. On the bookshelf, he had put the All Might action figure he had brought with him when he was diagnosed as quirkless. Beside it stood a relatively new Eraserhead figure. On his desk was a few family photos as well as a photo with him and Yagi and the photo with Hisashi and All Might. On the walls were several hero posters, primarily Eraserhead posters. I didn't take you for an Eraserhead fan, Midoriya Mina said. He sort of became my idol after it stopped being All Might, Izuku explained. How did you get a photo with All Might? Hagakure asked when she noticed said photo. Ask him, Izuku simply replied. The class then moved on to the rest of the boys' rooms with the exception of Mineta and Bakugo. The former they just skipped and the latter was asleep. Some of the rooms was surprising to say the least. Todoroki had renovated his entire room somehow with only hard work, as he said himself. Shinso's room most certainly was a surprise once they got in. If Izuku could be called an Eraserhead fan, Shinso would be a fanatic. Despite there hardly being made any merchandise of the underground hero, Shinso had just as much Eraserhead merchandise as Izuku used to have All Might merchandise. I may be a fan of him, but this is on a completely different scale, Izuku commented. Not mentioning that he used to be equally fanatic when it came to All Might. Meanwhile, Todoroki had a thoughtful look on his face. Are they related? He thought to himself. Are you finished? I'm tired and want some sleep, Shinso said as the students began on the girls' rooms. He stayed in his room and rolled up in a yellow sleeping bag on his bed, quickly falling asleep. After all the rooms had been visited and the votes had been counted, the winner ended up being Sato. He gained all the votes from the girls, and it may or may not have been because he gave them cake. Shortly afterward, Izuku got a text from Toshinori asking for his help. He was about to leave when Ochako stopped him. Where are you going, Izuku? She asked. Yagi said needed some help, he responded. Yagi? She asked before she realized who he was talking about. All Might? Why do you have his number? I explain to you later, Izuku said before quickly leaving. Goodbye. Love you, he said as he ran away. When Izuku arrived at where Toshinori was supposed to be, he didn't see him. Up here, Midoriya, he heard a voice say from above. Izuku looked up and saw what predicament Toshinori was in, and it was quite funny. He had somehow gotten tangled up in a combination of branches and tethers. How did you get stuck there? Izuku asked while trying to hold back his laughter. I was training with the ODM gear you provided when I crashed into a branch, tried to get out quickly and then tangled myself in whatever this is, Toshinori explained. The symbol of peace beaten by a branch, Izuku said and let out a small laughter. Get me down, Toshinori said in a serious voice. Sure, I just need to get my own equipment. I can't climb up these trees, Izuku replied and went back to the dorms. While Toshinori was hanging in the tree, Aizawa walked by while on a patrol. He just looked at Toshinori and then walked away. Don't bother explaining to me now. I'm not paid enough and it's not my problem. But I want to know at a better time, he said as he walked away. Not long after, Izuku came back with his own ODM gear and started untangling Toshinori. I still have a lot to teach you when it comes to maneuvering. But for now just stay away from forests. Cities are a lot better for practice and a lot easier as well. I would recommend Battleground Beta, Izuku explained as he finally got Toshinori free and he fell back on the ground with a thump. Understood. Keep it simple, Toshinori said as he got back up. There's still a bit of time until curfew. Let's go to Ground Beta and help you with your maneuvering, Izuku said as the two made their way over to Ground Beta. Izuku got back to the dorms a few minutes before curfew. When he entered the common room, there were only a few people left. The rest had gone to their rooms. Izuku was quickly pulled aside by Ochako, who wanted some answers. What did you and All Might do? It's fine if you don't want to tell me, she said. Don't worry, I can tell you. The rest of the class will figure it out anyways, Izuku responded and began explaining that he was training Toshinori as a quirkless hero. Ochako let out a small laughter when he mentioned Toshinori being stuck in a tree. And that's pretty much it, Izuku said as he finished his explanation. That's kinda cool. First he doubts that you can become a quirkless hero and now you are training him into becoming one, Ochako said. I guess it's a bit cool. Anyways, it's getting late and I'm tired after showing him how to turn properly in the air. Good night, Ochako. Love you, Izuku said. Love you too, Izuku, she said, and they gave each other a small kiss. Good night, they said to each other, and Izuku went to his room and quickly fell asleep. Over the following days, almost every student had their costume modified in some way or another. They also developed their ultimate moves. At the same time, Toshinori was also going through the training Izuku had recommended. He was jogging around the campus, so he could get used to the weight of the ODM gear when he decided to check in on the students. Hey Aizawa, how are they coming along? He asked. They are doing okay, Aizawa replied. But what are you carrying? They look like Midoriya's gear. Does it have anything to do with your predicament a few days ago? You still haven't explained that to me, Aizawa asked. I'll tell you later today, I promise. And yes, they are the same equipment young Midoriya uses, Toshinori responded and walked over to the students' training. While Toshinori saw the students making ultimate moves, a boulder fell after one of Bakugo's ultimate moves and fell towards Toshinori. He saw the boulder and quickly flew to the side, using the ODM gear. He lost control and tumbled over while he tried to land. Meanwhile, the boulder that was about to crush Toshinori was destroyed when what almost seemed like a tornado crashed into the boulder. The spinning quickly stopped to reveal Izuku. He slowed down and landed next to Toshinori. Are you alright? Izuku asked and helped Toshinori back up. Don't worry about me. I just messed up the landing a little, Toshinori replied. I saw it. You need to shoot out the tethers several times to slow down and control the landing. You keep only using them 1 or 2 times, Izuku explained. I'll keep that in mind. Get back to your training and I'll get back to mine, Toshinori responded. Izuku gave small nod and flew back to his training. Eventually, the time of the exam came. Class 1A was talking about their worries of not passing the exam. All together now, Kirishima said in an attempt to cheer people up, not noticing the person sneaking up behind him. Plus, Ultreya. The person behind Kirishima yelled. It's not nice to sneak up on other groups, Inasa, another student behind Inasa said. You're right, Inasa said. I am. Sorry. He shouted and slammed his head into the ground in a bow. I just love you, eh? It's an honor to compete with you. He exclaimed and walked back to his group, not caring about the blood coming from his forehead. Inasa Yorashi Aizawa said to himself. You know him? Hagakure asked. He's strong. He came into the same grade as you at UA under a special recommendation. His top grades would have allowed him to enter the school, but he turned down the offer. It seems like he decided to join Shiketsu High instead, Aizawa explained. He says he loves UA, but he turned down an opportunity to join UA. Weird, Shiro commented. Weird or not? He's the real deal, so be careful around him, Aizawa retorted. Eraser, is that you? A woman asked and came over to the group. I saw you at the sports festival. It's been too long since last time we met, she said as she walked up to Aizawa. Marry me, she exclaimed. No thanks, he replied in a deadpan manner. No thanks, just do it already, she said. Annoying as always, joke, Aizawa commented. Who the heck is that? Bakugo asked Izuku. It's the smiling hero, joke. Her quirk, outburst, allows her to force those around her to start laughing. Her methods of taking down villains can be quite interesting, Izuku explained while Aizawa and Joke continued their conversation. If you marry me, we could make a happy family where we never stop laughing, she said. Nothing about that sounds happy to me, Aizawa replied with a still monotone voice. I'm just messing with, Ms. Joke chuckled. Let me introduce my class by the way, she said and waved another group of students over. Wow, it's really them, those from the sports festival, a few of the students commented. This is class 2-2 of Ketsubutsu Academy. Say hello to my students, Ms. Joke explained. One of the students with black hair rushed over to Izuku and shook his hand. I'm Shindo. You has had it rough this year, right? He said excitedly and quickly shook hands with several other members of 1A, but you still want to become heroes. That's the spirit I want in future heroes, he said and tried to shake hands with Bakugo. Cut the bullshit. Bakugo snapped and slapped Shindo's hand away. You may be saying one thing, but your expression is saying something else, Bakugo said. Knock it off, bro, don't be so rude, Kirishima said. Meanwhile, one of MS Joke's female students ran over to Izuku. You're Midoriya, right? You were so cool at the sports festival. Can I get your autograph? She asked. Sure and thanks, he replied and tried finding something to write with. Stop wasting time. You have to change into your costumes before the exam begins, Aizawa said, and the students made their way towards the changing rooms. After a while, 1A had gotten changed into their hero costumes and met up at the briefing hall. They were slightly shocked at the amount of people there. A man who seemed more sleep-deprived than Aizawa made his way up to the podium. Right, the provisional licensing exam, that's what you're here for. I don't get enough sleep. We're understaffed, and we must work overtime. I just want to sleep, the man said, not even trying to hide how tired he was. Anyways, all 1540 of you will be competing in a massive free-for-all exercise. Ever since Stain's Capture Society has raised its standard for heroes in this society filled with them. Nowadays, incidents requiring heroes happens at a breakneck speed. Those who can't keep up with that are doomed to fail. That's why we will be testing you on speed. Only the first 100 people to achieve the requirements of this first test will pass, he announced as a gasp went through the entire hall. Society is not fair, the tired man continued. Now, the passing requirements involves these, he said, hand held up a disc and a ball. Each participant will receive 3 targets that they have to place on their body. Place them wherever you like as long as they are exposed. You will also get 6 balls each. The targets will light up when they are hit with a ball. If all your targets are activated, you will be disqualified. Those who have all their targets hit are defeated. You pass by defeating 2 other players, he explained. Then people started walking around and distributing the targets and balls. Once everyone had gotten their targets and balls, the roof and wall of the hall opened up. Now that you all are fully equipped, the exam will begin in 5 minutes. There are many areas here, so you should be able to find somewhere that suits your abilities. Good luck, the tired man announced, and all the participants started heading in different directions. Most of Class 1A decided to fight together, except for a few. Todoroki went alone since his quirk worked best that way. Bakugo had the same reason and was followed by Kaminari and Kirishima. The remaining group of students went to the rocky area to look for a way to win. Just a few seconds after the exam began, they were already bombarded from all sides by other participants. Izuku threw down a device on the ground and told everyone else to stay close as a transparent force field with a blue hue appeared around them. When all the balls hit the force field, they bounced back in random directions. "What is that, Izuku?" Ochako asked. "My newest invention. A shield that repels all projectiles back to the source. It still needs some work on the last part," Izuku replied. They didn't have time to any more conversation since one of the participants they had met earlier, Shindo, sent out a shock wave that tore up the earth towards them. It dispersed all of Class 1A across the entire rocky area, leaving everyone to fight on their own or in very small groups. Izuku had ended up by himself and surrounded by steep, jagged rocks. "Guess I have to do it by myself. Hope the others are all right," he muttered to himself and got above the rocks surrounding him. On one side he saw a group of around 14 students he didn't recognize, and on the other side he saw no one. He decided to play it safe and headed away from the other participants. After a short while, one of the Shiketsu students hit one of Izuku's targets out of the blue. Izuku quickly jumped away to avoid have another of his targets activated, and when he looked back at her, she had disappeared. "Where did she go?" Izuku muttered. Not long after he heard someone approaching him from behind and dodged just in time, this time maintaining eye contact. "You figured out my little trick," she pouted. "Although it's not a quirk. I just remain hidden and make you ignore me. Not thinking is the hardest part," she explained. Before Izuku could respond, they were interrupted by another group of participants. They diverted Izuku's attention away from the Shiketsu student, and when he looked back, she was gone. Before he could think about where she went, he heard a familiar voice. "Izuku! Over here!" Ochako called out. Izuku quickly went over to her and carried her to somewhere safe. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked. "Yes, I'm just a bit nauseous," Ochako replied. "Good," Izuku said. He then looked around the corner to see if anyone was following them. "They already know our quirks from the sports festival, which puts us at a disadvantage. If we could," Izuku said and began a muttering storm. Meanwhile, Ochako grabbed a ball and slowly brought it towards one of Izuku's targets while he looked away. Just before the ball hit its target, a blinding light made her fall backwards, and within a few seconds she was pinned down by Izuku. "You aren't really Ochako, are you?" She has been working on the side effects of her quirk. She couldn't have gotten nauseous already, he stated. "So, you saw through my disguise. That's too bad," she pouted as a goo-like substance started falling off her body, making Izuku lose his grip. When the goo disappeared from her face, it revealed the girl from Shiketsu that had attacked Izuku earlier. She tried to attack him by scratching him, but he dodged. He could only think about dodging since he noticed that she was naked, only covered by what remained of the goo. Luckily for Izuku, Shiro and Ochako came to the rescue. Shiro blocked of the Shiketsu girl with strands of tape. "Over here, Izuku!" Ochako shouted. Izuku didn't hesitate and flew over to his friends, and they ran away. "Do you have any idea on how we're going to pass Midoriya?" Shiro asked as they were hiding from other participants. "The goal of the test is to hit other people's targets, but that would just find out who has the best aim, and it's not a reliable strategy. Meaning there is another way they want us to do it. The easier way to do it would be to restrain your opponents and then hit their targets when they are immobile. That would also make sense in reality, where you're supposed to restrain and immobilize villains," Izuku muttered. "But do you have a plan?" Ochako asked. "I think I have," he replied. "Ochako, we need to find boulders we can use, and Shiro, you have to attach your tape to them," he explained, and they got to work. Not long after, they found several boulders and attached them to Shiro's tape. Ochako then made all of the boulders weightless before Shiro threw them across the battlefield. Ochako then cancelled out her quirk so that the boulders fell down and trapped all the unsuspecting participants in Shiro's tape. They then walked over to the trapped participants and activated their targets one by one. Several of them pleaded and complained that they needed to get the provisional license. The 3 members of Class A ignored them and kept activating their opponents' targets, and after a short while they had passed. Izuku was walking towards the waiting room for those who had passed when he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Izuku, you better have passed." "I hate being wrong," Bakugo shouted. "Yes, I passed." "I assume you did as well," Kaken, Izuku replied. "What do you take me for? Some damn extra?" Bakugo yelled back. Of course not. Let's go and see if the others have passed, Izuku said and walked into the waiting room. Not long after entering the waiting room, Izuku was pulled aside by Ochako. Why was that other girl naked and why? She asked with some anger in her voice. It seems to be a part of her quirk. I wouldn't betray you, I swear, Izuku replied and gulped. She had some kind of transformation quirk. She tried to disguise herself as you. When I found out gray goo just started falling off her body and she was naked, he explained. Good, Ochako said and turned around. Come. Let's see who else has passed, she said in her normal and cheerful voice. As time passed, the rest of Class 1A started coming into the waiting room as they passed. In the end, all of them had passed. However, before they had time to celebrate, the sleep-deprived man who had explained how the first test worked made an announcement. If those of you have passed could look at the screens for a moment, he announced as all the screens in the room turned on. They showed various areas from the arena they had just been in. All of a sudden, detonations went off across all areas so that it almost looked like the remains of a major villain attack. Your second test is based on your rescue capabilities. There have just been a major villain attack and you will act as first responders. We have also enlisted the help of many professional rescues from the Help Us Company, or HUC for short. They will act as real victims of the attack with injuries and you will treat this as the real deal. The exam will begin in 10 minutes, the man announced before all 100 participants who passed started talking amongst themselves. Midoriya, could I ask you something? Shinso asked. Of course, what is it? Izuku replied. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about rescuing. We haven't had it in class yet, so I'm kind of in the blind here, Shinso explained. No problem. The first thing you should know is, Izuku said as he began talking about everything he has been taught in class. Before they knew it, 10 minutes had passed and the second test began. Similarly to the first test, the entire room opened and all the participants began running in different directions. Class 1A was once again running together towards the nearest metro area. Once again, Bakugo ran in a different direction with Kirishima and Kaminari following him. It didn't take a long time before 1A came across one of the victims. Help me. My grandpa is in the rubble, he's getting crushed. A little boy cried out while breathing irregularly. This looks bad. Where is your grandpa? Izuku asked. What was that? Minus points. The little kid suddenly exclaimed. First you should check if the victim can walk. And didn't you notice my irregular breathing and all the blood coming from my head? He screamed. But that's not the worst part. The first thing we hear shouldn't be, that looks bad, you need to make people feel safe, the boy explained. Izuku pondered over the information for a while before flashing a big all-might-like smile. I'm here now. Everything will be all right, he said enthusiastically. The kid from HUC immediately went back into his act and started screaming again. It's okay. We will save your grandpa, Izuku told the kid before turning around to the rest of the class. I'll take this kid to the evacuation center. The rest of you, keep going, he said and flew off towards the evacuation center. Once Izuku arrived at the evacuation center, he was approached by another participant. Here, he is breathing irregularly and there's a lot of blood coming from his head, Izuku explained. Understood, I'll take him, the other participant replied and took the kid from HUC. Izuku was about to head back into the metro area when an explosion went off, not far away from the evacuation center. Out of the smoke came the, currently, number 9 hero, Gang Orca, along with many sidekicks. Izuku went in to attack the faux villains but stopped when Shindo came in first. Stay back, I'll handle this, he said and sent out a shockwave that broke up the ground under the faux villains. Izuku saw that Shindo had it under control, for now, and focused on moving the victims away instead. Unfortunately, Shindo didn't have control for long. Gang Orca grabbed him and made him unconscious with a hypersonic wave. His attention was redirected when both Todoroki and Inesa attacked him. Izuku noticed that their attacks conflicted with each other, but decided to deal with all the sidekicks first. Izuku went into the faux villains and started knocking them out left and right. He noticed that they all had some device on their arms that appeared to fire a cement-like substance. His suspicions were quickly confirmed when one of his rods got hit and covered in the substance, forcing him to drop it. We got one of One of the sidekicks tried saying, but was silenced when Izuku uppercut him. He then pulled out one of his spare rods and went back to fight the sidekicks. Eventually Shindo regained his consciousness and took care of the few sidekicks that remained. "Why did you have to take out so many?" he complained. "You were unconscious," Izuku replied. "It was a part of my plan, but you had to ruin it." Shindo shouted. "You useless quirkless nothing," he mumbled. Izuku heard that and in a few seconds closed the gap between them. "Now listen here, you dense idiot. You're lucky this is a rescue exercise so that I can't hurt you. But you better apologize right now or else," Izuku said with anger. He held one of his rods against Shindo's throat and looked him straight in the eye. "I will find you afterwards, when you are completely alone, without anyone to help you. I will then make sure you regret every action you have taken that has led you to this point. Understand?" Izuku threatened. Shindo could feel the aura of intimidation Izuku had and quickly complied. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Please don't hurt me," he begged. "Good," Izuku simply said and left Shindo alone. He is scary, Shindo thought. While Izuku had fought the sidekicks, he had paid attention to Todoroki's and Inase's fight with Gang Orca. And it wasn't going particularly well. Their attacks kept canceling each other out. Todoroki would use his fire and Inase would end up blowing it away with his wind. Gang Orca exploited this and paralyzed both of them with a hypersonic wave. This time they finally decided to work together. Inase made a tornado of wind around Gang Orca and Todoroki amplified the power with his fire, as well as weakening the hero. Unfortunately for both of them, Gang Orca had several water bottles ready for situations like this. He opened one and started pouring water over his head. He then blew all the fire away with a hypersonic wave. "What will you do now?" Gang Orca said ominously while walking over to Todoroki. He was about to grab him when Izuku came. Gang Orca blocked the incoming attack with his forearm. Izuku dodged him and smacked him in the face with his staff. Gang Orca then tried paralyzing Izuku with a hypersonic wave, but it had no effect. "You think I never prepared for villains with sonic quirks?" Izuku taunted and charged at Gang Orca again. Right before Izuku reached Gang Orca, an alarm was sounded, signaling the end of the exam. This led to Izuku losing balance and crashed into Gang Orca. "Sorry," Izuku said as he got back up. "Don't worry about it. You fought well," Gang Orca replied and walked away. After a short break, all the 100 participants had gathered in front of a podium in the middle of the stadium. "You have been working for a long time now and now it's time for you to see the results. Before that though, you should know how you were scored. We deducted points as we saw your performance. We were essentially judging you on your abilities to act in a crisis," the same sleep-deprived man from before explained. "Anyways, here are the results. All of those who passed the test will have their name displayed," he announced and motioned towards the big screen behind him as it turned on. People started celebrating as they saw their names on the screen, including Izuku and all members of Class 1A except two, Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki was really calm about it, while Bakugo seemed like he could explode at any moment. "We will distribute sheets with further information, along with provisional license to those who passed," Mr. Sleepy announced as people started handing out the papers. When Bakugo got his sheet, he got even angrier. "I was just 1 point away," he thought as he saw the results. "Switch with me, Pikachu," Chi growled at Kaminari. "I don't think it works that way, Bakugo," Kaminari responded and slowly backed away. Bakugo seemed like he was about to end someone for real when another announcement was made. "For those of you that didn't pass, don't worry. You will receive special courses at a later day. When you complete these courses, you will receive your provisional licenses and become more qualified than those who already have their licenses," the overworked man announced. "Much to the joy of those who didn't pass, that's all. You can go home now," he said before falling asleep right then and there. All the participants were now walking out of the stadium. Izuku was staring at his newly acquired provisional license in amazement. "I need to show this to Mom and Dad right now," he exclaimed. "You're excited," Ochako commented. It has been my dream since I was little and nice to be one step closer. I also want Mom and Dad to know their support was worth it," Izuku explained. "That's so sweet," she said and gave him a quick kiss. "Let's get back to the bus." I don't think Aizawa would like us spending more time than necessary, Ochako said and quickly made her way to the bus with Izuku following not far behind. When they walked into the bus, Izuku was certain he could see Aizawa giving them a small smile. That night, there was celebrations in the 1A dorms. 2 people left early. Bakugo said he needed sleep, but it was clear he was angry he hadn't received the license. Todoroki stayed for a bit longer, but went back to his room, saying he just needed to think for himself for a while. Later, when most from Class 1A had gone to their rooms, Izuku snuck out without anyone noticing. He walked over to one of the fake cities for Toshinori's training. Let's work on hand-to-hand combat today, Izuku said once Toshinori arrived and grabbed his staff. Toshinori then grabbed his staff, with less grace than Izuku, and they began their training session. Not long after they began, Toshinori had to stop. He fell on his knees and started coughing unnormal amounts of blood. Is everything okay? This is worse than usual, Izuku asked. Yes, I just need a break, Toshinori managed to say between his chuffs. Izuku looked at the retired hero when he realized something. You have been overexerting yourself, he stated once Toshinori stopped coughing up blood, but he didn't reply. Have you followed my schedule? Izuku asked. I may have trained outside of the schedule, Toshinori replied nervously. That will have the opposite effect. I thought someone like you would know how dangerous overwork can be. And with that injury of yours, it's too easy to have detrimental effects, Izuku complained and let out a sigh of disappointment. Is there any reason for this? He asked. Yes, Toshinori replied with a somber expression. I visited All for One in Tartarus today. He talked about many things, but the one thing that bothers me the most is the fact that I don't have a successor yet. He has one in Shigaraki, while I'm here with just small embers left of One for All without an heir. I need to get stronger so that I can raise a successor, Toshinori explained. I see. But you can't overexert yourself like this. Meanwhile, I will help you become a hero again in time for my graduation like planned, Izuku commented. By the way, have you found any candidates for One for All yet? Izuku asked. Well, there is this one person my former sidekick, Sir Night Eye, has put forward. He is a 3rd year named Mirio Togata. I have talked with him a few times and he seems like a good choice, but I'm not completely sure. It just seems a bit forced, Toshinori replied. That's why I want you to intern at the same agency he interns at, he said. Intern? What do you mean? Izuku asked. Now that you have your provisional licenses, you will start internships under different agencies. I want you to intern in Sir Nightai's hero agency so that you can know Mirio better so that you can determine if he is a worthy successor or not, Toshinori explained. Okay, I'll do that, Izuku said. Now, let's continue your training, he said and got back into a fighting stance. A few days after most members of Class 1A had gotten their provisional license, the 2nd semester of UA began. After attending the opening ceremony, Aizawa had a special announcement for them in homeroom. Settle down, I have a few announcements to make, Aizawa said, and the class quickly became silent. Now, first of all, congratulations to most of you for receiving your provisional license, he said, which made everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki celebrate. Aizawa sent a death glare, silencing everyone within a second. And since all of you have gotten or will get their provisional license, we can begin talking about internships. These will be different from your previous one. And while I could explain to you why and what you will be doing, I will let someone else explain it to you, Aizawa said as the door opened and 3 third years walked in. These are UA's best, the top 3. Why don't you introduce yourselves? You can begin, Amagi. The boy named Amajiki sent an intense stare that kept everyone at the edge of their seats for what seemed like hours. There's no point, Mirio, Hadu, he said and stopped the intense glare. I try to imagine them as potatoes, but everything except their heads remain human. What should I do? The words won't come out, he continued before turning around and walking into the wall behind him. I want to go home, he complained, leaving the class confused. Wow, you act like a chicken even though you're human. Isn't that weird? The girl next to Amajiki said to him before turning towards Class 1A, This guy is Amajiki Tamaki and I'm Hadu Nijire. She introduced herself before continuing, and we're here to talk about the internships. She announced like it was the most exciting thing in the world. Hadu then walked up to Shoji. By the way, why do you wear a mask? She asked. Well, you see. Shoji replied, but didn't have time to finish before she moved on to someone else. Todoroki, why do you have that scar? Ishido, if your horns break off, can they grow back? Mineta, how do you get a haircut? Azui, you're a tree frog, not a toad, right? Midoriya, where did you get your equipment? Ojiro, can your tail support your body? She keeps asking with excitement, not giving anyone a chance to respond. Meanwhile, Aizawa looked at the scene with an incredibly annoyed expression. Please tell me you can fix this, he asked Mirio. Not to worry, Aizawa. I'm the main act today. Mirio exclaimed and turned his attention towards 1A, the journey ahead 3S? He said to the class, expecting an answer. Rife with difficulties. Is what you were supposed to say, so you failed to get the point, Mirio answered himself when no answer came and laughed it off. You must all be confused. Seniors just showed to talk about internships that aren't even mandatory, he stated slightly more seriously. You have already gotten your provisional licenses. I must say that this year's freshmen are quite enthusiastic. And since my introduction has already crashed and burnt down, why don't you all fight me? Mirio exclaimed, making the class slightly shocked. What do you say, Aizawa? Let them experience our experiences, Mirio asked. Do whatever you want, Aizawa simply replied. After a while, everyone was in Gymnasium Gamma. Class 1A was still unsure if Mirio was serious about fighting all of them. Amajiki stood by a wall away from everyone else, just wanting it all to be over. Haru was bothering everyone and Todoroki didn't want to participate. You can come at me whenever you like. So, who's first? Mirio called out. Before anyone could respond, Izuku was flying towards Mirio, aiming for his head. As soon as Izuku reached Mirio, his attack went straight through like the senior was made of air. Shortly after, all the attacks from the long-range quirks went straight through as well. In addition, Mirio's pants started falling off, making everyone just stare at him in confusion as he tried putting them back on. Sorry, the fine-tuning can be a bit difficult, he apologized. Mirio then started running straight towards the class and suddenly fell through the ground. After a short while he appeared behind everyone, completely naked, much to Jiro's horror. A few seconds later, all of Class 1A's long-range fighters were on the ground with Mirio standing above them yelling, "Power!" There's one thing you should know, Aizawa warned. That guy, Mirio Togata, as far as I know, is the closest to being number one, and that is including the pros. Whoever remained standing of 1A started talking to each other. The phasing is strong enough, but warping as well. This guy is overpowered. Yeah, it's like he is invincible. They complained. Invincible? Bakugo scoffed. I call it a challenge. He yelled and came charging at Mirio. Just like every other attack so far, his explosions went through nothing. Mirio then attacked Bakugo and came in with his hand like he was about to poke him. I have a move for you, Mirio exclaimed. Blinding touch. He exclaimed as his finger went through Bakugo's head right before he used his other arm to punch Bakugo in the stomach. While Bakugo was attacking Mirio, Izuku got a chance to see if his plan would work. He turned on his goggles and put them into heat vision mode. If everything passes through him, then the same should apply to light and heat signatures, Izuku thought. And true enough, he could see certain parts of Mirio radiating heat signatures while others were completely blank. And when Bakugo was defeated, Izuku could see Mirio disappear into the ground like last time. He presumed Mirio would come up behind everyone like last time and prepared for it. Izuku ended up being right and Mirio came popping out of the ground behind him. Izuku could see that Mirio's feet were solid and went straight for them. He predicted that I would appear here, as well as somehow knowing where my quirk is inactive. This quirkless kid is smart, Mirio thought to himself, and changed the location of where he activated his quirk. That didn't stop Izuku, however, and he readjusted his attack and managed to land a hit on one of Mirio's knees, making the senior wince in pain. Mirio didn't hesitate, however, and was quick with the counterattack. He made his arm phase through Izuku's body from behind before deactivating his quirk in his fist and pulled his arm back, punching Izuku in his stomach. Shortly after, despite being encouraged by Izuku landing a hit, the rest of Class 1A was defeated. Mirio stood above them all and yelled, "Power!" After some time the class recovered from their defeat and waited for Mirio to speak. "Do you think my quirk is strong?" he asked. Immediately, several people started shouting out their complaints. "It's way too damn strong. You can phase and quirk. Are you a hybrid like Todoroki?" "I know his quirk. Can I say it?" Haru asked. "Just let Mirio talk," Haru Amajiki told her. "Nope, I only have phasing," Mirio said, answering one of the questions. "When I activate my quirk I can make my entire body fall into the ground. And when I deactivate it something interesting happens. Two objects with mass can't overlap and therefore I'm shot right out of the ground. I can exploit this by adjusting how I pose my body," he explained. "That is still an overpowered quirk," Tsuyu commented. Mirio seemed like he was about to say something but was stopped when Izuku started muttering very loudly. "No, there has to be some negative side effect. All quirks have one." During the fight his body didn't give off any heat signatures, which could mean that light passes through his body as well, although that should make his body invisible, but that may be accounted for by the quirk itself. So, if light passes through then the same applies for air, something that would make him unable to see, hear or breathe, but how can he? "That's correct," Mirio confirmed and stopped Izuku's muttering. "I can neither see, hear nor breathe. I am only left with the feeling of falling. That's why I have to use my quirk carefully. Even something as simple as walking through a wall requires several steps that can be difficult when you have to do them fast," he explained. "If that was me I would have fallen behind quickly for sure. It must be difficult to move without feeling anything," Kaminari said. "Yep. I fell behind very quickly. In the blink of an eye I dropped to the bottom and my pant dropped too. So, I couldn't allow myself to be slow and fall behind. I had to think and predict faster than my surroundings, sometimes even using deception. But prediction was most important, and I used my experiences to make my predictions. This is the reason for our fight, to show you my experiences. During these internships you will not be treated as guests, but as sidekicks, so that you can experience the world of pros. It will be terrifying, sometimes you will even witness someone's death. However, you will gain top-notch experience that cannot be obtained at school. I took my experiences and turned them into my greatest strengths. That's why you have to do it, even if it is terrifying," Mirio explained with enthusiasm, earning some applause from Class 1A. He even managed to explain it in one paragraph, Yayarosa commented. "It's time for all of us to head back to the normal classes." "I hope you learned something," Aizawa said, and Class 1A started their walk back to their normal classes and the top 3 back to theirs. While walking, Haru started talking like usual. "I didn't think you would go overboard on them, but they still are fine, so that is good. You know? Was there anyone who caught your interest? They are all on my mind, so weird," she rambled. "Up. The quirkless kid, Izuku Midoriya. Even Sir told to keep an eye on him for some reason. Not only did he predict where I would show up based on my previous moves, but he found a way to see where he could land a hit on me," Mirio replied. "In fact, I think he would like Sir. Maybe I should recommend him." "Exactly why did you decide to recommend me to Sir Night Eye again?" Izuku asked Mirio as they walked through the building of the aforementioned hero. "He actually wanted me to introduce you to him after my battle with your class. I told him that out of everyone in your class, only you made predictions based on my actions, and that is something Sir wants from people to," Mirio replied. "I see," Izuku said. "Oh, and All Might also asked me to recommend you," Mirio mentioned like it was the least important thing. "All Might asked you?" Izuku asked, more out of shock that Toshinori didn't tell him. "Yeah, and he was all serious about. I think he really wants you to succeed," Mirio answered. "Oh, and one more thing," Mirio said as they stopped in front of the door to Sir Night Eye's office. "He may not seem like it, but Sir appreciates humor. If you want the internship, you need to make him laugh at least once," Mirio quickly said and pushed Izuku inside the room. "Good luck," he said and closed the door. Izuku's eyes looked around the room he suddenly found himself in. There was immediately one thing he noticed. The room was covered in All Might merchandise. Not as much as Izuku used to have, but still more than the average fan. "Please, sit down," a voice said from behind a desk. "Or are just going to stay there all day," the man said in a serious voice. Izuku sat down at the other side of the desk, slightly nervous looking at the former sidekick of All Might, Sir Night-Eye. So, Izuku Midoriya, star student at UA and quirkless, the pro hero stated. I wouldn't call myself a star. Izuku tried to say but was stopped by Sir Night. You won the sports festival, survived the hero ender, passed in an exam against All Might and defeated the villain Muscular. All of this while quirkless, he said, putting emphasis on the last word. You somehow even managed to become Toshinori's first choice as his successor, he added with some venom in his words. Izuku didn't reply. As I said, star student at UA and quirkless, Sir Night-Eye stated after Izuku didn't reply. Now, over to why you are here. What are your thoughts on Mirio? He asked. Well, he definitely has a similar charisma to what Toshinori had when he was All Might. And from what I have seen, he wants to be a hero for all the right reasons. But I can't make the decision yet, Izuku answered. Why not? Can't you just tell Toshinori that Mirio is the right choice? He gets one for all and I let you keep your internship. Or maybe you want one for all for yourself? Sir Night asked critically. No. Of course I don't want it. I spent years waiting for, just dreaming for that a quirk would magically appear. And when I was finally offered one, I had changed. I know it is important that one for all is passed down, but I made a promise to Toshinori. I have to see Mirio do a pure act of heroism. I don't doubt he would do such a thing, but I promised that I have to see him do it. Until then, we will just have to wait, Izuku explained. Then we will just have to do as planned. I give you an internship at my agency so that you can see Mirio in action. When you see him do anything that would qualify as a heroic act, you tell Toshinori. Mirio gets one for all, you will have an internship, and everyone will be happy, Sir Night-Eye said. Deal? He asked. Deal, Izuku replied. Well then, welcome to my agency. You will be contacted when you need to go on a patrol or other things. That's all, Sir Night-Eye said and showed Izuku to the door. It very quickly became clear to Izuku that Sir Night-Eye desperately wanted Mirio to have one for all. Just the day after accepting the internship, Izuku was put on a patrol with Mirio, same the next day, and the next day and the day after that. The only exceptions was during the weekends, every other day besides that was patrol. Sometimes there would be a small incident that they were called in for, and more often than not, Izuku would be sent to deal with it alongside Mirio. Much to Sir Night-Eye's dismay, nothing would happen that allowed Mirio to truly show himself. In fact, nothing really happened at all, until one day. Izuku and Mirio was patrolling as usual when a little girl ran out of an alleyway and into Izuku and fell back. She had white hair and a single horn on the right side on her head. She couldn't be older than 6. She had simple white clothes and her arms and legs were covered in bandages. Are you okay? That must have hurt, Izuku asked the frightened little girl. There you are, Eri, a man said as he came out of the same alleyway. The most notable thing with the man was the plague doctor-like bird beak he had over his mouth. Eri backed away from the man and grabbed onto Izuku. Izuku could feel her shaking. He also noticed that Mirio had gotten a much more serious expression. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, heroes. She sometimes just runs away. Come now, Eri, the mysterious man explains with a deadly coldness in his voice. Are you her father? She seemed very scared, Izuku asked, trying to get out some more information. I'm taking care of her. I just scolded her for something she did. Give her and we can keep going on with our day, the man answered in the same voice as before. I don't know. She has a lot of bandages, maybe we should take her to a hospital, Izuku said as he got ready to protect the girl. He knew there was something else going on and he could see Mirio getting ready to fight. Eri is just clumsy, so she ends up getting a few bruises. I assure you it's all right, the man insisted, with more impatience this time. These look a lot worse than normal bruises to me, Izuku said as he carefully grabbed one of Eri's arms. The little girl winced at the touch. The man then turned around and started slowly taking off one of his gloves. Come now, Eri. We wouldn't want anything to happen now, he said with a threatening voice. Before Izuku could react, Eri ran to the unknown man and walked away with him. So you finally came to your senses. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, heroes, the man said and walked back into the shadows with Eri. Izuku was about to run after them when Mirio stopped him. That man was Overhaul. The leader of a Yakuza group, sir, is investigating. They are called the 8 Precepts of Death and have ties to the League of Villains, he explained. But we can't leave that girl alone with them, Izuku protested. I know it's not ideal. But if we go after them now things could become worse, Mirio said with a regretful look. Izuku didn't respond. Let's go back to the agency. I think this was enough for today, Mirio said, and they began walking back. Luckily for Izuku's conscience, the investigation went fast from there. Sir Night Eye bumped into one of the Yakuza members, which allowed him to see into the Yakuza's future using his quirk. This allowed him to get a very rough idea of the layout their base. Around the same time, Kirishima and Amajiki, under the internship of Fat Gum, found a villain with drugs from the 8 Precepts. Amajiki was injected with one of them and lost his quirk for several hours. The rest of the quirk-removing drug was found to contain human blood and DNA, presumably Ares. This led to her rescue becoming a top priority. After a debriefing, a team was put together, ready to raid the Yakuza hideout. The team consisted of Izuku, Mirio, Sir Night Eye, Kirishima, Amajiki, Fat Gum, Ochako, Tsuyu, Hadu, Ryukyu and Aizawa along with the police. After the debriefing, people went back to what they were doing, or in the UA students' case, back to the dorms. There is one thing I want to say about tomorrow, Aizawa told his students once they entered the walls of UA. What is it? They asked. Tomorrow I won't be your teacher. I'll just be a fellow hero. I will view you as such and I want you to do the same. If some of you decide that you don't want to follow through, you won't be punished. There is no shame in walking away, you are still in training after all, he explained. I have to do this for Eri. I can't walk away from someone in need, Izuku answered almost immediately. Midoriya is right, it's not manly to leave a child alone with such people, Kirishima followed up. I'll follow Izuku anywhere, Ochako said. And I'll follow Ochako, Tsuyu added. I see. There is still time to change your mind. Now, get back to the dorms, it's almost curfew, Aizawa said. Except Izuku, there are some things I would like to discuss, Aizawa quickly added. Aizawa and Izuku kept walking around the campus until they were alone, before Aizawa said anything. Do you remember what I said to you the first time we met? He asked. Yes, of course. You told me I could become a hero when no one else did. It was the best moment of my life up until then, Izuku replied. Well, I was wrong, Aizawa stated. What? Izuku exclaimed. I have done everything I could since then. How can you dash? Calm down, problem child, and let me explain, Aizawa said, stopping Izuku's rambling. You will become a hero. I wasn't wrong in that. I was wrong regarding what kind of hero I thought you could be. Back then I was just imagining you becoming an average hero. Being invited to a few interviews, a small fan club, some t-shirts and maybe a small article in a magazine every now and again, Aizawa explained. Now though, he said and stopped moving and looked down on Izuku. I think you can become a great hero, if not one of the greatest to ever lived, he said with a genuine smile. Izuku just stood there stunned by what his teacher told him. I don't know what to say, she said. You don't have to. And don't start crying like the first time we met, Aizawa said, back to his usual self. Thank you, Izuku almost whispered. Don't thank me. Now get back to the dorms before I have to punish you for staying out past curfew, Aizawa said. Yes, sir, Izuku replied and started running back to the dorms. Problem child, Aizawa muttered to himself as he saw Izuku running away. It was a great feeling of suspense hanging in the air around the Yakuza base. The raid group had assembled just a few minutes prior, but they couldn't enter yet. When is the warrant coming? Sir Night Eye asked one of the police officers. Should be coming soon, the officer answered. As if on cue, a man walked up to the building with a sheet of paper. The moment I'm finished reading the warrant, you'll attack their base, she said. The man reached out his hand to ring the doorbell when a massive figure, several meters in height and with a bird beak mask, smashed the door open, making several policemen fly away. What are you doing here? The massive figure shouted. Izuku, Aizawa and a couple other heroes saved the policeman that had been hit while Ryukyu turned into her dragon form and began dealing with the villain. My group will take care here. The rest of you must continue, she said. The rest of the raid team followed her orders and continued onwards into the building. There were several Yakuza members they encountered who attacked them, but they were quickly taken care of. Eventually they found the secret entrance to the underground part of the base. Night Eye pulled out a book in a bookcase and it opened like any normal door. 2 more Yakuza members came out from behind the secret entrance. They were taken care of by 2 of Sir Night Eye's sidekicks and the raid team made their way down underground. For some time things were quiet, too quiet. After a few minutes with no encounters with anyone, the walls and halls started shifting and moving. "What's this?" Kirishima exclaimed. "It's one of the 8 precepts. One of them can manifest objects and change it any way he wants to. He must have taken a drug to boost his quirks," Sir Night Eye responded. "Keep moving," he ordered. The team tried to keep going forward, but the hallway was closing in front of them. Mirio ran phased straight through. Izuku followed soon after, throwing a set of explosives into the closing hole, blowing the hole big enough for him to pass through before it closed behind him. Once he had gotten away from the shape-shifting hallway, he could see Mirio running ahead. Izuku didn't waste time and followed. It didn't take long until there was an intersection in the hallway, going left and right. Mirio ran straight ahead and phased through the wall, leaving Izuku alone. "Which way is it? Sir Night Eye isn't here to show the way," Izuku slightly panicked to himself, looking down both ways. Eventually, he decided on a way and started heading down the hallway to the right. It seemed like it went on forever. Even when using his ODM gear as fast as he could in the cramped space, it didn't seem to change. Izuku decided to turn around and try the other way, but when he turned around he saw something else, a rooftop. "What's this? It looks familiar," Izuku said to himself and walked onto the rooftop, suddenly feeling the wind blowing around him. "If you can become a hero without a quirk?" An all too familiar voice said behind Izuku. He turned around just in time to witness one of the worst moments of his life. "I don't think so. It is fine to have dreams, but you have to keep them realistic. I can't tell you to become a hero when it can end you," All Might said while looking down on a different version of Izuku. None of them seemed to notice the real Izuku standing there, who started tearing up at the memory. "No!" he yelled. He was wrong and he apologized. "This is behind me," Izuku told himself and looked for a way out. When the scenery changed, Izuku was once again looking at another bad memory. His 4-year-old self, looking at the same All Might video again and again with teary eyes, and his mom looking on with sadness. "See, can I become a hero like him?" the young Izuku asked while pointing at the screen. The younger Inko ran over and hugged young Izuku while crying. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she yelled out. "Wait, that never happened. She didn't say that. She supported me. She has always supported me," Izuku said to himself without emotion before the scenery changed once more. Izuku was now looking at himself laying completely exhausted and with burn marks on one of UA's training grounds, while his classmates and Aizawa watched him. "I don't remember this," Izuku muttered. He then started hearing his classmates talk among themselves. How did he even get in? He shouldn't even be here. Quirkless people can't be heroes. When will he learn? They all said, some with almost disgust in their voice. Aizawa then walked over to Izuku laying on the ground and looked down on him. "Give it up, kid. One more training like this and you're out. It's for your own good," Aizawa said with no empathy at all. The real Izuku looked on the scene in shock and slowly backed up until he tripped on something and fell on the ground. When he stood back up, the scenery had changed again. He was now looking at the ruins of a city, with rubble and pieces of buildings laying on the ground. Izuku was looking around in shock when someone grabbed his leg, making him quickly turn around. "Deku," Bakugo grumbled, before his body fell completely limp. Izuku then looked around Bakugo and saw several bodies of people he knew, friends, classmates and other heroes. He kept walking through the carnage until he saw one that made his body want to curl up. Ochako was lying lifeless and dead on the ground, with huge gashes in her body. Izuku could even see her bones sticking out of her mangled legs. He immediately fell on his knees and let out a blood-curdling scream. He kept screaming and crying until he was no longer able to continue. Such a shame. They fought so well. If only you could have been more useful, a familiar voice, that Izuku couldn't quite place said right behind him. The voice then let out a sinister laughter. "Who am I kidding? You're useless as always. If only you had a quirk, then maybe she would have survived," the voice taunted in a sinister tone. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to block out everything. "Shut up," he yelled, but it only got worse. More voices started speaking to him. Voices he knew and voices he didn't all kept telling him to give up, calling him useless, telling him to end himself. Izuku thought his mind was about to break, when things quieted down until he could only hear weak crying from a small child. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and saw the source of the crying. It was himself when he was around 6 years old. It must have been after one of Bakugo's beatings, Izuku concluded. The young Izuku slowly stopped crying and brushed off his tears with his hand. I don't care how long it will take. One day, Kaken, I will become a great hero for everyone, young Izuku said quietly to himself while looking towards something Izuku couldn't see. Right. I have to focus on what's important, the real Izuku said to himself and looked at his younger self with a smile. This is all just a bad dream, she said, and pulled out one of his flashbangs and activated it right in front of him. Izuku was pulled out of his nightmare in an instant by the blinding light and sound. Luckily for him, he had accidentally activated his flashbang several times in the past while making them, meaning that he recovered far faster than whoever was responsible of the illusions. Izuku looked up and saw one of the 8 precepts recovering after the flashbang. How did you? The Yakuza said before being knocked out cold by Izuku. Don't do that again, he said before moving on to find Mirio. Finding Mirio turned out to be easier than Izuku had first thought, since he could hear Mirio fighting with someone ahead of him. On his way to the fighting, Izuku passed another one of the 8 precepts. This time knocked out, most likely by Mirio. Mirio is really strong, Izuku mumbled to himself. He then heard Mirio yelling further down the hallway, I won't let you hurt her. Izuku didn't waste any more time and immediately went towards a big room where the fighting was taking place. The first thing he noticed was that the entire floor had changed into big spikes due to Overhaul. He then saw Mirio in one end protecting Eri with his cape while Overhaul was standing in the other end. Just as Izuku was about to go help Mirio, he heard a gun being fired and noticed something going through Miro, who was unharmed due to his quirk. Izuku quickly found the source and saw one of the 8 precepts of death loading a gun with some sort dart containing liquid. Must be the quirk-destroying drug, Izuku thought. But then, to Izuku's surprise, the Yakuza member pointed the gun at Eri. Mirio immediately ran in front of the little girl just as the gun was fired. To Mirio's surprise, however, Izuku came in front of him just in time and got hit by the dart. Meanwhile, Izuku could only smile. He is worthy, he thought. What was the point of that hero? Now you will lose your quirk, Overhaul commented with some slight annoyance. Have you been living under a rock or something? I'm already quirkless, Izuku replied with a smirk. He then quickly charged the Yakuza member with the gun and knocked him out while also destroying the drugs with a small bomb. Except for one dart. It's bad enough being forced into being quirkless by life. I won't let any more people being forced to share that destiny, Izuku said. You both are just ignorant children who know nothing about the world. Quirks need to be eradicated, Overhaul shouted. You are just a monster who abuses an innocent child for your own gain. It is my duty as a hero to protect her from people like you, and I will. Dikairu, let's take him together, Mirio replied. Izuku just gave a small nod as they both charged at Overhaul. Overhaul put his palm down on the ground and the entire floor turned into small pebbles before reshaping itself into a new set of spikes, forcing Izuku to stop. Mirio phased through them and ran right up to Overhaul. The Yakuza leader tried touching Mirio, but his hand just went straight through. Mirio then delivered a series of punches to Overhaul before moving away again. You will just tire yourself out, Overhaul said and used his quirk on himself. His entire body blew apart before going back together without the injuries Mirio afflicted. Why aren't you protecting the little girl, hero? Overhaul taunted and moved his palm back down to the ground. Before he could use his quirk again, however, all of the floor surrounding him blew up and was turned into small pebbles. You should keep track over your opponents, Izuku said, holding a few explosives in his hand and threw them at Overhaul. The Yakuza leader took the blast before using his quirk on himself again. As I said, it's no point in continuing. When will you learn that? Overhaul asked. When will you learn that there is no point in saying that? Izuku replied, making Overhaul grumble. The fighting continued for several minutes without any side getting the upper hand. Overhaul had no chance at hurting Mirio and Izuku kept his distance. Meanwhile, Izuku and Mirio couldn't do any lasting damage on Overhaul due to him dismantling and reassembling his own body. Can you distract him for a moment, Lemillion? I have a plan. I just need him to have his eyes on you and not me, Izuku asked. Sure, should be easy enough, Mirio replied and charged at Overhaul one more time. While Mirio was keeping Overhaul busy, Izuku made his way to the last dart of the quirk-destroying drug and took it. Izuku then went behind Overhaul and charged at him at full speed. But then Overhaul quickly turned around and tried to grab Izuku. Izuku then threw the dart towards Overhaul. The Yakuza leader then desperately tried to catch the dart, but right as he was about to grab it, Mirio grabbed it and injected Overhaul with his own drug. No! Overhaul yelled as he saw the liquid go into his body. What's the problem? Didn't you want to remove quirks? Izuku asked and landed in front of Overhaul. The Yakuza leader tried to use his quirk one last time, but nothing happened. This is how being quirkless feels like, Izuku said before knocking him out cold. Not long after Overhaul's defeat, all members of the 8 Precepts of Death was taken to prison. Meanwhile, Eri and all heroes that was a part of the raid was taken to a hospital for treatment. One of those was Sir Night Eye, who had been fatally wounded during the raid. A few hours later, he was dead. Before he died, Izuku managed to tell him that Mirio would receive one for all. So, when he died while surrounded by Izuku, Mirio and Toshinori, he died with a smile. Toshinori, he is worthy, Izuku told Toshinori while they were standing in the hallways of the hospital. You sure? Toshinori asked. I saw him about to sacrifice his quirk just to save Eri, without hesitation. You said that I should look for a moment of true heroism, and I have seen it. There is no better alternative, Izuku explained. And it was Sir Night Eye's final wish, he said with a saddened tone. You're right, Midoriya. You sure you don't want it? Once I have given it to him, there is no going back, Toshinori asked. How many times must I tell you? I don't want it, Izuku replied. I know. I just want to be sure. I'll give it to him at the beach. You should probably be with me since I think he would want you to have it, Toshinori said. The next day, Izuku and Toshinori on Dagoba Beach, waiting for Mirio. Sorry for the wait. Had trouble finding the way, Mirio apologized as he walked up to the duo. What was it you wanted to say? He asked. Do you know how my quirk works, Mirio? Toshinori asked. Some strength enhancer, right? Mirio replied. Well, not exactly. You see, my quirk was given to me like a sacred torch passed down from one generation to the next. Each time it stores more and more power, becoming more and more powerful. It is called One for Alts, Toshinori explained. Why are you telling me this? Isn't this something? You want to give it to me, don't you? Why won't you give it to Midoriya? I already have a quirk. There is no reason to give it to me, Mirio asked with confusion. There is a reason to give you one for all. You act like a true hero, always making those around you smile. And above all, you did an act of true heroism when you protected Eri from Overhaul. You were even willing to lose your own quirk to save her. It was also Sir Night Eye's dream to see you use it and become a great hero, Izuku explained. I see, Mirio said. But still, you don't have a quirk, you deserve to get one for all, Mirio protested. Don't you wonder why I know about the quirk? I have already been offered it, but I don't want any quirk. I want to show the world that quirkless people aren't useless, and that's the one thing I can't do with a quirk, Izuku said. Okay then, I will take it, Mirio replied. Great. That's what I wanted to hear, Toshinori exclaimed and turned into his hero form for the last time and pulled out a strand of hair. Eat this. A few months later. This house is so big. Ochako exclaimed in awe as she and her now husband Izuku entered their new home. How did you even afford it? Well, I saved up a lot of money and I got some from a friend, Izuku answered. Who? Ochako asked. Toshinori, he replied. That's so nice of him. We need to give something back. Like what? How about inviting him over for dinner? I'm sure he gets lonely sometimes, Ochako suggested. Not a bad idea, Izuku acknowledged, and I think I know about a perfect date, he quickly added. When? Ochako asked. Izuku began before he was interrupted by his phone ringing. It must be my parents. Go and check if everything is here and I'll tell you afterwards, Izuku said before taking the call. Hey Izuku, have you moved in yet? Hisashi asked from the other side of the call. Hi Dad. We just moved in actually. Me and Ochako are just making sure that everything is here, Izuku replied. Good to hear. How is it being a hero? Must be quite hectic being number 87 and all. I'm doing just fine. I already have quite the fanbase in the quirkless community, no surprise there. People are also more accepting than I thought they would be. I haven't got anyone protesting against me being a hero. I also feel like I'm making a change. The number of applications to hero schools from quirkless people this year has increased tenfold, Izuku said with pride. How are you and Mom doing? He quickly added. We are Hisashi trailed off as he started talking to someone else. Sorry, your mom really wants to talk with you. Have a great day. Goodbye, Hisashi blurted out before Izuku could properly react. Izuku, it's been too long since you last called, Inko complained as he apparently took the phone from Hisashi. Sorry Mom, have been busy with hero work and the moving process, Izuku apologized. How is your vacation going? He asked. Just wonderful. I can't remember the last time me and Hisashi actually went on a vacation outside of Japan together. And Ochako's parents are very nice. They seemed like they really needed this, Inko beamed. Also, when will I get grandkids? She asked. Grandkids? Izuku exclaimed in surprise. Yes, grandkids. So that I can spoil the beyond belief, Inko explained. I think Ochako needs me now. Nice talking to you Mom and goodbye, Izuku blurted out before his mom could say anything and ended the call. 3 weeks later. Ready Tashinori? Izuku asked as the two stood on top of a building. Ready as I'll ever be, came the reply from Tashinori. You know why I chose this date for your re-debut as Whirlwind? Izuku inquired. No, not really, Tashinori replied. Just then the duo noticed 2 trucks driving way too fast in the streets below. Guess I'll have to tell you later. Now we have a job to do, Izuku said and jumped off the roof and started falling towards the streets below, Tashinori following suit. As they approached the ground below they used their ODM gear and started chasing the 2 trucks. It wasn't difficult to catch up to them and after short a few seconds they had entered a truck each. Izuku entered the rear one and Tashinori the front one. Just as Tashinori entered the rear of the truck he was attacked by villains. Which hero is this? One of the villains yelled. I don't know, just protect the load, another villain replied and tried to attack the hero. Tashinori dodged the attack and quickly knocked out the attacker. He then threw a smoke bomb and started knocking out the other villains while they couldn't see. Once all the villains were taken care of, Tashinori went into the front of the truck and kicked the driver out the door of the truck. This led to the truck swerving sideways and falling over, stopping just in front of a crowd of people. Tashinori went on top of the quirk just as Izuku came up behind him and was met with a cheer from the crowd. While the duo flashed a reassuring smile to the crowd, Izuku leaned in and whispered, "It is the anniversary of All Might's debuts," before going back to smiling at the crowd. How could I forget that? Tashinori mumbled. I don't know. But me and Ochako haven't, so we have prepared a dinner for you at our home. If you would like to come, of course, Izuku suggested. I accept the invitation, Tashinori replied. 2 years later. I'm so dead. Izuku panicked as he went at full speed through the streets and towards a very specific hospital. Idiot, idiot. Why did I decide to take such a mission so close to her birth? I could have given it to Tashinori, he's more than capable enough. And if my agency hadn't done it, I'm sure Kaken's or Todoroki's would be more than happy to do so. Stupid. Izuku muttered quite loudly, catching some weird look as he passed by at an incredible speed. Izuku took a glance at all the messages he had received and continued to curse himself for his stupidity. Almost an hour later, an exhausted Izuku came barging into a hospital room. Ochako, I'm so Izuku started shouting, but quickly stopped at what he saw. There in the hospital bed was Ochako holding 2 newborn babies. Izuku quietly took off his gear and walked over to the side of Ochako. Don't worry about it, Izuku, it's fine now. We are parents, she said fondly, trying not to wake the twins. I'm father, Izuku said slowly, trying to process the information. I'm a father, he repeated. What should we name them? Izuku asked. His name is Yuto, Ochako said while lifting one of the kids. You can name her, she said and lifted the other baby. Yuriko. Her name is Yuriko, Izuku said. He then hugged Ochako as they looked fondly on their children. 4 years later, Izuku was eating dinner with his wife and 2 kids, when Yuto accidentally dropped his knife. Izuku tried to grab it when it suddenly stopped moving. He looked up and saw that Yuto had his hand extended towards the knife, with a confused face. "Yuto, you got a quirk!" Izuku exclaimed, scaring Yuto so that he lost control and the knife fell on the ground. "Brother got a quirk?" Yuriko asked. "I got a quirk," Yuto exclaimed. "It seems similar to your mother's quirk. But you didn't seem to touch it with all of your fingers, like Ochako does. So maybe you got some of the abilities from my mother's quirk, which could also mean dash." Izuku began muttering when Ochako interrupted him. "No muttering when eating. Let him find out about his own quirk," she scolded him. Sorry," Izuku nervously chuckled. "Well, Yuto, try it out," Ochako said. Yuto walked over to one of his toys and tried out his quirk while the others watched in anticipation. The toy slowly started to levitate off the floor as if it had no gravitation. "I wonder," Yuto mumbled. The toy then started falling towards the floor at an unnaturally high speed and started to get squished once it hit the floor. Yuto then stopped using the quirk and the toy went back to normal. "Gravity manipulation," Izuku muttered. "That's an awesome quirk," he exclaimed and picked up his son. "You can become such a great hero with it," Izuku said and gave Yuto a big hug. "When will I get my quirk?" Yuriko asked. "You know what? Tomorrow we visit the quirk specialist and see when you'll get it," Izuku replied and put down Yuto. The next day. The day hadn't quite gone as planned. Izuku and Ochako had taken their balls of sunshine to the quirk specialist to see when Yuriko would get her quirk. It didn't take long for them to get an answer. She would never get a quirk. Yuriko was just as quirkless as her father. And once she got the news, she didn't seem to take them very well. She didn't talk afterwards and went into her room once they came home. "I think you should talk to her. She hasn't come out to eat and I'm worried that she dash." Ochako trailed off. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it," Izuku said and gave Ochako a reassuring smile before entering Yuriko's room. Izuku started tearing up at the sight. She was sitting in a chair watching a video of Izuku's debut as Deku. He could hear quiet sobs coming from the chair. Yuriko slowly turned around and faced Izuku. "I can still be a hero, right?" she asked with a trembling voice. Izuku immediately ran over to her and embraced her. "Of course, Yuriko. Everyone can be a hero," he said. "Aren't I quirkless?" he asked. "Why, yes," Yuriko replied. "And aren't I the number 5 hero?" "I know," Yuriko said with a small smile. "So, either everyone can be a hero with or without a quirk. Or maybe I'm just delusional and my entire life has been something in my imagination," Izuku concluded, making Yuriko laugh. "Don't let anyone stop you from doing what you want to do. You can and will become a hero as long as you set your mind to it. It will be difficult, trust me. You will have to overcome so many challenges, but as long as you keep pushing onwards, nothing will be impossible. And luckily for you, me and your mother will be there for you, every step of the way," Izuku said as he looked her in the eye and smiled. "Now, let us get something to eat. If not, dinner would get cold and that would make Mom angry." "Not even I can stop that," Izuku joked and carried Yuriko out towards dinner. A few months later, Izuku was working in his office at his agency when the emergency line started ringing. Izuku quickly activated the message and his face went pale. "Calling all available heroes and all top 10 heroes, no matter current situation. There has been a massive incident at Tartarus prison. Situation unknown. League of villains have been seen in the area. Possibility that All for One has breached containment along with other maximum security prisoners. This message will now repeat." Izuku didn't bother to turn off the message. In a matter of seconds, he had put his entire agency on high alert and was on his way to Tartarus prison. When Izuku arrived, he was greeted by chaos. There was nothing left of Tartarus. Everything on the island had been leveled to the ground. A large number of prisoners were trying to get over the bridge despite the fact that it was supposed to be retracted in the event of an emergency. "Deku, you're finally here," a police officer called out. "How's the situation?" Izuku asked. "We have no idea about the prison itself. Tartarus was leveled in an instant. No emergency message or anything was received from the main complex. We presume that All for One is somewhere amongst the ruins along with the League of Villains. As for the bridge, we have some idea. One of the villains is using their quirk to stop the bridge from retracting and the prisoners are trying to get across, the officer told Izuku. So for now I would recommend holding the bridge until Lemillion arrives, the officer suggested. Understood, Izuku simply stated and headed towards the bridge. There was a reason that the prisoners of Tartarus were placed there. Something Izuku quickly found out. These villains weren't your regular petty criminal. These were some of the strongest and most infamous villains currently alive. Some of them were easier to handle than others, but Izuku eventually ran into a villain he had real problems with. Look at the mighty Deku, the quirkless wonder of UA, one of the villains taunted as he used his telekinesis quirk to make Izuku crash into the handrails of the bridge. Shut up, Mindstorm. I have taken you down before, just give up already. Izuku shot back and quickly got up and dodged a piece of debris flying towards him. That was different. I underestimated you and Mindstorm was alone. This time you're alone and I won't make the same mistake, Muscular said and started charging at Izuku. Shit, Izuku quietly muttered. He was about to dodge when a stream of ice came and froze Muscular in place and completely trapped Mindstorm. Seems like you need a little help, Deku, Todoroki said. It certainly helps, Izuku answered before knocking Muscular out with a taser before he could do anything else. When is Lemillion coming? We need him right now, Izuku asked. Right after he said that a streak of yellow suddenly appeared and knocked out all villains standing in the way before heading into the remains of Tartarus. Speak of the devil, Todoroki commented as the two heroes made their way towards Tartarus where fierce fighting could be heard. If the exterior of Tartarus looked ruined, then the interior looked like an apocalypse. There was not a single noticeable building remaining. The only thing standing above the ground was mountains of rubble. Within the rubble you could see whatever remained off the prison staff. Tiny, unidentifiable pieces of human limbs and blood. Not a single person except some prisoners had survived. And in the middle of it all two forces were fighting. One force of evil, the symbol of chaos, All for One. And the other, a force of good, the new symbol of peace, Mirio Togata, better known as the #1 hero Lemillion. These two adversaries were fighting to the death. All for One using every quirk he could to deal damage and Mirio who used both his natural quirk and One for All to evade and attack. The clash of the rivals led to powerful gusts of wind that forced everyone else to keep their distance. I guess we won't get close to those two, Todoroki commented. No, but there is someone else we could handle, Izuku said and pointed towards the member of the League of Villains who stood to the side, away from the main battle. Todoroki nodded. Let's get them properly this time, Izuku said and readied his staff. Before they could move, however, someone else appeared. Die! Bakugo yelled as he came blasting past Izuku and Todoroki, determined to reach the villains first. Despite how much he has matured, he's still quite explosive, Izuku commented. You're not wrong, Todoroki replied as the two followed after Bakugo, who was busy trying to blow up Shigaraki. Izuku ended up being left with the arguably more difficult fight. Bakugo was busy with Shigaraki and Todoroki and Dabi were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Izuku was left with Toga, Twice and Compress. After several minutes of dodging and trying to take out one opponent, an opening appeared. Izuku had managed to hold up both Toga and Compress with a flashbang and was going straight for Twice. However, Toga and Compress recovered faster than Izuku anticipated and were about to take Izuku when more people came. Ida came and knocked Compress with a powerful kick to the face and Ochako pushed Toga into the ground and made her drop her knife. Fantastic! Horrible! Twice exclaimed with his normal dual personality before Izuku knocked him out with a powerful blow to the head. Uravity! Ingenium! Great to see you. Do you know if more heroes are coming? Izuku asked. Not anytime soon. All other heroes were busy with the prisoners on the bridge when we arrived, Ida answered. But it seems like you Shuto, Ground Zero and Lemillion have it covered anyways, Ochako added. Izuku quickly looked around and noticed that Dabi was now encased in ice and Shigaraki had a menacing Bakugo standing over him. You're right. Everything seems to be going well. All that remains is for Lemillion to dash, Izuku began but was interrupted when said hero came flying past them and crashed into a pile of debris. They quickly noticed that the number 1 hero had a gaping hole in his chest. He looked up at them and said one simple word, run, before collapsing. Lemillion was dead. No matter how much I hate him, I have to give it to him. The fight was slightly more difficult than I anticipated, All for One said as he came walking out of a crater, casually brushing off dust on his clothes. He really thought that I didn't have countermeasures against his annoying little quirk. I guess that was his downfall, the villain continued as he came to a stop. You bastard! Todoroki yelled and charged at All for One with ice and fire. Shoulda wait? Izuku yelled, but too late. All for One swatted away the fire like it was a fly and sent a blast through the ice and blew Todoroki away. A song of ice and fire. Great build-up, but such a disappointing ending, All for One taunted. Shut up, idiot! Bakugo yelled. We have only just begun. Ingenium, Uravity. You take care of the others injured. And Dikair, he ordered. Let's get this son of a beach. Bakugo and Izuku charged towards All for One at the same time. The villain raised his arm for an attack, but the hero's was faster. Bakugo released an explosion from his gauntlets at All for One's non-existent face, followed up by Izuku using kicking with full force at the villain's leg, making him kneel down. Bakugo then came back and pushed All for One on his back with another explosion. Izuku threw a net over the downed All for One and activated it, making it anchor itself into the ground as well as sending massive amounts of electricity into the villain. Izuku and Bakugo then both charged at the villain from above. Howitzer! Bakugo yelled as he began spinning around with his explosions. Tornado! Izuku yelled as he too began spinning around at ludicrous speeds. Impact! They both yelled as the attack made contact. You think that got him? Bakugo asked as they both landed outside of the dust cloud their attack made. We'll see, Izuku replied. Unfortunately, they got their answer far too soon in the form of slow clapping coming from the center of the dust cloud. I must say that I am impressed. I actually felt that All for One taunted. However, I still got unfinished business with you, Dikairut, the villain continued. I have never had someone refuse a quirk from me and survive. I don't intend for you to be an exception, he said with a chilling voice, filling Izuku with dread. Luckily for you, I don't need to end you yet. You deserve to suffer. So I wonder, All for One said and raised his arm, how much will it hurt if I end the one you loved? He finished and launched an air cannon towards an unsuspecting Ochako. The world seemed like it was moving in slow motion for Izuku. He could see the deadly blast going towards Ochako, who was busy helping Ida with Todoroki. Ochako! Izuku yelled out. She turned around only to see the incoming attack and was filled with fear. The blast slammed into her and sent her into a pile of debris. Izuku went straight towards her, while Bakugo completely lost it and tried taking All for One in blind rage. As Izuku approached Ochako, he was filled with dread. She was looking just like she had in the vision he had during the raid on the 8 Precepts of Death. Her body was battered and bloody with severe wounds, and her arms and legs were twisting in unnatural angles with bones sticking out in some places. Izuku collapsed on his knees and let out a scream filled with grief. Once Izuku fell silent, Bakugo landed on the ground next to Izuku. Izuku, he muttered before falling unconscious. Such a shame. They fought so well. If only you could have been more useful, All for One said, before letting out a dry laugh. Who am I kidding? You're useless as always. If only you had a quirk, then maybe this wouldn't have happened, he taunted. Izuku didn't respond. He slowly stood back up and turned around, his hair covering his eyes. Oh, so you still refuse to see the truth. You can't do anything against me. The number 1 hero is dead. The number 2 and 3 heroes are unconscious alongside Ingenium. And Uravity is on the brink of death. What chance do you think you have against me? I have so many quirks and you have none, All for One said with a grin. Izuku just stood there without saying anything before dropping his sticks. Perhaps it's true, he began. Maybe I can't do anything when facing you. Like you said, I have no quirks and you have plenty, he acknowledged and pulled out a set of swords, hidden in his ODM gear. But even so, that has never stopped me before, have it? He continued, making all for one drop his grin. I always kept on trying to reach my goal. To become a hero that can make people feel safe and make them smile. And to do that I made a promise to myself. I would never give up, no matter what, Izuku stated with determination and slowly turned one of the blades around. And even if I have become a hero now, my promise is still there. That is why I must keep pushing onward. Then, Izuku seemingly disappeared, much to all for one's confusion. He then quickly sidestepped what appeared to be a green blur moving towards him at immense speeds. You thought that would work. You have to move faster than dash, all for one began but stopped when he felt something cutting along his entire back, making him flinch in pain. Get away! He yelled in a surprisingly panicked voice, before his arm was cut off. All for one released a shockwave in all directions, trying to hit Izuku. But it was in vain as he felt something cutting his ankles, making him fall on the ground. The regeneration quirks were working full-time to heal the injuries caused by Izuku, but Izuku was faster. All for one would try to protect himself, but Izuku was faster. After countless slashes and cuts and dismembered limbs, All for one collapsed on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Izuku landed next to the dying villain and looked at him without any resemblance of emotion. You have defeated me. What will you do now, hero? Put me back in prison? I will just escape again when you have become old and weak. Then I will end all of the ones you love, all for one taunted. How will you do that when you are dead? Izuku retorted and readied one of his swords. But you're a hero. You don't end, all for one said with hint of fear. Good men don't need rules, Izuku replied before stabbing the sword through all for one's throat and into the ground. It wasn't wise of you to find out why I have so many of them, he added as he watched the villain choking to death in his own blood. Izuku then took off his equipment and collapsed due to the stress resulting from the use of Plus Ultra mode. I'm sorry, Ochako, he whispered. Before everything went black. When Izuku woke up again, he could smell that he was in a hospital before even opening his eyes. And when he opened them, he found himself lying in a hospital bed with his arm in a cast. Good, you're awake, a voice said. Izuku turned around and saw Tsukachi sitting in a chair in his room. He was about to say something when Izuku interrupted him. Where is Ochako? Izuku ran through the halls of the hospital way faster than he should have. Midoriya, wait. You haven't fully recovered, Tsukachi called out as he tried following Izuku. Izuku didn't care, he needed to see her. Finally, he came to the room he was looking for and walked in. In a hospital laid Ochako. Her body was connected to several instruments and she was covered in casts. Izuku! She almost whispered. I am here, Ochako. Don't worry. I am here, Izuku assured her as he started to tear up. He quickly sat down next to her bed and carefully stroked her bandaged head. Good, she said. Too tired to say anything else before falling asleep. She will survive, Tsukachi said from behind Izuku. She will need therapy if she wants to use her limbs properly again. It may take months or even a year, but she will recover enough to continue as a hero, he explained. Izuku just nodded as he was quietly crying. You're right, he said. Everything will be all right. 1 week later. What will happen now? He never picked a successor, Izuku wondered. I know. One for all is dead. But so is all for one, Toshinori replied. The two men stood together and looked at the grave of Mirio Togata, the last holder of One for All. I think I will retire as a hero, Toshinori said. Why? Izuku asked. I'm getting old, Midoriya. My health is worsening, and my injury isn't helping. But it has been a wonderful journey all the way, Toshinori explained. You know, even after all this time. I still wish you had become my successor. And in some ways I feel like you did. Especially now that they named you the #1 hero and symbol of hope. I just wish things could have happened differently, so that Mirio didn't have to die, Toshinori said with a sad expression. So do I. And so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time given to us, Izuku said. Or that is what someone wise said, Izuku added, making Toshinori give a weak chuckle. That is true. Hurry up now. You wouldn't want to be late for the first day at US, Ochako called out as Yuto and Yuriko got ready for school. We know, Mom, they replied as they finished packing. Good luck, kids, Izuku said and flashed them a smile. Thanks, Dad, they both said and went out the door. So you didn't tell them who their teacher was going to be? Chaco asked. No, of course not. Why would I want to spoil the surprise? Izuku replied. I'm afraid you'll treat too much like Aizawa did, Ochako commented. Don't worry. No one can put fear into a student in the same way Aizawa can, Izuku said. Anyways, I should get going, he continued. It is a special batch this year. 2 quirkless people including Yuriko, as well as Todoroki's kid and Kaken's kid, he said as he was about to leave. Love you, he said and left the house. Izuku could hear Class 1A from a mile away. They weren't too different from when he first began at UA when he thought about it. However, he couldn't get caught up in the past. He had a class to teach. He walked up to the open door and immediately took charge. If you're here only to make friends and have a god time, then get out, he told the poor student who was unfortunate enough to stand in the doorway. Just kidding. Heroes always need people to trust, he chuckled and walked up to the front of the classroom. The students quickly found their seats and listened. 2 in particular seemed to be dying of embarrassment and just wanted to hide from everyone. I'm Izuku Midoriya, your homeroom teacher. Some of you may know me as the #1 hero Dikairu and 2 of you would know me as Dad, he explained. Once he said Dad, everyone in class looked at Yudo and Yuriko, who got even more embarrassed. Now take on these gym uniforms and meet me outside. I want to see your potential. The end. In an apartment in Japan, the voice of a small child who just have had his entire world destroyed. See, can I become a hero like him? A young Izuku Midoriya.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.